Hey everybody.
Do we actually?
Excuse me.
Sorry.
No worries. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. I'm Fish80 and I'm joined today by FDM and DfogoX for some tournament action. Welcome, gentlemen. Great to have you here. Now,
Thank you very much.
it's FDM has been with us
Thanks.
for a few tournaments recently. Defogo, of course, historically has been here a lot. We haven't seen him for a while, so that's good to have you back for sure. So today is GGtoor's Knight's Duel number 15. Can you believe it? We're up to number 15. Now, this is, of course, going to be a 1v1 tournament. There's $500 prize pool on the line. We're going to have, as we have in a number of recent tournaments, we're going to have Swiss format to start with. So the players are going to play against each other, earn points, and then the top 8 are going to go through into the elimination. Now, we have some players and they're going to play some games. Now, if you followed the previous event, Memfisto was our champion, with DarkCrow being our runner-up, and they are both here today. We also have some previous tournament winners as well, Set and Nataraja amongst the entrants. So we've got some good players here today, Defogo.
We have fantastic players here today. I'm very excited to see what they are going to do. We've seen most of them before. We also have some names that I personally do not recognize. So we might even have a dark horse among us, which I believe it's just all a huge variety of aspects that add to the excitement of these tournaments.
Yeah, it's always good to see the experienced players here, but also good to see new players as well. And we've definitely had some experiences in the past with brand new players that we weren't familiar with doing incredibly well in these events. So there's definitely the potential for people to really come and make a name for themselves here amongst the established names. But they certainly have their money, their work cut out for them for beating some of the pros effectively, like Memfisto and DarkCrow and some of the others too. So we will hopefully get into our first match as soon as possible. Now, let me know. There's some kids screaming outside my window. Nothing to do with me. Just let me know if you can hear them or if they're annoying, and I'll either yell at them or close the window. So, as always, we are going to have the current season cards banned. So the new season cards, that's Zip, Zapinator, and Rocket Scrats. And the previous season cards that were banned previously are no longer going to be banned. So that's Rimmergal's Breath and Frostbearer. Do you expect to see any of those cards, FDM, today, Rimmergal's Breath and Frostbearer?
It's hard to say. I think especially Breath is more of a 2v2 card, so I don't necessarily expect that one. Frostbearer, I mean, perhaps once or twice, but not too much. It's a fun card, but
I think the problem with Frostbearer is that you would likely get a lot more value out of a Cursebearer, or a Cursebearer is a safer bet, Defogo, do you think, than a Frostbearer or FDM?
I mean, the thing is, it has a very different goal, right? Like the Frostbearer is there to delay, where the Cursebearer is there to kill.
Exactly. And above all, it really depends on the type of deck you'd be running. And what you have, for example, if you have a Curse Bearer going against a tanky unit, you probably want some smaller units to distract it. But if you have a Frost Bearer, then you probably want a DPS unit like a Succubus or an Assassin, something that kills the big unit while it's frozen. So you would use them in similar situations if you want to deal with the similar targets, but completely the supports would be completely different. So it's about how everyone is gonna face those hurdles.
I think the most likely case where we see a Frostbearer is if it's from APEP perk 3. But I'm not sure how much APEP we will see after the change.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that, actually, because if you're following along with the balance changes recently from you guys at home, APEP, of course, got a big change where the totem now, instead of just making your face, this is the perk 2 shield totem, instead of making your face completely invulnerable whilst the totem's alive, damage is instead soaked by the totem. So that means that the amount of damage that it can protect is far, far less than what we've seen previously. So it'd be interesting to see if people are going to not play APEP. How do you feel about that change, Defogo? Do you think that's a big nerf? Do you think that's something that's going to be felt more in 1v1 than 2v2? What do you think?
I think it's definitely a huge nerf. Probably, for sure, I believe it's going to be more felt in 2v2 because the amount of damage you can take in a situation where you would use a totem in 2v2 is higher. Like if you're facing a big push or if you have lots of remnants in your face, while before you would, like the amount of units you need to deal is just double as per se. And also the second reason I think it's a very big nerf, it's because the totem is going to be working a lot more as a wall. So imagine you get a wall in your first perk and then a totem on your second perk. All the bridge grab you'd probably want as an APEP if you're lacking it, you're not going to have it. I think a very good way to handle this change would be if the totem redirects all damage, but that damage is converted at a ratio. Like the Master Tower just took 100 damage, and then that 100 damage goes to the totem, but the totem takes 50 damage, you know? Because right now, I've seen the totems disappear in less than 1 second in some matches. It's huge, so you need to be much more careful for sure.
The main problem with that is that you run into the problem of to get the same value from the totem, right? It needs to have half the HP, which is a little bit. Otherwise, it might become too good again. So it's something that we will keep an eye out. But it's right now, I think APEP is at least in a healthier spot, and the main difference with the wall is that it protects against spells.
True.
Personally, I just hope that people will be easier at looser at just throwing the totem out rather than keeping it in the hand for that big push.
Yeah, a big change like this, it's always difficult to know how impactful it's going to be.
Sure.
Especially with the top players playing against each other, which you don't get to see a lot.
Yeah, and of course you've got the issue where something can go from being too strong to being too weak, and then it may need to be rebalanced. But of course, this is a situation where it's not just a simple nerf. It's, as you would call it, a rebalance where the kind of the mechanics of it are changed. So it's more difficult to kind of see how that's going to affect.
I mean, admittedly, there's definitely is a nerf.
Yeah, for sure.
But the main thing is that I think his perk 1 and perk 3 are, on average, just so powerful that his perk 2 needs to be a little bit weak.
Yeah,
or we need to find a different way of handling his perk 1 and perk 3, which I wouldn't be against. I'm just not sure how.
Yeah,
that's a fair point.
APEP, of course, has always been a very strong master. Not kind of as strong as it used to be back in the day where every tournament was like, who are you going to ban? APEP. Every ban was an APEP ban. Now,
I remember that happening.
That used to be always the case, but now it's APEP is in there when you're deciding what you want to ban. It's one of the potential bans, but it's not always a guaranteed ban. I think that's a lot healthier because, the players actually feel like they have a decision with their ban rather than the ban already being made for them. So that's good to see. And, I see people complaining about APEP. APEP's dead now. I think that's a little bit... I think they're overreacting a little bit.
Yeah, I know people never really like stats, but I mean, right now in Diamond Plus versus Diamond Plus players, he has a 49% win rate, which put him at spot 6 out of all the Masters, which is a fine point,
Yeah.
It's fine. It makes sense, right? When you have something you're used to and then that something gets weaker, it makes sense your first instinct is to complain. Personally, definitely. As a player that really enjoyed Morelia, I was like very sad when she got all those nerfs. And when I played her, I was like, I can still do the same. So it was like, okay, then maybe this nerf was necessary. If I can still play her as good as I was playing before, if I can still win, if I don't feel this change was something that went from I was super winning and now I'm always losing, then maybe it was a necessary balance.
The other thing you have is if, for argument's sake, say APEP's been too strong for a while, then he gets nerfed to potentially be balanced, but because he's been too strong, the nerfed version that makes people feel like he's too weak because they're used to him being too strong. So it's one of those things that definitely needs to be played out, and then you get a feel for whether it's too strong, too weak or not. But just it's different, and I think it's nice because people have to play the totem more differently than they previously used to. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see if people play today. We'll see if it gets banned today.
I hope they do.
A second important thing that we wanted to do with this change, which is something we always keep in mind when we try to change perks, even though we've definitely made mistakes in this in the past, is trying to give us more tools to rebalance, to change things. In this case, the HP of the totem was an extra value we could change, right? To actually change the balance of the perk.
Yeah,
True.
no, that's a good point because you get some additional granularity in the changes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, kind of as you mentioned before, the fact that the totem now has more HP, if you're using the totem just as a wall out on the field to protect your units, in that scenario, it's better than it used to be.
More value.
It's going to last longer. It's going to have more HP. So of course, you know, the change has some negatives, some positives. So we'll see how people play those. And of course,
some aspects are still the same, right? For example, Fandral through damage still bypasses the totem, so you always want to use it as a wall.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
and of course, the other master that's kind of been changed, well, not really changed, but buffed, is the Volko with the Berserker Rage from perk 3. No longer causing the units to take self-damage. Now, Volko's definitely been a master in solos that we haven't seen much of on ladder and in tournaments. So we'll see if this brings him back into it. We've definitely seen Memfisto, reigning champion, seen him playing some Volko on the ladder. So we'll see. What do you think? Do you think we're going to see some Volko today, FDM? Are the stats suggesting that Volko's getting into a better position?
No. I don't expect to see Volko.
I would love to see Volko, but yes, right now I do feel his viability is much higher in 2v2 than in 1v1.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
of course
like
that's, I was going to
he
say
can use a buff
yeah.
in general, but in 1v1 it's...
This is the trouble you have with keeping something balanced between the different game modes, is that we had before where Volko was kind of okay in solos, but in duos far too strong. So then it got the change to the bridge burn, only burning one bridge, but then that kind of impacted the solos too much.
And in general, we'd rather have it good/okay in one and bad in the other than completely overpowered in one and good in the other.
Yeah.
Like the main goal is not have anything be overpowered, rather than have everything balanced everywhere. The same with cards.
Although, if I must say, I think the Berserker's Rage change is not just that. It's like, I would say it's a good buff to Volko, but I think it's a huge nerf to Rabbit Prowler. That guy right now is huge damage for what you get him.
How is that a nerf?
You mean a nerf or you mean a buff?
Did I say nerf?
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies. No,
Yeah.
I mean a buff. I mean
yeah.
it's a good buff to
Holy shit.
Volko. I think it's a huge buff to Rabbit Prowler.
Definitely,
Sorry there.
We've also been seeing it on the ladder a bit more, which I personally like because it was just non-existing card.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so that's although the change is primarily for Volko, it's anything with Berserker Rage. So the activated Rabid Prowler, and that thing's a beast. That's a really fun card, and that's a card that I know Prowlers. I suck at dealing with Prowlers. Looks like they've started. We're not ready at all, but they've gone straight in. So
I was not prepared.
I was not prepared either. I'm going to switch here. FDM, you're going to join me on this one. We're not quite ready, but we're going to dive in. And we've got Set, one of the previous champions, playing
Oh, you
Diona.
have to be kidding me.
And we've got
Okay,
Zen.
I'm having a slight issue.
No problem.
Because normally I connect with the cheat and I can't use that because the chat is broken.
Okay, so we got APEP from Zen. We were talking a lot about APEP. We'll see how APEP starts here. Now we've got an Avea deck from Set. We'll have the dual decks set up. Unfortunately, I don't have this set up because they started before I could enable it. Now, Avea is a card that we're seeing a lot of. Is anyone currently able to spectate this? I can get you in here, or if not, it's no
I am
problem.
spectating the match.
Okay, we'll get DfogoX in on this one then.
Alright.
Okay, so Avea is definitely a card that we see a lot of on ladder. Very strong.
In all modes right now. I also remember that before Avea wasn't even viable in 2v2, just because there was too much going on and you didn't have time to get her on. And right now you see her a lot even in 2s. It's really very interesting. In this match particularly, even though Seth's running Avea, which means you'd expect him to be behind, we can see how he's already destroying and making huge pressure on his opponent's side.
That Avea lasted for ages, and I think she's kind of too strong at the moment. You saw there, this is unactivated early match Avea, and look how much pressure and damage that did.
And I believe he got 2 stacks with it. Oh wow, that Caliph was really smart because it managed to stop Avea from getting any procs. Also, like, the shield procced, but all the other units took the damage at the same time, so they didn't receive the shield. Okay, yeah. That's very important. Right now, blocking those procs of the quest is huge.
That's what you'll see the top players do, is they delay that Avea. I still feel like Avea, it's too easy to get that quest activated. The HP she has, she stays alive for a decent amount of time. But how much pressure? This is set fully ahead on XP and HP. There's very little chance.
He might be before he gets Avea procced, honestly.
It could be,
if he wins right now on this push, like, he has we can all see that very good spell he has there, right? So, and the trap on, yeah, there we go. The trap on face. Apep has totem, but he's not using it. He's gonna die.
Yeah.
He's at 50 health. Okay, so he needs to use the totem for the spell. But I bet Seth's not even gonna use the spell, you know, like, oh, okay, or maybe Seth was waiting for this.
So here we'll see the totem taking the damage. Once the totem goes down, it's just going to beam his face.
Ooh, yeah.
And there we go. Okay, right.
Huge.
Sorry we weren't quite ready for that. The players started before they were given the go-ahead, but, you know, as it is, we do what we do. Okay, so Set taking that quite comfortably, and that's a deck that we see quite a lot of, where it's a very cheap Avea deck. You got lots of cheap cards to accompany Avea to get the shields. And, of course, you've got the cheap cycle to get Avea out as quickly as possible. And then you've got the Beam of Doom, which is ready to deal with any big, heavy pushes. Of course, can do face damage there. Sometimes in those decks, the Beam of Doom just sits in your hand the whole game and you never use it. But it's there if you need it. And
I mean, that's still fine, right? When you have a cycle so fast, you just playing with one less card in your hand is barely a drawback.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a card that's gonna boost all of that. Like when you play Avea after her quest, you're basically playing Avea and Legionnaires. So you're playing 2 cards for 1, 6 mana, you still get a huge value. It's very powerful.
Because those cheap decks can be susceptible to big, heavy, early aggro pushes. But that's why you've got the beam there to help you out in that situation if things are going to get a little bit dicey. And that's definitely something we've seen from, I know Dragon plays the beam a lot, multi-time champion here, and we've seen him run the beam. And again, we've seen him just hold the beam. It's not necessary. That's just like, as always, it's about using your cards and your spells and everything efficiently. You know, and if there's not a good opportunity to use the beam, then don't use it. And if you need it to close out the game or anything like that, it's ready to go. Okay, so yeah, the start of these events is always a little hectic because, especially with where we have people that are not fully familiar with the way the tournaments run, and they tend to run to their own schedule. But let's just check here if we can get. Okay, looks like we may be able to get the dual decks set up. What's this player's name? Okay, there we go.
Another aspect I do think we need to consider in the match we just watched, though, is that I feel this was a very bad scenario to evaluate Avea as per se, because Seth was just putting a huge pressure overall with the early advantage Diona had with her traps, while I believe the free card that Zen got wasn't as impactful as he needed it to be. And when you're competing in bridges and trying to get ahead, and your opponent just reads that and goes, okay, well, you don't have tools to stop me, pressure. And he could do that. Seth had a Whirly, Seth had an Avea, and those two were more than enough. Just some medium bulky units, well, I guess Avea is no longer medium bulky, just good bulky units going straight to your opponent tower, and if you don't have tools, he stopped. His only tool was Caliph that could actually sustain those tanks. Huge.
We saw how bad Apep's attack is. You know, we had that Avea on face just shredding for ages, and Zen was waiting for Apep to kill but it just took forever. Of course, APEP not having the strongest attack, but of course, does get buffed by the heavier cards though. Okay, right. We are going into game number 2. I think we have the decks for both players available now.
So Seth's playing the same deck. It appears to, at least. But
So the good news, if you've been playing Minion Masters this last patch, almost all the arenas have been graphically overhauled, except the one we're looking at right now. Thanks, Seth. Okay, and then we see the beam, perfect for shutting down the spawner. Now, Zen has spent a lot of mana on those spawners and got nothing out of them. This is a problem already. And again, we see Stormbringer going to struggle to deal with this defensively.
This is reminding me of like year and a half Stormbringer, where you would do Stormbringer buildings and then Cold Worms everything, which really looks like it's what we are seeing, but
yeah, a lot of buildings.
Makes no sense. Like Cold Farms no longer works on multiple buildings. Buildings are not above marksmanship. This deck has been nerfed in a lot of ways, so.
Yep. Yeah. So here we see the Reconator coming out, but it's going to be popped by the Boomer. Now the Boomer is a card I've used a lot recently. I'm really liking that, especially with the Voidborn Wound. We can get it for 1 cheaper. But again, we see Set dominated in the early stages, perk 2, and done a lot of face damage. He's got a sizable push coming here. Lots of HP. We've got the Reconator on face. Statue's going to get caught up in the bear trap for a little bit. But again, Set knows you've got to shut down those spawners. That's the power of this deck, the Stormbringer deck. It's the spawners, the Crossbow Guild, the Swarmer Totem, and having them up for a while, keeping the units pumping out, and getting a lot of pressure and value. But with the beam and the Crossbow Trap, Set's able to put pressure on those, shut them down. But there we get the Sacrifice coming out.
Some interesting things we're seeing though. That, first of all, that's scary.
The Jolo, of course, is going to shut down that Cleaver for a while. Jolo starts with his 100% dodge.
Miracles. Oh, there we go. That was something. Not super huge, but still something. Also, I find it interesting the taunt that Seth previously did on the statue, because if the statue remained where it was gonna die to the Reconator's explosion. So Seth taunted the statue away from the Reconator explosion. I'm curious as to why he did that.
But look at that trap, absolutely shutting down that totem immediately. Those traps are powerful.
And I believe if it is fully proc right now.
Yeah, so this is... Set's looking comfortable at the moment. It was a very dodgy start for Zen. Zen's got back into it, but hasn't got value out of any of those spawner buildings. Avea's going to be activated on the next cycle.
So no Glen. Yeah.
So we're going to see the extra Legionnaires come out, and that's just going to be a power spike. Probably too much for Zen to deal with.
I would say so. I mean, when you are aware you're facing a Diona and your opponent has tools to deal with your buildings with their traps, you need to save mana to play on the traps. Like, and yeah, Zen just lost too much value there, and we are seeing the drawbacks of losing all that value.
So Set comfortable in that game, 2-0. Set, of course, previous champion. I don't know, were you able to catch any of that FDM? Did you manage to figure out your issues?
Yeah. I'm playing through a different version of the game now.
Okay.
Watching, I mean.
So yeah, the in-game chat, the server for that's currently offline, which causes a couple of issues, specifically for FDM, not really for us. But that's okay. That's okay for us.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, the interesting in that thing in that match is that it wasn't necessarily Avea that gave the win. It would have ensured the win, but the game was over regardless of her.
In fact, we never even saw the Legionnaires came from her. In both games, Avea managed to get the proc, but the game ended before she was played with the Legionnaires.
And Seth also had such a giant XP advantage that game was just over in multiple ways.
Yeah, so those games, that Stormbringer deck with all the spawner buildings, those games kind of go two ways. Either your opponent doesn't have a way to put pressure and shut down the spawners, and they get huge value on both lanes, and it's really frustrating to push into. Or, as we saw in this situation, your opponent does have the pressure to put on with the spells and with the traps, and you're just you just can't cope with that situation there. You're spending all of this mana, especially when you, for example, with the crossbow guild, all of the mana you spent on that set with the crossbow trap for 1 mana effectively shuts the whole thing down. Such a huge mana positive trade for him there. And then we saw it even with the Beam of Doom. You're losing, you're spending more mana on the beam than they spent on their unit, but it's on their spawner, but it's 100% worth it just to shut that down. Because those buildings, whilst they may cost 6 mana, they're going to pump out way more than that amount of mana.
Yeah, and he got face damage with it a couple times, which is nice.
Yeah, every little extra thing there, it's beautiful. Okay.
I do think that, sorry, just one aspect I think is important. It's because the deck that YkZen was playing, you have stats, you have Reckinator, and you have spawners. It's a type of deck where it feels like, okay, they are pushing in, I'll counter push with the stats to tank and then a Magma Cannon or a Reckinator, and then behind that, I play a spawner to support that push.
Yeah.
But YkZen was doing it, I don't know, like in a parallel way. First, I'll play all my spawners. Now all my spawners die. Now I'll play all my front lines without any support. Now all my front lines die.
I mean,
now back to the spawners. Now back to front. I was like, what are you doing? You know, the synergy
it makes
the
a little
deck
bit of
has,
sense, honestly.
Yeah, the synergy of the deck. He was not making use of it.
No. What I mean is that if you first play the spawners, you can build up a little bit, and then when the opponent tries to counter it, you play your big unit. That can work just fine. The problem is that the buildings just got countered, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but exactly. Like you need that support. Like you want to pair up the big unit with the spawner behind, but that never happened. Not even once. Yes, Seth was doing a very good.
The buildings just got countered so well.
But he had swarmers for it. That's why I'm like, he had the tools to stop it, right? He had the tools, but he wasn't. It felt like he was never using the tools in the most adequate way possible. Just like, okay, I'm gonna play the building. I know, like makes sense, right? If I play spawner right now, he has crossbow trap. He's gonna play crossbow trap, so I need to save 2 mana for the swarmers that I'm gonna play on that crossbow trap. Didn't happen. Or the wall. Didn't happen. Okay, I have the spawner in now. I'm getting value. Let's start the push. Big unit in front. Let's go. Pressure there. He's handling pressure top. Repeat process on bottom. Handling bottom. But, you know, just he had the tools. I felt just the deck. I think it can be very powerful when the adequate requirements meet.
Okay, we're going to dive into a game here. This is going to be reigning champion Memfisto. This is still a first round match against lauvikART. Let me know if you guys are able to see this. We'll get you in here.
I'm heading into it at the moment.
Okay, we'll get FDM
also,
with
just
this
to
one.
answer the chat question of why I'm not wearing the hat, because I'm inside.
True. You're not insane.
Yes. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but...
Okay. Right, so what do we have? Memfisto playing Stormbringer, and we've got lauvikART playing Wrecked. Yeah, so going quickly back to your point earlier about the Stormbringer deck, the power of that deck is the combination of the tank with the spawner behind it. The tank on its own or the spawner on its own really has way less impact, and that was the problem. The tanks were never supported, the spawners were never tanked properly, so that was where they just weren't able to get the value. Okay, so this is a Wrecked Brothers deck. It's quite a heavy deck. We've got the Brothers, we've got Harbinger.
Please tell me that fire was like after the Brothers, not before.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, Flame and Picard I've seen a little bit recently. Very strong against these heavy decks.
In general, it was Void Brothers, I think. And that one is even stronger. Like, it just massacres tanks. It's insane.
Strong XP lead early on for Memfisto.
He doesn't have the best ways to deal with the Harbinger right now. He can do Strategy, of course. or he just needs to let it push. But right now it's not really gonna push. Oh, well, if they don't tank, then okay, sure. Stormbringer will deal with it.
Stormbringer getting some hits.
I expected the Harbinger to be defended.
Yeah, the Harbinger, if you do defend it, we've seen Dragon play some really strong Harbinger decks in the past with Valorian, and just keeping the aggro off the Harbinger can just make it a nightmare, but Memfisto comfortable here.
It, otherwise it dies really easy. I mean, that's just gonna get assassinated. Oh! The shield exploding at just the right time. That was brilliant. Did I lose something?
I lost the second player. Back now.
Okay, I was really confused because suddenly I didn't hear you.
No, I'm here. Okay, so again the Harbinger up, but not really any support on it. We see the Pebbles. Pebbles probably in a healthier spot now with the duration reduced. Still strong if used appropriately.
Yeah, and I mean personally I would still like to reduce their range a little bit, but we'll see if it's required. But yeah, this match is just over. The Harbingers were just useless. Well, useless might be harsh, but not worth it.
Yeah, the Harbinger is one of those units that you need to keep alive for quite a long time to get some good value out of it, and that wasn't the case in that scenario.
Oh no.
Okay, so Memfisto, reigning champion from the previous event, takes the first game as the first match there, 2 games to 0. Yeah, second game, first match. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so all these matches are going to be best of 3 whilst we're in the Swiss format part of the event, where the players are playing each other and earning points, and then we're going to have the best of 5 conquest rules, can't play a master once you've won with it, in the top 8. So just to remind you, this is GGtoor's Team Mana Frenzy and Betadwarf's number 15, I think it is. Yeah, number 15, Knight's Duel number 15. So what will happen is we've seen a couple of games. These have both been first round games. Once all of the first round games have been completed, then those results will be put into the system, and then the second round will be created based on those results. So the idea is players with a similar win record in the events will play against each other. So we'll see how that goes. The bracket, as we'll always have available for you to check out. We'll keep an eye on that, see if we see anything unexpected as we're going through. We've seen Set and Memfisto so far, players we would expect to do well, already doing well. So we've got Set, Nataraja has also had a victory, Nerzl's had a victory, Tjaenig's had a victory, DarkCrow's had a victory. Those games kind of going as we would expect. We've also got some newer players, so who we don't really know which way those are expected to go, but we'll see. And these events...
we definitely expected what happened.
Yes, exactly. And these events with the Swiss format are really good for newer players because not only will they get a lot more game time, they'll also be able to play against people of a similar tournament experience. So hopefully they won't, if they're new, if they're at a lower level than some of the experienced players, they won't just get against these top players time and time again. So it's great to see new people here. So thanks so much for joining us. We'll figure out what's going on behind the scenes. Sinobii, of course, behind the scenes, doing a great job as always, keeping everything ticking along smoothly. So once these have been reported, we'll see exactly what we're going to have in the second round. So we're going to have 5 Swiss rounds, and then after that we'll have our top 8 decided. So we spoke about the banned cards. No Rimmergal's Breath or Frostbearer yet. We'll keep our eyes out to see if we see that.
And no Wizard Puffs.
Oh yes, that's right. Wizard Puff is currently banned from this event due to a bug with it. And just to keep things as fair as possible, we decided to remove that. Do you think Wizard Puff's a card that we would have seen? It's not really. It's a
Yeah.
good card, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's a top tier card that we see a lot in tournaments.
No, especially not with Mordor not being at its strongest at the moment.
Could be
With
like
less
in
the main
a.
use of Wizard Puff at the moment.
You need a quirky deck like centered around him. He's not the type of support unit you would play, as you always need to play him at the base because he's a puff. So, and yeah, as FDM was saying, I think Wizard Puff Mordor was really one of the strongest times we've seen Wizard Puff. Not something you would see right now.
Wizard Puff's always a double-edged sword in Mordor because you've got the potential to be rezzing the puffs that you get. So that's always interesting to
That
see.
is true.
But yeah, it's not a card. It's not sort of a meta card that we'll see in a lot of decks. Okay, so we're just waiting for Miguel and Fatal to finish up in their round 1 match, and then
which I believe just ended.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out.
Going a bit back on the match we just watched though of Memfisto, I really find it very interesting how he was playing the Crystal Archer and Crystal Arcanist on a not fully Crystal deck. I think there's a really how would you call it? That preconception where if you are playing Crystal, you are playing full Crystal. You know, like you're just going all Crystal with Guardian and the Construct and whatever. And it's not. Most of these Crystal cards you can get a lot of value out of them in a very regular deck, as Memfisto just showed us. The power of Mana Surge is there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, the Arcanist is a great cheap AoE unit. Of course, very, very fragile, but very strong as well in situations. Right, so looks like we've had.
I think especially also in 1v1 the crystal decks are just a bit weaker.
True. You probably have less tools to support it in 1v1 as opposed to v2 where you can just leave all the support to your teammate as per se.
Yeah.
Okay, so all the round 1 matches have been completed. So round 2 is up. We've got Set against Memfisto, Nerzl against Tjaenig. Those are the standout matches. We'll await to see which ones of those we're going to dive in on and see. Set against Memfisto, I think either of those players could definitely win the event today. Both very, very strong players. Be interesting to see how they play against. And we always have that early stage where the players are not necessarily wanting to reveal too many of their decks. And we definitely see situations where some of the players will just, if they've got one deck that they're happy with at this stage, they'll just play that deck over and over again. And we'll see. I think in the previous tournament, I think we had Memfisto playing Diona, Reconator, scrap-based deck with the Zeppelins.
Yeah,
and
with the Zeppelins.
He played that over and over again and was just able to get through. And that's great because you're holding the other decks up your sleeve.
I mean, that was some nasty shit. That was destroyed people left and right.
Yeah. But that's
I'm actually wondering if we're going to see it again, because that deck should have gotten stronger, right?
With the piloted.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Okay, so we're going to go into Nerzl against Tjaenig for our round 2. Nerzl...
Maybe that is one of the decks we are seeing secret from Memfisto. Sorry, yes, let's go to round 2.
Yeah, potentially. Just checking my stats here. I think Nerzl... Yeah, Nerzl's a previous runner-up, so he's got all the way to the final in previous events, so he's a very, very strong player. Definitely a very strong player on the ladder as well. And of course now wildcards are not in solos, they haven't been in for some time. That means that the players are able to practice their tournament decks far, far more efficiently on ladder than they previously could. So that's healthy. So we will get set up for that, and of course we'll look out for the ban information. The players get to ban a master and 2 cards that their opponent cannot use. And of course,
I was actually surprised that Avea got through earlier. Because if you want to ban Avea, you either need to ban Avea or Diona. Because it's the Avea Diona decks that are the strongest, easily.
Yeah.
Of the Avea decks, I mean.
Well, I mean, YkZen banned Lightning Bolt and Rammer, so...
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna ban Lightning Bolt, I'm already like, what's happening?
Yeah, choosing what to ban, knowing that, having that knowledge is really something that the players learn as they get involved in the tournaments. And you can see that the bans are very different between new players and experienced players. And as we always discuss the bans, you're talking about, are you going to ban meta stuff? Are you going to ban stuff that you're familiar with your opponent playing? Are you going to ban stuff that's specifically strong against the decks that you want to play? So there's a lot of information, a lot of decisions to be made there. And it is a strong power, but it's not an easy power to wield.
Or no. And I can understand the thought of you have your big tanks and your buildings, so you want to counter the block the counters. But I feel like there are better ways to deal with those two particular issues.
Yeah. And oftentimes it's important. There's some things that you can ban where your opponent can just play around it. There's something very similar they can play, whereas there's other times that you can ban something very specific that is going to remove an entire strategy.
I also feel like in your bans you need to take into account the likelihood of your opponent playing it in the first place, because what's the chance of your opponent playing Lightning Bolt at the moment?
Yeah.
0.
That's
the chance
thing.
of them playing Lightning Bolt is the chance of you getting hit with Lightning Bolt, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't take that into account, you will waste your ban. Because sure, the Lightning Bolt might be good against your deck, but because it's not good against the meta, most people will not put it in the deck.
Exactly.
I tried to message Nerzl and say, "Are you online?" because I don't see him, but I got distracted.
Yeah, he's not online.
I got distracted and typed, "Are you Nerzl?" and he replied, "Are you Fish?"
I mean, I think he's online, just not in game, probably restarting or something.
Okay.
He's really slow at restarting.
Yes. Well, we could also just keep talking about what other cards we think are likely to see ban. I mean, going through the ban section right now, we see some people banning Grenadier, which I think is really interesting.
definitely.
Yeah, I remember everyone playing Grenadier, then it was nerfed, and then next tournament, what does everyone do? Still ban Grenadier.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We banned it because we nerfed it because we knew it would still be good after the nerf.
I mean, there's Go on.
There are other cards like that, and we do realize that we should nerf Swarm as well, and we have done that at points. But there's also just the point of sometimes a card, regardless of the meta, is just going to be too good, and Grenadier was one of those.
Especially when there's not really anything else that does the same job as it for the same sort of mana cost.
Yeah.
So even if it's weaker, it's still the best option.
But right now, if you ban Grenadier and Worthy, you do signal to your opponent, I'm gonna play Swarm. So your opponent is probably gonna put the Blast Monster in.
And then you have Arcane Bolt ready for the Last Monster. Plot twist.
Yeah,
Something
but I
like
mean, that's definitely a possibility. So have more than one Swarm counter if your opponent bans Grenadier and Worthy. That's also a big thing of experienced players, that they will probably take into account what the opponent bans to figure out what they might be playing.
Do you think players even go a step further and they ban stuff to make it look like they're going to play something, but they don't play it?
I was just thinking that, mind games in the bans.
I mean, some players perhaps.
They ban all the anti-swarms, so their opponent thinks they're going to play Swarm, but they don't.
And then they play Mordor.
Yeah.
2 rounds later, we're going to see this exact scenario happen. Because Memfisto is in the chat. Memfisto, I'm expecting Grenadier and Worthy ban, and then play Mordor.
Mephisto's writing this down. He's like, right, Grenadier and Whirly Scrap. Yeah, okay. What master am I banning?
Oh, that's a good one. Redbow.
Redbow.
What?
No, you will be Ratbo, right? No, you'll pretend to be Ratbo.
What master is good against Swarm, and that's not Mordor?
It would be Volko, but yeah, if we put those two out of equation, you probably just ban Milo.
Diona probably.
Diona or Milo, I would say. Ravager is
No.
good, but
Yeah, but I was thinking about masters that are good against Swarm, and
Ravager is
Middlewin is
awesome.
not good against Swarm. Middlewin is horrible against Swarm because
Million
you know
is horrible against
she
Swarm.
like spreads her damage out.
Diana
So
would
if
be
you
the
really
number
want to
one.
tell your opponent you play,
Diana.
I would say ban Ravager, just for fun.
Yeah, if you're trolling, you troll all the way.
If you ban Ravager, should you be allowed to play Wizard Puff?
Ooh, dun, 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 dun.
Okay, so sorry for the delay. The players are just having a little issue getting in contact with each other. But
I mean, has Nerzl tried launching the game?
not yet. But I don't think they've done their bans or
Like-
anything yet. So I think he's waiting.
I mean,
So-
there's null types. Wait, launching the game was an option?
Wait, what? We're playing in game?
Oh, but we have we're starting to get some bans. Let's hope we get them all before going over it.
So one thing we can talk about whilst we're waiting, of course, is we've got the arenas, the new arenas, the overhaul, the graphics overhaul. We've got the brand new Showdown arena as well from Forced Showdown Betadwarf's previous game. Are you happy
Good game,
with...
buy it on Steam now, play it.
Yes, it is available on Steam. FDM, are you
And
happy
it is
with...
actually fun.
Are you happy with how the arenas are, how they're working out in the game?
Yes and no. Yes and no. There definitely, especially on Xbox, were some loading issues. We've helped some of it. We're not done with that yet. It's not where we want it yet. And there are some performance issues. We're also still working on that. We had something that was planned to go into this patch, but we didn't make it in time. So hopefully that will be working fully in the next patch.
Mm-hmm.
But visually, we are definitely happy about it.
Good. Yeah, I
and
think they look awesome. For sure. I love it. But as always with these changes, you know, some people love it, some people hate it. But it's sorry, I think I cut you off your voice off then. Let me get you back.
Yeah, we had people tell us that they had less lag, that the game was smoother for them with this, and we're just sitting like, okay, yeah, we don't even know anymore.
Yeah, some people better performance, some worse, some the same.
Because we definitely expect some people to hate it and some people to love it. Visual changes will never have universal love or hatred. Well, actually,
Yeah.
universal hatred probably, if you do it like GTA trilogy thingy.
Yes, people were not happy with that. Okay, we've got some ban information coming in. Tjaenig banning Milloween, Defensor Chopper, and Ritual of Servitude. And Nerzl banning Stormbringer, Colossus, and Aveya. Now, I don't think before this patch we would ever seen someone banning Ritual of Servitude in a tournament, but of course Ritual has changed, so it's available in a lot more decks now.
I mean, I'm still surprised it got banned, to be honest.
I mean, Lightning Bolt was banned, let's remember that.
Okay, fair enough. I'll just...
No, but it's for sure... it's for sure in a much more stable place, I would say, because right now you can just try to run... If you want to bet on the possibility of getting 1 mana value, you run very cheap cycle Ritual, because why not? Or you just go the 6 mana Ritual and then you have an 8 or 9 mana and you get lots of pressure. Very
my main
interesting.
problem is just that the main use case I feel like is with Milloween. So if you already ban Milloween, it feels a little bit double to also ban Ritual.
It could be Morelia as well, right? Although, as you were saying, Morelia in 1v1 is not the same as Morelia in 2v2.
Yeah, I mean,
it is still very strong.
If my opponent decides to play Morelia, I go like, thanks for the win.
I mean, think about it. 4 mana Ritual, so you pay 4 mana to get. Let's see the best case scenario where you get a 9 mana unit. So you just paid.
First
4
of all, you
mana
play
to
4.5 mana because you spend 1 mana to get 4 mana reduction, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
4.5 mana. But also, I mean, I can see that, but also my Stormbringer says pew pew pew, I got all the value as well.
Okay, we're almost ready to go here. Nerzl against Tjaenig, round 2. Who's going to join me on the casting for this one?
I mean,
Who did the last one?
We do rock, paper, scissors.
Who did the last one? We can't even see each other. How are we going to do rock, paper, scissors?
Fish is going to say who won.
Okay.
And everyone in chat's like watching. Okay, wait, Fish, you swapped it. But yeah, you tell us, Fish.
Well, FDM's on my screen, so let's go with that.
Hello, people.
Okay, so here we see. I love this arena, this dwarf world.
Oh yeah. This was created by one of our art interns a while ago, and it's just mwah.
I love it.
It's so much better than the old Dwarven arena.
Okay, so Nerzl against Tjaenig.
Oh,
Dragon
here we
Ball.
saw the brilliant.
Didn't hit everything that he wanted. Of course, one of the changes with the arenas is now it's all one arena rather than half and half, which some people like, some people don't. But it's just the way it is now.
Yeah, I mean for a screenshot perspective, it just looks way more cohesive.
Yep.
Of course, there are people who are sad that they don't get to see the arena as much, but when they do get to see the arena, they get to see it twice as much.
There you go.
Think about
okay, so we see Tjaenig
I mean,
banning
that
ritual
Asali
and
is just kind of sad.
yeah, Tjaenig banning ritual and using ritual. So liking the power of
Oh,
that.
is he using ritual?
Yeah, that's.
Was that where the Asali came from? No,
Indeed,
that
he
can't
do.
be.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't Asali 9 mana?
Is
Is he using only 6+ cards?
Yeah.
Oh damn!
So the changes to ritual means that you could use it in cheaper decks now, but
I did
also
not expect to see.
in regular case, it's kind of even stronger than it was before, arguably, potentially.
I really did not expect to see an actual ritual deck.
Well, I know Nerzl's been playing a 6-mana ritual deck on the ladder a lot, and it's been very strong.
Yeah, but it's not Nerzl that's playing.
Did I say Memfisto? I'm not sure.
No, you said Nerzl, but it's not
Yeah,
Nerzl that's
Memfisto.
playing the ritual. Ah,
No. Sorry. Okay, so we'll see.
but
So
it's
basically,
also not Memfisto that's playing it.
no, I know. I'm just saying it's a strong deck. That's what I'm saying.
I feel like Memfisto is so good that most decks he plays will be good.
Yeah.
Oh, no Scroteria. Oh, yeah, okay, that's the way to do it. Except that doesn't quite work. Should have
Zealot's a card.
Scroteria on the Stixie.
We see a lot of course.
Nerzl flooding some mana for no reason. A little bit surprising.
Tjaenig taking a lot of face damage from this Berserker Rage Zealot.
Yeah, a Stixie that doesn't kill something is not high DPS.
Nope.
Understatement of the year there.
But Tjaenig is back round to his ritual.
He's not too far behind in XP either. Especially considering it's against the Diona, who is really good at the bridge capping. Oh, that is not... Oh,
Nice trap. But he needs to defend the bottom and the top. He can't take too much damage on his face. Scrotillery comes in, shuts down the spawner.
yeah, that means this is basically over.
So those J-Spark Watchers basically getting nothing done.
I mean, they
No.
killed one Zealot and Scrotillery or something, I don't know. But yeah,
It's
like the
smart
traps
to-
are just gonna kill him if anything.
Yeah, it's smart to play it with Wrecked, because then you get the Shadow Clones, and you can actually have some cheap units to actually get some bridge grabs at some point.
Definitely.
But perk 3 for Nerzl seems to be in control at the moment. Done a great job with the traps. Dragon Ball comes in.
Dragon Ball is, yeah, just not enough.
XP. No XP there.
Like, just use the crossbow trap and the decoy trap, and then you win. Because the
Yeah,
decoy
there it
trap,
is. And of course, the problem is Wrecked is once Wrecked is on the field, no longer at home. Okay,
Yeah.
Nerzl takes this by 1-0.
having those two traps is just so good because the his opponent is playing Ritual Servitude, right? He only has expensive cards, and he didn't seem to have AoE in there. So that decoy trap just buys so much time, even if he had mana to spawn something.
Yeah. And that kind of heavy ritual deck there, DfogoX, is very different to the sort of decks we see for tournament play usually. You just have no real way to react, no real way to keep pressure on the bridges. And you just have to pray that you get some really good luck. But, even the very expensive cards he was getting from the ritual just weren't getting any value at all.
Sadly, I think the concept was very good. Wrecked is a very good master to play in these sort of decks. We've seen it before. And the idea of doing it like this, you go just fully 6 mana cards, and the thing is, if you only pick 6 mana cards, you are probably going to be lacking some tools which you don't have on 6 mana. And he even had Brother of the Burning Fist as 7 mana card. But my point is, if you're putting a 7 mana card, maybe a Bara, maybe something else that can at least help a bit in the weaknesses you're currently having. Let's see what he does now.
Okay, so just update our
Ooh,
score.
we do see
here.
a Volko.
Okay, yeah, Nerzl
That is a
definitely,
surprise.
definitely a player that likes Volko.
Well, let's... Oh, and we see the Zeppelins.
All right,
Of course,
time to see some
really
scraps.
strong against Volko. Zeppelins.
Yeah, that could be a problem. He's got to be very careful. Volko can't hit air, of course. Let's see what else we got. We've got a Chisma Boomstick in there. That can be a very
Is this a
powerful
complete
card.
Scrat deck?
It's looking like it so far, yeah.
Because that YOLO was hasted after
Yep.
already 2 Scrat cards were played. So I'm expecting to see a Reconator later. A Sniper Scrat perhaps. Oh,
Okay, so
Oh!
you see the
Prowler
Prowler.
can't jump there because it's in the middle of the arena.
Yeah, Prowler just having a bad time at the bottom there, getting stuck in the trap as well. Does get some face damage off, but does get shut down pretty quickly. So Nerzl, sorry, so Tjaenig has a
These
number of
Scrats
cards.
actually doing work.
Yeah, a number of cards that benefit from the Scrat Swarm mechanic. You see getting double Zeppelins there. Boom Buggy available as
I
well.
like that Scratillery, to be honest.
Yeah, Volko will just slam all those Scrats. This game's far closer than the previous one. Tjaenig
Oh,
having
yeah,
far more tools, control tools in this game.
Taking a lot of damage here, though. Feels a little bit unnecessary. Chisma, of course, great at just cleaning shit.
Yep, Chisma just closes that out.
But probably gonna get Prowler.
Let's find out. Surprised he's not supporting that at the bottom there. He had plenty of time to play that
to
Jolo
get
earlier.
rid of the YOLO issue. What
Hey,
is top? A weird choice against a netted up.
Yeah, those Nats will shred through the Scrats for sure. It's difficult to deal with a Scrat tank with Nats on it. Something we see a lot of. Nerzl getting a bit of an XP lead at the moment.
Oh, a Boom Bucky. Will probably Zeppelin soon then? But why you play Chisma there? It's already been dealt with.
Heal
I
from
think that a
Ruffles.
lot
That's
of
gonna help.
players. I think a lot of players forget that that the nats disappear the moment that the minion that it's on dies, and therefore kind of overkill against him. YOLO against nats is also not a good idea.
Yeah, Jolo went down very hard. Prowler on face, raged.
A
You need
rage
to be careful with that. It's going to be Berserker
soon
Rage
Berserker
soon.
Rage is gonna show up. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I do agree with you.
Scratillery put pressure on the bridge, but this is frustrating because you...
Yeah,
Oh, no,
it's
okay.
basically over already because this just. Oh, that's a nice play there. Using that to deal with the range. Whoa, those Zeppelins were already low. What happened to them?
Berserker Rage Prowler. Tjaenig needs to deal with it. Jolo's a great way of dealing with it.
I mean,
Jolo's
yeah,
luck
but they
needs to
only need
hold.
one-
Oh, Jolo goes down. Prowler Rage. Boom. Okay, 42
Oh.
HP. Hill coming in.
And
Scratillery. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there
That
was a
was
little bit
sad.
of pressure at the start, but it disappeared quickly in mid game.
I think that play with the propeller horde on the square tank with the nets was really a huge turning point because he had the taunts and he played the taunt right on top of the scrat tank to open it. I think you have been much more fruitful to play the taunt slightly away from the tank, but you would still taunt the nets. You play the horde to kill the nets, and then at that time the tank is released, opens up, and you just fully have it destroyed almost instantaneously by the hordes. So the way he played it, just everything destroyed the taunt so fast that the nets then just killed it.
I definitely agree that the horde should be used to kill the nats and not the tank in that situation, but there were multiple times where he just let Diona defend and just got so much damage from some small units.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was kind of just painful.
There
Yeah,
was one that was very nice though. The way on the one I really liked it. So when he played the Zeppelin bomber on those 4 spear throwers, that was actually, I don't know if calculated luck or whatever, but that play would only work if 2 spear throwers focused on one Zeppelin. You know, like if it was exactly split. Because
Yeah.
if 3 spear
Yeah.
throwers see the same Zeppelin, they would not have worked. And he actually did that. So I was like, wow, that was awesome. Because the Zeppelins leave with a little health, but that's all they need. And I am quite sad he didn't Scratulary the Vulture Prime, the Vulture more times, because
Yeah, I
Vulture,
agree.
aside from the nets, Vulture was actually the only reliable anti-air that Nerzl had.
Well,
So he would
the
do a small
Marines.
push, Zeppelin goes, and then Scratulary ready for Vulture. Vulture comes in, bam, Vulture's dead. What do you do now? Now you need to place Zeppelins on something that might just die to the bombers. That was... Yeah.
He did have Marines.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Still. Okay, no, yeah. I didn't remember the Marines, which makes sense. Marines and Vulture is a good combination because it's ensure
yeah,
Vulture
yeah.
always has the shield.
Okay, so
I do agree that he should have defended the Zeppelins a bit more so that they could actually do work, because against the Foco they can do a lot of work. But that's the problem if you go so heavy into the scratch, you kind of lose the flexible spells.
Exactly, but I think that's a very nice way of having the like faction balance, you know. Like Scrat's gonna deal you a lot. You have DPS with Scrats, you have quirky stuff with Scrats, you have Scrat launcher with Scrats, but then you don't have spells.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want spells, don't go full. I don't think going full for one faction is the right choice. There are some exceptions perhaps with something like an accursed deck, but even in a accursed deck, I would still like some more flexibility in certain areas, like anti-air.
A very good way of having the extension is you have something to compensate it. So like, yes, you have a holy ground, but then if you see you are struggling against hordes, you put a grenadier, some shock rock for utility, or you run like a plasma and vulture prime that we were talking just now. You know, like just I agree. Like I like having extension, but then you have 2 cheap cards that are like your failsafe. You need to keep in mind how that's gonna impact. Although I don't think it's necessarily always a bad thing. For example, with Toll of the Dead, the more you delay Ascension, the more tolls you can get in the field, so the more powerful that huge Toll of the Dead push is gonna be. So you actually having a right now you have a way of by the amount of non-Ascension cards you have in your deck, you have a way of calculating how much you're delaying it, and that can be good. Rarely, I think this is really the only case, because in all other scenarios, you want Nivir earlier, you want Breath earlier, you want more Skeletons earlier, like everything else, you want it earlier. But if you're running something more Toll of the Dead dedicated, being able to push that like 30 seconds, 30 seconds is huge. If in those 30 seconds you get 1 Toll of the Dead extra, it can be very impactful.
Okay, so we're just waiting to see what happens in the other games. We had, of course, Set against Memfisto. Not sure what's going on in that at the moment. Let's find out.
They are 1-1. From what's on the site, Set Memfisto won the first one, then Set won the second one. So now they are doing the third one of the best of 3.
Okay, they're going to go...
That math does add up.
Yep, checked and verified. If it's 1-1, then we'll dive in and check out the final game. Okay. Like they tried game 3, but Set DC'd in game 3. He thinks he was going to definitely win game 3.
But he didn't.
But he didn't. We'll never know. So I assume that's going to be a 2-1 to Memfisto, or... I think they can decide to replay. Let's find out.
The real question is, did Memfisto ban Grenadier and Whirly Scrat?
Unsure. Can you see it in the band channel in the GGtoor Discord?
I probably could. Can I? I mean, there is a thing says band selection.
Okay. So
Is that online already, or no? He's still offline.
I see no reason if they're both happy to replay the game, then they can replay it,
Yeah.
right? There's no reason
Hey,
why
yeah,
they can't.
show us the magic, boys.
At what time did he DC? Like, was it just right in the beginning?
I don't think it was at the start. It was.
I mean, if
Fairly into
if
the
he
game.
thought that he was winning, then I'm assuming it wasn't at the start. No.
I didn't catch that part. Got it. Okay, I'm winning. Bam, DC. You lost now.
I mean, whenever I'm playing against Memfisto, I always go like, I'm winning.
It's the thing. You can very arguably be like, yes, you're winning, but like, I'm Ascension. You're supposed to win in the beginning. I was gonna win after. What do you do now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm winning by the sheer fact that people are playing the game. So hey.
So I think this is on Memfisto. I think, you know, the rules say he can have the victory, but he can decide to replay if he wants.
Does he have like an amount of time to decide?
I mean,
Let's
I
find
think
out.
Seth's still not online, so I would say until Seth comes back.
Okay, the rules say there are no restarts for disconnects in game. So I guess not
so
then.
in theory, Memfisto has just one. Sinobii? Shouldn't it be Memfisto that gets to decide?
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure that he knows that he doesn't have to replay it, that the rules are there. Okay. Do they have to stick to the same decks? Quite easy just to
That's
take the
an
victory. We just need to be careful this doesn't take too long, because of course any delays in one match delays all the matches.
The only match to finish in round 2. Oh, it is.
Yeah, if it's the only match, then however sad it is, perhaps it would be better if it's just stands.
That is now online, so I would say he's now online. That's what I was. Not yet in game, but at least on my own Steam.
In the meantime, Fishy is very busy trying to figure this all out.
Yes, trying to be as fair as possible. The rules do state that there's no replays for disconnects, but if both players agree, then they could do it. But then what?
Watch the game.
But then what do we do about the decks? Do they have to be the same decks?
I mean, I would definitely say they should be the same decks. Personally.
Yes, at least for Seth. Like if Memfisto has the power to allow it, and he chooses to do so, he does deserve to have the advantage of being able to, choose a different deck.
I mean, I would say have the same decks, because otherwise you can use I mean, you can't use the disconnect to have a chance at swapping decks, but like play with the same decks, and that's the closest we can get to a reproduction of the same game.
Yeah. Everything lies on one man's hand. And we are not aware what he has in his hands, so we are just blindfolded here. Let's go! Mystery awaits us, everyone. Join us on this journey of what's gonna happen next.
Set just sent me a screenshot that his game won't open, so it might be irrelevant.
All right. In the meanwhile, looking a bit more once again to the bans, I'm definitely not using this as a great way to do nothing. I see a lot of defensive chopper banned, which I think is interesting. Like more defensive choppers than Whirly. You know, before we were talking about the Grenadier and Whirly, but people are banning a lot of defensive chopper.
Might have something to do with Avea. The people have seen Defensor as a better card because of as a better counter against Avea, but could also just be that people are banning the wrong card. Honestly, I think Whirly is better.
Well, some people ban Defensor and Whirly.
Okay, some people need to calm down.
But for sure, I think the fact that Defensor stun kind of activates before the damage, I think it's really a good way of shutting down event all other interactions. For example, the same happens, I believe, with Musketeer. Musketeer doesn't repulse because he gets stunned before. YOLO dies because he gets stunned before. That's why I think it's also interesting that people ban the Defensive Chopper. Nice, now I'm countering Avea. What am I gonna ban my next card? I'm gonna ban Avea.
Big brain.
Some people banning Colossus.
Okay, people, at least we have apparently decided that there are 2 minutes left until we would just say that we go to the next round and Memfisto has won the disconnected game.
Yeah.
Yep.
As mentioned before, we have to...
We can't be sitting here forever.
Yeah, any delay in any game delays all the other games, so we need to be careful. So we'll get to the bottom of this ASAP. The players have been given a deadline. The timer
there are
is
like
ticking.
18 people waiting on this or something. 18 players or 16.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, we can appreciate.
I'm seeing 2 disqualifications. Is that people that didn't check in properly or that used the wrong deck, or do we know anything about that?
Unsure. There's definitely some issues that new players have with not knowing exactly what to do or where to go or when to be there.
I've definitely made the mistake of using a Bandmaster when I played in a tournament before.
Yeah, we've seen.
I believe.
Very easy to do.
We've seen players make those mistakes. They playing? Wait, where?
Yep.
Are they in? Okay.
They are playing against each other right now. They just started.
It's APAP versus King Puff. Memfisto is APAP.
That's King
They
Puff.
both have a Battle Shihu, also a very popular card at the moment.
They both have Jolo.
Looks like they're using different decks.
They want to keep the audience excited.
Okay.
King Puff is just so awesome right now. I think King Puff is in a really, really good state.
Sorry for the delay, folks, but it looks like
Said let that assassin get to face. There's just 630 damage just from the assassin.
Health is a resource.
Or does Set have a... Yeah, but it's also a resource you could, not spend frivolously. Unless he has a red golem.
Sometimes you can just banter with your health.
This is a scary push.
Scotty doing good DPS, of course, going to sit down at 50% HP, going to taunt. Going to get back up, though. Not enough DPS to shut it down. Okay, and here we do see APEP being used. So we'll see how APEP works out.
Of course, not a perk 2 yet, so far he's the same. And Crossbow Dudes is a good perk 1.
Yep, nice split. Anti-air, range. Everything that you want.
Oh, that's a beam. Yeah.
Okay, beam on the Stixie, because Memfisto knows he's got lots of small units, and Stixie's just going to farm those.
It's not just that, it's also just face damage, right? You basically get a 1 mana, 150 face damage.
Yeah.
And they just put Set on a timer, especially because he also plays Blood Hymns. If he does not have a red golem, he needs to start being careful.
Right, here we see again. He's got the Rage coming out there. The Brothers of the Void, Raged Flame Imp, will be a Raged Assassin next time he plays it, but a small XP lead per set at the moment, and we know King Puff's going to be very strong at perk 3.
Oh yeah. Funnily enough, both playing Propeller Horde at the same time.
Yeah. Memfisto really liking...
Arcanist slightly better at
Prop Horde.
defending against it than a King Puff, but there is another Stixie, and that Stixie is going to be shooting for a while.
Yeah, a lot of face damage coming out on set. We spoke about him having a perk 3
Oh, that
power spike, but he's got to be
fire
alive.
going to face and the beam.
Ooh,
And
is, this
that-
a... is this enough? Is this enough?
I mean, it is, because it's just one cycle away now to the beam.
Yep,
This
Set
match
knows
is
he's
already over.
basically dead here. And that's his punishment for using the snow arena.
Look at the Blood Hymns. Blood Hymns from Simulacrum. That's just beautiful. Do we know it was Set that used the arena and not Memfisto?
I think we saw Set play this arena earlier as well, so I think we can assume it's him.
Ooh, assumptions are evil.
They are. Sometimes we have to be evil.
Oh, nice swap though. I mean, not
Good.
that it matters, but it was a nice swap.
Yeah, this is
Because
frustrating
Memfisto will
for
just
Set.
beam,
Beam on
and
face!
that's the game over.
And Memfisto takes it. Okay.
And just too many times letting something get to face and you lose. That is kind of the game, isn't it?
Yep. And we know he was going to have that big power spike at perk 3, but if you don't get to perk 3, you don't get that power spike.
Very true. Well, an interesting use of Simulacrum though. Like usually when you see it on APEP, you're like, damn it, I just got Simulacrum as first perk. No, he had Simulacrum.
Oh wait, you say damn it when you get it? I go like, oh, that's gonna be fun.
It depends, right? What's your purpose? Imagine you're running something very low cycle, and then you just copied a huge card. Like, nice, it's still 2 mana cheaper, but if you
But
get
I
like
think
an
it's just a
8
fun card.
mana, 9 mana card, it's still gonna be very cheap. It's still gonna be more expensive than you would want to.
Okay,
You're
Set.
too serious in this game, man. It's all about fun.
Winning is fun.
Set frustrated with that. He feels like he was going to win that previous third match before the disconnection, but who knows?
It happens.
It happens. He's
Every hero's story has a step back.
yeah, and of course this is in the losing a
To be
match.
fair, most villains matches also have something like this happening. So
Yeah, this is part of his origin story. But yeah, of course, losing a match in the early stages here isn't terminal. You can still get through to the top 8 without an issue. So
Did
he
you
needs
know
to.
that, so you go.
I was just gonna say he needs to be careful, just not to get too frustrated by that. Just let it happen and move on, not get too triggered by it. Okay, so that should be the final match that we were awaiting in round 3. So again, sorry for the little
Round 2.
delay there. Sorry, round 2, yeah, and that'll take us on to round 3, and then we'll see exactly where we go there. The offshoot of that is Set may get some easier matches going forward now that he's lost a game. So we'll see. 'Cause the players
Always
are
look at the bright side of life.
yeah, the players are paired based on similar experience in the event so far, with regards to win stuff like that. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, Memfisto. One thing we've seen Memfisto use a lot, and I think when he builds a deck, he almost starts with it. Is he's got the tantrum throwers and the propeller scrats, the propeller horde. Sorry. So he's got the rage activator for the propeller horde. We see a lot of value coming out of those. Right. So we just wait for this match to be locked into the site, and then we'll know the next round. Put the brackets in the chat for everyone to see. Just a reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay, so if we don't reply to you immediately in chat, that's why. We're not being rude. Never. So, GGtoor's Knights Duel number 15. Thanks to everyone joining us.
What's the reason for it being Knight's Duel, by the way?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure who came up with that name. Maybe Sinobii can answer that. Someone says, show me the money in the chat, says, if somebody uses the Winter Arena, is that considered griefing?
Someone's gonna get banned.
I think the answer to that is obviously yes.
I think another person is gonna get banned.
Yikes. But yeah, I think we've all experienced the Winter Arena where you're trying to play stuff. You can't quite see exactly what you're trying to see. There's indicators and things that are difficult to see. Picking up those souls.
Fishy. You just
Yes.
need to understand, we're trying to be inclusive for people with bad eyesight.
Okay, sorry. This is what it's like.
This is
for the
it's
visually impaired.
2022, man. Inbred? What?
I don't know what it's impaired.
For visually inbred.
I didn't say inbred, but I also didn't say impaired.
I heard inbred though. Just saying. Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
do
let's
you mean,
move on.
Now the question is, do you mean something inbred or people that are inbred?
Yeah, I'm talking about like within a loaf of bread, of course.
Okay, then it's completely
Clearly.
understandable.
Makes
You
perfect
do not
sense.
have a lot of sight in there.
Yes. They call it bread blindness. Right, so we're going to have Nataraja against Koi. I think maybe something's going on with the brackets because I can't see the brackets anymore. We're back to round 2, but I don't know if that's me.
I can't see them at round 3.
I can see
It's
them as
Nerzl
well.
versus Miguel, DarkCrow versus Memfisto, Zen versus Sabasu, Nagashi versus Kakukunu. I so can't pronounce some of these names. Puppet Master versus Blitz, Reaper versus Set, Koi versus Nataraja, Tjaenig versus Super Saiyan Ganjutsu, and Fatal versus Momslayer.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have Nataraja against Koi. So let's see if we can get that set up.
Nice.
Nataraja, of course, very experienced player. Koi, not so much so we'll see how that works out. We'll see when we've got the ban information in, and then we'll be able to dive straight into the match.
They are both very good players, even though Koi is a newer player. He's definitely very propitious. I'm quite looking forward to what he can do. We're gonna have a baddie versus baddie matchup.
Ah, okay, he's a bridge baddie, nice. Yeah, so you've got a thing where you have players that are very experienced in the game, but not necessarily experienced in the tournament, and that's a very different kettle of
True.
fish when it comes to the experience.
Kettle of fish? What?
Kettle of fish, loaf of bread. I think
Kettle of
someone
fish,
skips
that's-
breakfast.
Are these things?
Kettle
Are these
of
things
fish.
people say?
Did I just make that up? No, I'm sure that's a thing. Kettle of fish.
A kettle of fish?
Yeah, it's definitely a thing.
That's really a thing?
Yeah.
That's a weird saying.
Yeah. I don't know. It's
It is a thing. It is a thing.
yeah. Google it. It's a thing. It's out
A
now.
bad
I'm willing to
state of
believe it's a thing, I
affairs,
just
something
never heard
to
of it.
be considered or dealt with.
It just like it sounds insane now. I'm thinking about it. It just came out. Okay. Moving swiftly along. So this is going to be the first
Swimming swiftly along.
swimming swiftly along.
I don't think Fishy actually speaks English. He just uses all things related to fish to make it seem like he speaks English.
What?
And then you can say it's just part of the character, right? It's just everything
Yeah, yeah.
related to fish.
Exactly. Still waiting for the fish faction for Minion Masters. Sure, that's going to happen.
Yeah, no. Yeah, because they'll just be flopping like a magic card on the arena.
Yes.
I mean, now that
Yeah, but it's going to be like an Ascension thing. Like it starts as a Magikarp, but then it ends up as a Gyarados. I know all
That's
about
called
Pokemon
Evolution,
for sure.
not Ascension.
Evolution, yeah, it's like it's similar, but I don't know if you can
Similar.
use Evolution. I think it might be trademarked.
I mean, it's a general term.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you know, these companies manage to
Okay,
trademark
sure.
insane stuff.
To be fair, we are a game on the internet, so well, not sort of the internet. So we'll just call it Digivolve.
Or Minion Lucian. Mini Lucian. Yeah. Rolls off the tongue.
You should be something else, because this is not working.
Right, Nataraja's banned Milloween, Defenso Chopper and Grenadier. Koi's banned Jinlong, Ritual, and Milloween.
So no
Damn.
Milloween.
Defense and Grenadier. You better play worthy then.
But then we have Jinglong, which is a really good. I just love Jinglong, especially with the hip hop combo.
It feels weird to ban Jinglong and then ban Ritual as well, and ban Ritual. It's like, yeah, sure, ban everything and the master that it's played with.
Jinglong, I think, is really good with the Setsu as well. For example, Setsu will be more aggressive,
fair.
and then Jinglong is a great one. Ritual, sorry. I also lost there. We are gonna see, you know? Koi is now gonna bring his deck, then are gonna make his thing.
It's gonna be an AVAP ritual that just completely destroys everyone. With Blind Date, Walking Blind Date, Ritual, Future Past, Future Present.
And Jingle Jumbo?
Cheese Date. Are there more random cards?
Yes, Jungle Jumble. You know, you don't know what you're gonna get. And then Jolo, you know? Jolo is also random.
Raging Reinforcements.
Why do
Raging?
people...
No, I mean, Raging Reinforcement is not random. Those cards aren't considered them random anymore.
But please
they have one random
element. I don't understand this. Why am I seeing so much Jungle Jumbo in 2v2? I do not understand it. Every time I get a teammate or an opponent that plays Jungle Jumbo, I go like, what?
Oh, wait, you're saying random 2v2, sorry.
Yeah.
In 2v2 it makes sense. Oh, I'll give you a very good example. When you were able to triple wildcard Jungle Jumble, and our conquest cards were terrible, I would play 9 conquest cards, then triple Jungle Jumble, and then Volko. That would make so that after I play all Jungle Jumbles, most of my deck would not be conquest, so I would actually have some, you know, playable cards.
Big brain.
I'm not kidding. This is an actual thing, and you would do this, and it would work.
I'm just saying that if you would meet me, you would lose with that. Because that just sounds horrible. You should be ashamed of yourself.
What? What do you mean horrible? Look, it's all about how you play your
you
cards, right?
You spend so much mana before you can start playing the game because you only have shit cards before that.
The moment I'm spending mana, I'm playing the game. It's all mind games, you know? And then, with all those Jungle Jumbles, I'm extremely likely to get a red golem, you know? So I trade that mana, like, for health, and then with the health I just lost, I invoke my 1 or even 2 red golems, you know? I might even be able to wildcard cards that cannot even wildcard because I have Jungle Jumbo.
Look at you like, yeah, get it!
Yeah.
What?
I'm just trying to sell this as an awesome idea, but it's really not, you know? It's just not. But it's a very fun, you know? A few minutes ago, someone said, you really want to win. It's about the fun, you know?
About the fun. Yeah, it's a cycle deck, but it's only one cycle.
One cycle.
That's based like an adventure, you know? You just get a 20 card deck and you'll be like, this is the game.
Well, 2v2 can be an adventure, right? You know? Why not? Get in the game.
Oh, the chat is talking about the kettle of fish.
It's a thing, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but I don't think it meant what you were trying to say.
No, that's the other thing, right? It does exist. It meant what I think it meant. But the...
No, it did what?
The internet is, as always, completely wrong.
So it meant what you thought it meant, but you just said it, even though you weren't trying to say what you thought it meant. It
meant what I thought it meant, but it doesn't mean what I thought it meant. But I thought it meant what it meant. I used it... I thought it... As it exists in my brain, I used it correctly.
Okay.
But that doesn't appear to be correct.
What about everyone else's brain, by the way? You know,
Okay, let's have some Minion Masters. Why, thank you.
I believe Koi just restarted, and they are starting.
Looks like it. Okay. Let's see what arena we get this time. Right, who's commenting this one? Sorry, I haven't really paid attention.
I think how do you pronounce that name? DfogoX? DfogoX?
The D and the X are capital. DfogoX.
Okay, I'm just saying in the chat, in the stream, everything is all caps. So everything
is fault. That's Fish's fault.
Just remember,
so
he has.
I'll try to read it from that. It just says DfogoX.
Just remember, he has
I'll
a big
take
D.
it. Oh my god.
So that's a big
No.
X for me.
I don't know what happened.
Me
It
neither. I
started
just
loading. No, it started loading the spectate.
Huh?
Then I got back into the main
Yeah,
scene,
same.
and then
And now it's back
Okay.
into spectate.
yeah. I
Alright.
heard like the "you've lost" music or sound effect.
And they just instantly went into a match again?
Don't know. Okay, this spectate's dropped. Okay. Okay, maybe. Is that on? Okay, are we seeing a game? It says in
still
menu.
loading for me.
Find out what's going on. Okay, yeah, I got the failed sound again.
Sound? Yeah.
I'm just in a loading screen.
What's going on here?
Oh, back into the menu. Okay, this doesn't seem good.
Let's find out.
Are they doing something wrong or is something else going wrong?
No, I keep losing the spectate on Koi. Actually, I can't spectate. Oh, no, I can.
I'm gonna restart my game just in case.
We'll find out from Nataraja what's going on. Sorry about this, folks. We'll get into the game as soon as possible.
Ah, the lobby bugged.
Okay.
That's
Yeah. Oh, they're going into a match again?
See what happens. Could be the same thing.
I hope they've made a new lobby. You know, usually when the lobby breaks. I have a feeling it's gonna break again because for me
It
they're
looks
both
like
in
it, yeah.
menus,
It's taking
so...
way too long.
Definitely not looking good. What's the plan there?
I'm not exactly sure what the situation is. Is the game, like, locked on the server, or is their lobby broken? Let's find out. Okay, I think Nataraja might be restarting his game because he's gone offline.
Oh, I'm just gonna walk away.
Okay, they're going to try restarting the game.
Probably a good idea. Might even work. I'll just grab Saga. Saga, get out of the box. Come here. Up, okay, kitty.
Okay, Nataraja's back online. Right, hopefully this fixes it. Just wait for Koi to come back online. Okay, Koi's online. Okay, looks like we've got a game!
Oh, yeah!
Let's go. Okay.
Right, I can see everything now. The Rect versus the Setsu. So we have the two Outlander Masters going at each other's throats. Nataraja with a very still with the same combo we were previously discussing. The Tantrum Thrower's Propeller Horde. That was an interesting screaming scrat.
Okay, so it looks like Nataraja's deck's built around Kaleth.
And I cannot yet see what Koi's deck is built around. Probably just
Okay, so
some
Kaleth
form of
does have the Imperium army buff, so he does have the taunt.
Oh, this is sad. He just used the Stun Lancers bottom instead of using them top. Like, I get you wanting to stop the Caliph, but I just think it would be so much more valuable securing the shutdown on the Jolo. And then, like, just...
Oh, if he kills the
can they
Caliph
kill-
here... Oh, that's so close. I don't think it was quite enough damage to
Wow.
kill it, because it did pop just before. It was a good attempt.
That's a big mistake. Yeah, using the hard there. This could very well be game, because he just lost lots of his defensive tools.
Yeah, this is the frustrating thing with Caliph. We see so many times how Caliph can get down to almost no HP, get that shield, and can still be an absolute nightmare to deal with.
Yep. That's a good way of shutting down the Vulture Prime. And now, Koi has nothing on his hand, so he's just taking this damage. It might look like little damage, but he's playing Blood Imps, so okay, nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, he played more Blood Imps.
Damage really stacking up.
Oof.
There is a smite
Health is a
available, so
resource.
he could really punish those Blood Imps with the smite if he decides. Deciding not to do so at the moment. Right, here we see.
Caliph area.
No stuns
push, I guess,
available.
is just stronger.
The best way to deal with Caliph is with some stuns or very high DPS. You just got to get through before his shield comes. And
That was probably very good. Yeah, that was very nice now.
Vespera does a great job shutting that down.
Get wrecked on the field again. Nice. Vulture Prime in the middle for pressure. That
Both
also
players have
works.
taken quite a lot of HP damage.
Yep. And Koi's ahead on XP right now. It's a good split. Ooh, that was a perfect moment to get a Shadow Clone on Reg to kill all those, you know, Ravenous Swarmers.
Yeah, so the Shadow Clones
Koi's
are
doing
great.
a really good job keeping the pressure though.
Yeah, the Shadow Clones are great to kill all the little stuff.
Ooh, I would not have used the Curse Bearer like that. You know,
But
kind of probably wanted to save it.
The
for
situation
Caliph.
is both players will take similar damage, but Perk 3 Setsu is going to be far more aggressive and able to put on face damage than Perk 3 Rekt is.
Correct. Yep.
Especially in a more
True.
direct way.
Oh, why did he use this? The assassin is gonna die after. Yeah.
Yeah, that assassin did nothing. The heal from the Imperium army on the
Yeah.
Ardent Argus.
That's not gonna get back. He's gonna need to sacrifice a Screaming Scrat on top to kill all of that. Yep.
Yeah. But then we're going to see a
Solo.
shielded Caliph as well. That guy hits real hard. Oh, the one-punch blast on the shield. That's no good at all. Setsu's on face as well. Caliph just tanking everything at the moment. Here comes a big smite.
What a smite. Okay, he took a lot of damage, but he's still ahead on XP, although, yeah, Setsu one jump on face, third perk. He's gonna get third perk now. Yeah, Koi needs to put as much pressure as he can right now to do this Caliph. Just solves all problems, you know?
Yep. Again,
Now,
absolutely.
I would say Setsu's gonna jump, Ardent Ages for the heal and reloads. Or just for the heal.
Okay, playing a little bit safe there. But Koi needs to be ready for this. Has he got anything? The Screaming Scrat's great for re-aggroing it, but he doesn't have anything to close it down. Okay, this is going to be too much.
Horde. Oh no!
Oh, the stun answers into it.
Yeah. I think he had a small window, although for sure I think he was in a bit of a peril because of the, as you were saying, the difference between the masters.
Very difficult to manage Setsu like that when you're low HP. Setsu's jumping on your face. He did have some tools to deal with it, but he didn't have any mana bank. He was just struggling to get cards out, and the Screaming Scrap was able to re-aggro it. Didn't really achieve too much. The stun lancers, and that's kind of Setsu 101. You just want to do early damage, put the pressure on, and then once you've got them in a decently low HP state, Setsu's just going to be jumping on their face at the end there and trying to close the game out. But yeah, some good use there of Caliph FDM, some good use of the Imperium army as well. We saw the buff on Caliph, we saw the buff on the Ardent Argus and the Smite. So using that buff for having those 5 Imperium cards, doing a great job. Right. So that's game number 1. We're in round number 3 of the Swiss format. Can Koi fight back? We shall find out.
Let's see. I did fantastically, yeah. Overall, I would be like really happy with the match overall. I think, as always, there are still some interactions one can perfect, but the overall, I think Nataraja had a very clear advantage in terms of the deck. That Caliph was just a fantastic counter to most of the things Koi was trying to do, because Curse doesn't affect when the Divine Shield is on. Assassin gets completely shredded. All damage then gets nullified by the Ardent Ages. You know,
Yeah.
it's just Caliph somehow, a card that we rarely see most of the time, just shining and really shining.
Yeah, I think he just needs to handle the Caliph a little better. We saw that the Assassin a few times really get no value at all, especially with the heal coming out from the Ardent Argus. But yeah, that's the Caliph is a tricky card to deal with the shield, with his Armor of Light popping. You really have to manage the stuns on it or DPS it before it gets that shield again. And we all know how frustrating it can be if you haven't got the tools exactly that you need.
True.
Okay.
Let's see how he does now.
boys.
So Diona this time.
Yep, against Diona.
Diona, very strong master, very skillful based master.
Can't do tantrum throwers, they're gonna win this fight. Arcane Barrage? How would Arcane Barrage stop? Bridge buddies, yep.
So Slither based deck from Nataraja here. We
Okay,
spoke about
that's a
earlier.
barrage.
We spoke earlier about the Rabid Prowler. He has that. Boom.
Wow!
Almost single shots that whirly scrap.
Wait, yeah, he cannot take that on the face. No, play the heart, play the heart.
No jump,
Okay,
but
I get... That's still a lot of damage. You know, he's playing Gorak Gate. If you have a card that's gonna drain your health, I really don't think you should allow those. No, wait, what? What? No. Okay. I don't like those barrage he uses.
No, this
I
likely to
think
be.
the best advantage of barrage is just decimating units where when you can, and as the game progresses, you can kill bigger and bigger units. But on the first usages, you should content with, you know, not being able to kill those big units.
Yeah. Okay. But again, he's going to take more face damage here. The Taunt Trap just a little bit too late to stop that statue's first attack. Blood Imps are out. We'll see if they can be punished. The Rabid Prowler will definitely punish them if the opportunity is there.
Okay. So he's quite in a bit more stable position right now. That's a barrage. You can barrage that. There we go.
Okay, so that's what you want to be doing. You don't want to be just damaging the statue. You want to be killing something entirely. The statue's fairly easy to deal with when it's not supported. You want to be trying to take that support out. But
The
of course,
amount of Slither bounds with these Snake Druids is gonna give Nataraja a huge amount of value, because now he's probably just gonna put a Rabbit Prowler on one of the lanes pushing, and that's gonna be so hard to handle.
even if you're not sacrificing them really for anything, they're just free units. And they can get a lot of work done. Yeah, the poison's very strong. You randomly get whether it's a Lancer or a Darter, right? So you can get anti-air versions.
Oh, this is it. He has no tools, like he needs to save up for work. This is game.
Yeah, this is so much face damage coming out. That Rabid Prowler is a monster.
Huge beast.
Yeah, basically the situation there was Nataraja was able to do face damage every time he pushed forward, really, and ultimately it was just too much. And yeah, probably just Nataraja's experience there in tournament play, been around the game a long time, just allowing him to get the victory. But of course, not over yet for Koi. Depending on the results, we're going to have a top 8 after these 5 Swiss format rounds. We'll see who goes through into those. Yeah, brackets available in the chat. We'll see what's going on in the other matches as well. So we're still best of 3 at this point in the tournament. Best of 5 will be when we get to the top 8. Let's see what we have.
Not too much on my side, at least.
So
Nerzl's
beaten Miguel, Zen's beaten Saber, Puppet Master's beaten Blitz, Set beaten Reaper, Tjaenig beating Ganjaku, and Mumslayer beating Fatal. So we've still got some matches outstanding. Nataraja, of course, beating Koi. That hasn't been updated yet. We're waiting for Memfisto against DarkCrow. That could definitely be a good one. We'll see what's going on in that.
I guess the Slayer was more fatal than fatal.
Yikes. Nice joke. Been waiting all day for that?
No. Tifa, he's mean to me.
Okay, so it looks like Memfisto and DarkCrow are in their final game. Game 3, 1 game all. That's a repeat of last tournament's grand final. See how that
Do you
works
think
out.
Memfisto is trolling him by throwing the saplings out?
Maybe. We saw that last time. Very, very strong.
Oh, yeah.
We not sure what the situation is on that, but once that's in, we can complete the round. So just a reminder.
This is the last match, right?
Yeah. So just a reminder, the players at this point of the event are earning points towards their potential top 8 qualification. After the 5 rounds are completed, based on the players' wins, scores, everything like that, we'll have a top 8, and then that'll be a top 8 single elimination shootout. So players will have a guaranteed 5 matches, and then we'll see what the situation is at the end of that. And of course, the results, your performance within the Swiss format will determine eventually the top 8 and the seeding of the top 8, which can certainly be important.
Oh yeah, if you have a rough seating, you can get out a lot earlier than otherwise.
Yeah.
Of course, if you want to win, it doesn't really matter because you should be able to beat everyone. But
yeah,
that is rarely that simple, is it?
yeah, you might have a tough opponent, but if the tough opponent could be beaten by someone else, then that's always nice. But of course, then does that mean that they're tough as well if they beat them? But yeah, ultimately,
they were just lucky.
Ultimately,
Like
if you want to
that beat
win,
me.
you've got to be able to beat whatever's put in front of you. Okay, so we'll keep the bracket up to date, see what's going on. Any more
That was
scores?
such a good Jing. Wow.
Okay. Is that match
Wait, is
almost
something
over?
happening?
Wow. No. We are 2 minutes in. It's quite tight. Both players just reached second perk.
Okay, well let's
Quickly jump in that.
yeah. Okay, we're gonna jump in halfway through this match. See what's going on. This is the 3rd game.
Oh, is it also Diona matchup? Mirror
Yep.
match with even the same skin?
Galaxy Diana on
This
Crash
proves,
side.
if you want to be a good player, get that skin.
Why?
I'm just trying to sell shit, okay? I'm trying to make money.
I mean, it is one of the best earned skins. Like there was a time when I was like, I need a new master to get all perfect skins and so on. And I was like, Diana is a cool master. But I don't really like the Galaxy skin. But then I saw it some more and I was like, actually, it's a really cool skin. I should have gotten it on the battle pass.
It gives you 50% extra focus.
That sounds like a real
as
thing.
As I always say, your units deal 1% more damage when you're vanity checking. That's true. People can confirm I've said this before. I'm not making it up.
I mean, you can have said it before. It doesn't make it any less true or more true.
Not anymore.
I'm not saying I'm not commentating whether I'm lying or not. It's like I'm not saying the statement is a lie or not. I'm saying me having previously stated it is not a lie.
Okay, so what you're saying is you've lied before.
Maybe, who knows? Can you prove it's a lie?
Not
Yes.
at this moment.
FDM! No, don't reveal it.
Okay, this is a very close round at the moment.
Yeah, I'm liking these armor or nothing. Armor scratch combustion. Like I really like combustion right now. I think the trade-off of the several ticks on combustion and having instead it be just 1 tick but for 300 damage, it's a really good way of having it balanced.
Yeah,
and now
I
you
think
I feel like we went back to the old combustion, to be honest. Wasn't it what it used to be?
Yeah, it is certainly strong. Okay, DarkCrow's seemingly in a strong position here, just getting ahead on XP and having a good position out on the field.
and he's the one playing Rock Rivals, you know, you'd
Yeah,
expect him to be behind
That's why he
because of
probably
Rivals.
was a little bit behind, but having the pebbles is just so good.
Okay,
But
that's
that's good.
huge damage from this, from the
Yeah,
Combustion.
But look at the damage he's taking on top side. That's huge. It's just a Tranquil and a Flinger, but both of them had Jungle Growth.
There was a trap as well.
Oh,
Memfisto taking a lot of damage and falling further and further behind on HP.
Memfisto basically has to go for a winning push or he'll lose in benefit.
Does he have the tools to do the push though? Because from what we've seen so far, like Rock
just
Rivals
hanging in.
can literally just shut down the whatever push Memfisto tries to do.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be too worried about that flame imp at the top. He's got a lot of HP left. Pebble's going to shut that down. Memfisto just over 500 HP. Heal coming in from DarkCrow.
Memfisto as well. Yeah, I think it's more. Memfisto's probably going to appreciate more the heal.
Well, I mean, with Mana Frenzy it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Memfisto's way too far away from Mana Frenzy.
I like this deck, you know, with the deep freeze.
Is that a snap freeze?
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, combustion on the Grenadier. Desperate times.
And it's really strong in this deep freeze with Jink. Plus, one thing very interesting we noticed before is when units get frozen, like the invisible units, they get revealed, you know. DarkCrow was dealing with Assassin very well, like you slow him, which means he's gonna take longer to attack and reveal himself, and that increases the chance of him just simply appearing because of the freeze.
Yeah.
That is
True.
it.
On a frenzy, and DarkCrow closes it out. So remember, Memfisto reigning champion, DarkCrow was the runner-up in the previous one. This was a repeat of that final. But DarkCrow getting a little bit of revenge. Of course, this is only early. This is not anyone being eliminated. But that could certainly play...
it definitely went the other way than the finals went.
Yeah, that could certainly play on his mind as we go further forward. Okay, so that should be the final game for round 3. So once round 3 is completed, we should be able to see our round 4 matches. So we'll just keep updating the site until we see those, and then we'll know exactly where we're going to go.
Also a good idea.
Just a reminder, if you are new to tournaments, if you're thinking about playing, any tournament you join, please take a moment for everyone's sanity to read the rules. I'm getting some messages from people. They have no idea what's going on. They have no idea what the format is. They have no idea what's happening.
It's mostly for Fishy's sanity. it's already on the brink, so...
Please. Please.
We don't want this to become a kettle of fish.
Oh my god. That's so nice.
Right. So we're just waiting for this,
Although
and then we'll
I
have...
think Diva would love a kettle of fish.
Oh. Cat Cam. The cat is the real star.
Wait, that was it for round 3 though, right?
Yep, just waiting for that to be
getting to
recorded.
round 4 now.
Let's see what else happened in round 3. Set 1. Nerzl won against Miguel. DarkCrow won against... Well, yeah, we know DarkCrow won against Memfisto.
I think most of it is a bit expected of the ones that we know.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
Interesting to see the combustion there.
Yeah.
And as DfogoX was saying, the way the combustion works is now you don't need to play it on a big unit that you want to survive, so it does the 4 different pops of damage. It doesn't matter what it's on, as long as the thing survives long enough for the pop, then you're going to get the full amount of damage. That's why we see it being used on the armored scrats. Armored scrats are nice because they're not so easy to remove quickly, so you've got more chance of the combustion going off. And we even saw the combustion being used on the Grenadier.
Yep.
So good to see that. And yeah, 300 damage is substantial. In solos you can get some good value out of it, and in duos lots of clumped up units can get absolutely shredded.
Interesting thing, which Memfisto mentions that something is wrong with Snap Freeze and potentially Frozebearer, where things sometimes things get frozen even though they're not in there for 3 seconds.
Hmm.
If that's the case, then I wonder if we wanna, ban it.
Wait, can you repeat it? What's the?
Apparently, things are getting frozen despite they're not in there for 3 seconds.
Interesting.
I don't know if a ban is appropriate because it's one of those things that's it's weaker than it should be, not stronger than it should be.
No, it becomes stronger.
No, it's become stronger. They don't
Because
need
it
to stay
freezes
there.
more.
3
Oh,
seconds.
okay, yeah, sorry, I misread that. I'm not sure if that's a bug we've seen before. So sometimes freezes stuff even after entering. Yeah, I've always wondered that because like stuff should have to be in it for the full duration, right? And there's definitely stuff that comes in.
Be in there for the full duration, yeah.
And it gets frozen. Let's have a look. Do you think that's important enough to consider banning it halfway through an event?
I don't know. That's up to you. But Memfisto mentioned it is horribly messed up.
It's not true though.
What's not true?
Not true?
No. Assassin entered the freeze at 39 seconds, got frozen at 42 seconds. Those are 3 seconds.
I mean, the math does once again add up.
It feels less because if we are to be very, very precise, I felt like it was just a bit before 3 seconds or hit, like he got it a bit, like I was already seeing 39, then he entered, and then I saw him freeze, and then it changed to 42. So maybe it's like 2.5 something, like there's maybe a delay countage, but I would not say it's enough of a difference that would no, yeah. It's 3 seconds. It's definitely 3 seconds.
Okay, you heard it here first. DfogoX called complete bullshit on Memfisto.
So it can feel like it's less, but the units need to stay there 3 seconds and then they are frozen. They get slowed on those 3 seconds. So unless I've read something wrong, create a snow field, enemies that stay in the field for 3 seconds become frozen. Yeah, and then what might happen is that they become frozen longer. No, but I think it's also 3 seconds. It needs further validation before we can say I'm actually calling bullshit on anyone.
Okay, DfogoX is calling back from calling complete bullshit on Memfisto.
Complete bullshit recanted.
Complete bullshit.
I need some drama in here. My cat left me, I'm all alone again. I need to make people fight.
Okay, so...
Which luckily is what's gonna happen in round 4.
Yes, so we're gonna see...
Good segue.
Memfisto against Puppet Master. So, let's see if we have these friends set up. Memfisto for sure. Puppet Master...
We're watching a lot of Memfisto this tournament.
We see one match and then we saw the second bit. Are there any other matches that seem good to see? So we've seen Nerzl and DarkCrow. We've seen Nataraja. We've seen Memfisto.
We've seen Zen. We've said and Tjaenig. Have we seen Mom Slayer or Reaper? I don't know. We've definitely seen Koi.
Oh, I see where the bug is. Okay. The snap freeze duration is longer than... okay, the snap freeze duration is longer than the 3 seconds.
Ah!
So that I can account for how much it is.
Oh well, I think it's fine to leave it for now.
Yep.
Yeah, we can account how much it actually is.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to stick with Memfisto and Puppet Master. We've got Memfisto banning Milloween, Pebbles, and Avea. Milloween, fairly meta, Pebbles meta, Avea meta. Okay, and then we got Puppet Master banning Diona, Defenso Chopper, and Avea. So double Avea ban. Both players respecting the fact that Avea is very strong at the moment. One thing we haven't seen yet is any Dragon's Nest, which is probably because we've seen a lot of Millow bans. But Dragon's Nest does seem fairly strong.
I mean, yes, but I mean it is the 6 mana Dragon Nest now, not the 4 mana, so that does help at least.
Yeah. Still seeing it out there on the ladder, getting some good victories. So we'll see how that.
I'm still a little bit surprised that people banned both Diona and Avea. I get it, Avea APAP is an option, but it's not nearly as strong as Diona Avea. I feel like banning both is a little bit overkill.
Okay. Right. So let's get chat. Send an invite to this chat. Okay.
To this chap.
Okay, his friend request number is in the channel if you want to check it. Hopefully he will be accepting those.
I just decided to spectate Memfisto. Because that was ready.
Is the easy option.
I always go for the easy option.
Okay. Right, so if you just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 15, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the Minion Masters developer. FDM, one of the developers from Betadwarf, working on the game, is with us today, and DfogoX, a very experienced commentator, tournament player, Minion Masters legend.
Okay.
That enough? You happy?
A bit too much, no?
And nice guy. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
An on-stream nice guy.
On stream, nice guy is more accurate. On off stream, I don't think I would appear this much.
Off
It's all
stream?
stage persona. Just
I mean,
a stage
Off-stream
persona.
asshole.
If you play Jungle Rumble Conquest deck in randoms, then you're not a nice guy, no.
But I mean, I never say it was in randoms. It was in duos. It was in pre-mates.
I still feel bad for your pre-made.
Well, they were fully aware of that.
They knew what they were
Yeah,
signing
but I
up
still
for.
feel bad for them. They make bad life decisions.
What do you mean? I would say the worst life decision started with playing with me, but putting that part aside, then you have the decision of deciding to do conquest with those cards. That was very fun. But putting that aside, the triple jungle jumble worked really nice. I'm not even joking. We won. Like, the fact that we managed to get 6 wins on, like, I believe it was around master rank or grandmaster rank with triple jungle jumble Volko goes to show it was efficient.
I'm gonna
right?
assume this was before Elo.
Yes. Oh wait,
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Oh yeah. It was when Volko had would burn both bridges, and that change was before Elo, right?
I have no clue, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't remember. Well, Volko was burning 2 bridges. It was.
So you already using OP Masters? I have heard enough.
Hey, I was literally burning once or twice per game, okay? I had... wait, so Jungle Jumble gives you 3 cards, right? That's 12 cards plus other 9, that's 21.
Wait,
with the
what?
burn bridge, that's 22. I had a 22 deck card, 22 cards
Wait.
deck.
It gives you 3 cards, not 4.
Gameplay!
You had a
ring-
19.
Right, FDM's with me on this one, I think. I'm ringing the gameplay bell. Memfisto! Oh, the
wait.
beam is missed,
Oh, that was a
unfortunately.
Herald.
The Herald.
And he has a Harbinger in his hand? Whoa. Also, what was that emote?
Not sure. The beam wasn't quite accurate.
I only saw a white square, that's why I was confused.
I didn't see it. Okay, this of course is the brand new arena. Showdown. Get it from the battle pass now.
Mm-hmm. It looks glorious. I give
Looks
it 5
great.
points.
So Stixie's going to
I
do
mean,
a good job clearing
so far,
these. but
not
it's
too
gonna take
much
a little
has
while.
happened. Memfisto has a fairly expensive deck. Oh, that's gonna be a Dragon Ball.
Right. Stixie goes in Viz, doesn't take the damage,
Or
kills,
Cleaver gets to face.
and survives. Okay. Puppet Master
And
got a
Cleaver
small
gets another
XP
face
lead.
hit. Oh,
Blood Imp's out as well, so he needs to monitor his HP. Doesn't want to drop too low. Things can get scary.
and those sellers did not quite do what you want them to do.
No, they did die pretty
And
quickly.
nor does that propeller horde.
That Stixie's been alive for a long time.
Yeah, that Stixie has been so worth it. And XP is roughly equal, which definitely is in the favor of Memfisto, who just is hammering on that face.
So here we see
Oh,
Memfisto
Ritual.
playing the ritual deck we were speaking about before. I think this is probably just going to be full sixes across the board.
No.
No,
Isn't,
not.
Herald Moon 7?
Oh, there, that's right, yeah. Okay, so then he gets the J-Spark Watchers, which is a nice pull from the
or
ritual.
did he start with the ritual, and was that where the Herald came from?
Maybe. But this is a huge push coming out.
Yeah.
This is going to be too much, I think.
Game-ender.
ATG drone shredding Harbinger, not enough to close it down.
And
Blood Imps get absolutely logged.
yeah, that went real fast at the end. But
I
yeah,
like
you
the
were
way.
right. It was full sixes because the Harbinger had cycled and there was no second Herald.
I like the way that Puppet Master was like, you know, I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna die on my own terms. Blood Imps, go!
To be fair, using the Log Tosser, the Caber Tosser against Blood Imps is really satisfying.
For sure. Caber Tosser, I think, is a really underappreciated card. Going back a bit on when we're talking about Conquest, I think one of the aspects I like the most about Conquest is that it makes me play cards I'm not always used to, and by playing those cards, I experience some interactions that otherwise I would not experience. And we recently had Caber Tosser, and man, was that doing a lot. And right now we have a lot of viable cards, like, for example, the Stone Bear. It's a really solid tank, and you can simply use it to get an extra caber. That's huge. It's like really good. Glenn's Brew is a fantastic spell that you can just have all around to win more trades. It's also going to give you another caber tosser, another caber tosser. So it's just overall like this type of card, and caber tosser. It's I would say it's like that. It's a perfect example of a card that overall it's really underappreciated.
Yeah, that log can kill a huge amount of mana's worth of things. Can trade incredibly well. And yes, we have noticed that bridge baddies, it's very difficult to find one of them not playing a Glenn's Brew deck.
Yeah, Glenn's Brew is quite good.
I think it's one thing I don't that makes me sometimes a bit of confusion when playing it. It's like I think the delay was changed or so on. But sometimes, you know, you still experience that struggle when you glance through a unit and it just started like, oh no!
Yeah.
That sort of thing. But I like how it is. And it's a.
I mean, it's a bit too good.
It's
has a
annoying
drawback,
on
right?
a Fergus and stuff like that.
I
Does
think
it
the
really
problem
have
is
a
just the wild
drawback?
card. I think, well, yeah, you can like if you glance through something too early, like.
Yeah, but that's just misplaying it.
Oh, well, yeah. But then if you misplay it, I think
Okay,
the
well,
a
I
good
mean,
way
for
of
good
balancing
players,
it.
it doesn't really have a drawback.
Fair. I think if anything, I would remove the wild cards because I was seeing lots of people abusing, you know, like, as Fish was saying right now, the Fergus Glenn's Brew. That getting abused is just ridiculous, and probably also, you know, the like I think I would just diminish. Does that word exist?
Mm-hmm.
Reduce the amount of healing it does and the duration they live.
It's very strong on
No,
Setsu as well. You get Setsu on your face
Yeah.
and you think you've dealt with it, and then
played
boom,
on
perk
Setsu
3
a lot.
Setsu.
But to be fair, I also play a Nether Step Glenn's Fergus Setsu.
Yikes.
That's so disgusting. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it really is, right?
It is.
I think when
And
we're
then my
changing
teammate
that,
plays Diona, so that it becomes even worse.
I think one way of changing that is if you apply to brew the same thing as you apply to, for example, Spawn of Fury, where you cannot target mythic units. But I also don't think brew is that
I don't
sort
think
of
that really
thing.
does
Yeah.
much.
Not to oh, I think it would do a lot. For example, you cannot cast it on Setsu, you cannot cast it on Nirvir, you cannot cast it on the Brutos. I think there are a good amount
Yeah,
of
but those are
interactions.
not really the best use cases anyways. The best use cases are more like a Fergus or a
Wait,
Whirly or
Setsu
stuff
is
like
no.
that, you know?
I think Setsu is one of the best usages scenario.
I mean, Setsu definitely.
The Nirvir and the Brutus is just because if you consider the Masters, like it's your third perk push, so being able to further extend that is making your tank live longer, and that type of tank can be very significant.
I think that proposed change fixes some of the broken stuff with it, but probably not enough of it.
I mean, everyone should be able to enjoy a good brew, no matter if they are mythic or not. So it would
Yeah.
just
I
be
mean, they
sad.
should be at least, you know, above a certain age.
If they're British, they should get a brew buff. Okay,
British,
game
they
number 2,
probably
Memfisto
only bring Irish beer.
against Puppet Master. Again, double wrecked. Are we playing the same deck?
Oh yeah, that is still allowed in this part of the tournament.
Yep.
right?
No conquest rules yet. I don't really like that turret because everything was almost dead anyway. So now
Yeah.
he spent that mana on the turret to just kill a little bit, and it's
Yeah,
spawned
at least play
defensively.
it in the front end so that you protect the bridges or something.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, that was Memfisto that played Salads earlier. Wait, are they just playing similar decks? What's happening?
Similar as in similar to the ones they played previously, or similar to each other?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. They're definitely not the same as each other. Memfisto's playing
Oh,
the
they
ritual
both have
deck again.
Zealots.
Of course they have
The
zealots.
both have
Everyone has
zealots
zealots.
and the both of R3KT, clearly the same deck. Cleave had to face again.
Yep. Maybe another cleaver. No, not quite. Okay. We saw in the previous game, Stixie just lived and lived and lived. Going to go invisible here, is it? No? Okay. Okay, that's good. Nice jump.
Good use of the clone. And then use the cable tosser to... Oh, no. No. I guess not. Oh.
Wrecked, of course, not at home, but it will be returning to help clear this up.
Harbinger really not caring much about the Marine.
That wolf's going to tank there. Keeps
Kinda
the pressure
surprised
on.
about that Dragon
Yeah, it
Ball
didn't seem
jump.
necessary because the Harbinger was going to kill it anyway, but I guess, you know, it
Yeah.
kind of saved the wolf. He's got the whelp, so keeping the pressure on maybe.
Yeah, still,
Next cycle
I
coming.
think he could have done better. I have high expectations of Memfisto. But yeah, this game is over. Also, my cat is down in the back. I wanna see
Yeah.
him.
So we were talking about Memfisto playing a ritual deck on ladder a lot, and we can see here in the tournament that it's clearly still very strong. Those cards
I
on
think-
their own, a lot of
I
value.
think one of the strongest things about Ritual right now, it's about the wording and the fact that it says if no cheaper cards are in your deck. So it does not mean Ritual needs to be the cheapest card, it just means you cannot have anything cheaper. So instead of having to play full 7 mana and then a 6 mana set Ritual is the cheapest, you just play full 6 mana with Ritual and there's nothing on 5 mana. That is really, really impactful, and as we can see, allows for this type of decks to just fully dominate with its huge value, like Golem on top, Zealot's bot, Harbinger in the middle. Okay, you now have 20 mana value on the field. Enjoy, my opponent. Enjoy 20 mana.
Yeah, it's very difficult to deal with. Okay. That was a fairly quick 2-0 for Memfisto. Not sure why I put Nataraja on the screen, but let's pretend that didn't happen. Right, so this is the 4th round. That was a quick game, so potentially there'll be other games going on.
Actually. Oh, wait.
Or maybe
Set
not.
Just lost. Set lost the first game against Tjaenig.
Okay.
Oh,
Are they
That's
still
interesting.
playing? No, they didn't menu. So that means they might play the next one. Yeah.
that does be how things work.
Okay, so let's go in. We're going to jump in and see what's going on with the set game. So, set. Boom. Okay, looks like they're in game against Tjaenig.
With an Avea already proc.
Okay, let's get this up here.
Bring the trap.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're 5 minutes in, still pretty deep in here. So it's 1-0 to set, I think.
No,
Confirm.
to chain.
Really?
Set's the one who's at least on the side. Set lost the first one.
Okay.
Go, boy.
Right, activated Avea. A lot of pressure coming in though. Okay, 1-0 to Tjaenig, right. But Set's at Mana Frenzy now.
Yep.
So he's got activated Avea, he's got Mana Frenzy, he's got the tools that he needs to close this out, he's got the traps, he's got extra mana coming in from Ruffles. He's going to have a huge push coming here. Okay, well, we tried to dive in and get some of that action, but not too much action to see. But Set brings it up to 1 game all. So hopefully we'll get a decider match there. So yeah, Set fighting back. So one thing we also need to pay attention to is as we get towards the final round is having a look at the standings, see how people are going on. Are they looking like they're going to be a top 8 qualifier? So we got DarkCrow and Nataraja have won all of their games so far. Nerzl, Memfisto and YkZen dropping 1 game. And then we've got a bunch of people on with a 2-2 record. So it's going to be very close. We'll see how that works out. So here, we just double check. Okay, we're going into the final game here in this best of 3. Diona against Diona. Set against Tjaenig.
Who's on screen?
You're with me on
Okay.
this one.
Very nice.
Just trying to
So you
check.
can see.
So, Set really needs to win this. He's struggling a little bit so far. 2-1 record. Tjaenig as well. So both of these players 1-2, lost 1. So they really need to get another victory under their belt. So that's why they're fighting hard at the moment.
I wonder how Set lost the first one, but we've seen how this affair can be very overwhelming. Yeah, there's a second proc. Ooh, the shock rock. I mean, it's good for damage, but I think if it was just a bit earlier, he'd have gotten better value because, you know, you cancel the quests.
Yeah, it's all about
I
shutting that activation down.
I wonder if it's something some players are not aware, you know, that like if you stun these type of characters, their shield's gonna take longer to activate, and so you delay the quest, you know, because it's the same with YkZen. Like these characters that need to take damage before something activates. Like if you stun a musketeer and you attack it right after, it's not gonna repose. If you stun a Jolo, you know, the things we were talking about as Defenso does, it's just stun overall.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that the stun is very strong against, and yeah, that's just something players need to learn. Okay,
you see,
he tried it.
Clearly knows it. That's very sad, but it was very, very good try.
It's frustrating because he could have stopped 2 activations, which he hasn't, and that could really delay that activation of Avea.
There's a defense.
What you're really trying to do, because you know that once Avea is activated, it's going to be very hard to deal with.
Here's the thing, usually in your deck you have a win condition, right? So we look at Set's deck and we see, okay, easy, his win condition, he is a Veil. Now, usually, the only reason wow, using the ruffles for that was really good.
Yeah, Giga Brain.
Seth, we can see Seth doing a thumbs up. I don't
Thumbs
know
up
if
in
he's on
himself.
the first screen or not, but
Yep.
yeah. But yes, so the thing is, the only scenario where I would assume you don't have a win condition is when your win condition is shutting down your opponent's win condition. Now, from Jinx's side, I've not yet seen anything that I would be like, yeah, that's your win condition. But we see a defense with Chopper and also Diana, so I'm wondering if his win condition is just shutting down Seth's win condition. If
But
so, he's clearly not really doing a very good job, as he's, you know.
The problem is, for Tjaenig, is Set's ahead and he's going to get stronger. So, you know, that doesn't bode well.
Why shock that?
See, again, Jolo, that's a good shock target. Stop that.
Wow. Now, this was very interesting.
defense.
Both players had a trap, and we just saw how they used their trap, and we saw how Seth was extremely more proficiency with his usage of the trap. So, yeah, those are matter. That's a very decent beam, because it's going to put more pressure on your opponent and not give the heal of the ruffles.
It's too much. It's the power of Avea. As said,
Don't understand the deck that Chen was playing.
Set was already in control, and then he got the activation, and that's just going to be the end of everything for Tjaenig there. Okay, so Set has taken that by 2-1. So I think that, as we were saying, that brings him to a 2 matches to 2 record. Sorry, FDM, are we keeping you up there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry if we're
I
boring
think I
you.
need to drink some cola.
Okay, so keep getting the names on the screen wrong because we keep changing games, but figure it out. Right. Okay. Okay, so that is round 4.
Woo!
We'll see how those results.
Also, I just noticed that Nataraja hasn't lost a single game yet.
Yeah, very strong performance. So it's looking like Set and Tjaenig needs to be reported, and that's going to be the final game. And then we'll have our lineup for the 5th and final round of Swiss. And then once that's completed, we'll have our top 8. So still a lot of action to come. Thanks for everyone joining us from home or wherever you are. Who knows? In fact, I probably don't want to know.
But don't worry, I'm home.
Yes, we're home.
I'm clearly on the street, in the middle of street, enjoying this huge wave of heat we're having around here. So yeah, clearly.
Okay, so round 5 is up. We've got DarkCrow, Nataraja, Nerzl, Set, Memfisto, Zen, and a bunch of other matches.
Ooh, other matches. Wait, did
Discussion
you say
in the
that round
chat.
5 was up?
Yes. Discussion in the chat about Shockrock should be instant or close to it, and mentioning 25 damage is very little. But I think what people don't understand is how powerful the stun is. And of course, it used to do more damage, but for 2 mana, it's such a strong spell. There's so many things, as Dfogo was mentioning, that you can do with it. There's many units that a stun can really impact hugely on.
Right now, I was having this discussion the other day about the 2 mana spells, and right now, I really think all of them are just quite amazing. I'll put Rampage on the side because it's a bit more specific, but like Bridge Buddies is just gonna give you. It's just gonna give you a bridge, and you can simply spam it. Frost Feather for removal. Impetuous Blast is huge utility. Shock is stun utility. Freeze is well, frozen utility. Like, I really like the state of the most of the 2 spells right now, because they're not gonna do a lot of damage. They're not gonna do a lot of things. They are gonna be specific for giving you utility in a very specific situation. Like, being able to displace your opponent's units, it's huge. Being able to freeze them, it's huge. Being able to get a timely stun, it's huge. And then,
I mean, I would say the same about Rampage.
I was about to go, like, being able to give Rampage on a specific scenario, it's also huge. It's just because I think right now most people associate the cheap spells with when you're running like a full control deck. And of course, if you are running full control, and then you probably don't have any unit that you really want to rampage for extra damage. But as you were saying, I think it's also true. A timely rampage like can make you win a trade when your opponent's not expecting it. Because it's like, oh damn, I was gonna win, and now that's rampage. Now it's gonna deal more damage. I'm gonna lose. I
Or
really
you
like
just
the
have
state of
something
those
at
twos.
face and you just throw rampage and it just becomes a giant
Well,
threat.
yeah, in those scenarios, no doubt, rampage is definitely the most impactful one. But I think it makes sense in that scenario, right? Like I would say all the other ones are like standardized in the sense of the impact they deal, and then rampage is probably a bit lower, but it's higher. It's also higher. That sort of thing. Although yeah, of all of them, my favorite is probably Shock Rock. Just like a timely Shock Rock, it's one of those that I would say you can get the most value out of.
Yeah, it's definitely not as strong as it used to be with the smaller area of impact, the less damage it does, but it's still almost an auto-include in a lot of decks, especially if you're playing Setsu or Milo, something like that, that's going to get even more value from a cheap spell. And yeah,
I think the cast delay makes sense. Like, why is it 1 second, not like 0.5 seconds as other? But if we consider that Shock Rock is also of the ones, like the overall Throne spells that has the fastest travel time, it just makes you account. Okay, where are the units gonna be? There, go. And it makes sense for you to need to have this thought of process. You know,
Yeah,
it
and
adds
let's
a
not
bit to the
forget
skill
that
part.
delay is for things is also there just for the visual reasons.
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand the word.
visual, just so you can see
visual.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember when Stun Blast. Do you remember when Stun Blast used to be insanely fast? I don't think it's as fast anymore, but it used to be like so fast.
It's still fast. I remember it used to be super slow. At that time it was something.
I don't remember that at all.
It was super slow. Then it became extremely fast, and then it was like, okay, it's still very fast, but it's not as fast as before. But I still think Stun Blast is hugely fast. But it makes sense, right? It's and like Shock Rock, you don't have damage. Like you are going fully for the utility of the stun and the mark, and if you that instantaneous impact is something. Not to mention that it does not come from the Zenshi side of thing, it comes from the Outlander side of things. So different sources, we can try to put some lore into it, because you know Impetuous Blast is also an Outlander thing that goes pew. So you know, like
nice sound
usually...
effect.
Oh my god,
can we record that and get that in the game?
Oh my god.
Woo!
God damn it.
We need like a sound effect pack that we can buy and download that's Dfogo making the noises for all of the different units. Screaming scratch. It's like, wow!
No, now we record yours. You see, now yours. I'll do the sound effect.
Really bad ideas.
Really good ideas, yeah, brilliant. That's a money maker.
That's a that would be a money maker, you know. Imagine that, actually, a sound pack that you can buy for like $1, and you replace a lot of sounds by sound of players.
That's incredible.
That would just be fun.
I know multiple people that would buy that.
It would only be available one day of the year, April Fools.
Nice. Right, so we're gonna have
I was considering at some point to just make paint versions of the card arts, but then I was like, first of all, too much work. Second of all, people are gonna yell at me.
You mean like having skins for the cards?
No, a paint version of the card art.
Wait,
of like the image on the card.
Because when you say the paint, I was thinking of like paint. You know, you mean actual the paint, the application? That would be hilarious. Only on April Fools. Only on April Fools.
Microsoft Paint.
Yeah. Do that on April Fools. On April Fools, we have an update.
Nice.
And then everyone comes in the game and all the card arts are from Paint.
It's not an update, it's a down date. All the cards just have FDM's face.
And then FDM Cat also, you know, if
nice.
Diva can be prouder.
Right, so we're just waiting on the bans. This is DarkCrow against Nataraja. These players are both on a full 4-win streak.
But DarkCrow has lost one game. I think that was against Memfisto.
Both these players, very
No,
good
no, no.
players.
DarkCrow has not lost. Memfisto lost to DarkCrow. I believe that was it.
No, wasn't that 2-1? He has
DarkCrow's-
lost the game, not a
yeah.
match.
Ah, sorry.
yeah.
Yes, exactly. Sorry. Yep.
Yep.
Whereas Nataraja has not lost a single game or match.
Damn.
So yeah,
Although
we
it's still
see...
interesting because if you go to the site, although that's exactly the situation, you know, DarkCrow is 8-1 and Nataraja is 8-0. The website is displaying DarkCrow as 1 and Nataraja as 2.
That seems weird.
Yeah, it does.
Explain
yeah.
yourself,
Tiebreaker.
Fishy. Oh, these bans though. That was unexpected.
I think what happens is the rating takes into account your opponent's rating as well. So if you've beaten someone with a high rating, then you get weighted more than if you beat someone with a lower rating.
I mean, that does make sense. It's just that you would also expect that the loss hurts you. But
Yeah.
to the more important things, the bans are in. And to me, they are surprising.
So we've got
Because first of
DarkCrow.
all,
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, DarkCrow has banned Morelia, which is already a big surprise to me, considering how Morelia is doing in 1v1 at the moment. But then also YOLO and Kaleth, which almost has to be targeted bans, right?
It feels like
Definitely.
it, but
Yeah.
And then Nataraja went for somewhat more common bans with Miluin, Ritual and Grenadier. But once again, Miluin and Ritual. I still think that that's too much.
well, we did see Ritual, and we haven't seen Ritual with Milo so far
Milo.
today. So we saw that Rex,
Yeah, because they're
Ritual...
always banned together.
I mean, Ritual with Rect, I think it's being much more impactful than with Milo in. Because Ritual is allowing you to put so much pressure, and with Rect you can split that pressure. With Milo in, you would fully focus that. Oh, you mean like? Oh, wait, you can have the statistics of in ladder Ritual.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's so
it is-
cool. Yeah, enlighten
It
us.
is
I'm
played the
very
most
curious
with
right now.
R3KT. That is indeed true. Huh.
Yeah.
And the second one is APAP, and is the third that's Miluin.
What? Why? Okay. Probably this quick cycle thing, right? No, but that makes no sense. What?
APAP might be better with big units, potentially, but
Because
it might
the
also just be
totems
the
on a
quick
timer?
cycle.
But the quick cycle.
Because of the totem. And the free cards give you some extra bridge control.
You know what? I'm gonna like cheat everyone, and I'm gonna finish this tournament and make a fast cycle Morelia where my two spells are probably Blast and Ritual, and everyone's gonna be like fuck you, and I'll be like yes, I'm gonna be annoying.
we
But
look
I'll do
forward
it
to
on
seeing
twos.
that.
I'll do it on. I could actually I'll do it on twos, because on ones I really like. I created a mini game on ones, which is like steal win. So I steal the decks of my opponents when I win. So it's very fun, and if I
that
lose,
would actually be a fun streamer thing.
Yeah,
I did that
I
where
like to do
I
that
took
a
their
lot.
decks if I lost.
I do it if I win.
I mean, that does seem easier, because that means that you don't swap deck if you're good.
So the point is, eventually I'm gonna end up with a deck so bad that there is no way I can win. It has happened. Like I had a crystal deck that was just so obnoxious, and I was like trying okay, I have some advantage, but it wasn't even Stormbringer, so I couldn't even get a marksman. So like, how the hell do I do?
But
Yeah.
what happens if you lose?
No, if I lose, I keep the same deck. That's the thing. If I win, I steal their deck. If I lose, I keep the same
That's
deck.
rough.
That's why
That's
I say,
rough.
that's why I say that I'm gonna end up with a deck so bad that I cannot get out of it unless my opponent is really, really bad.
I don't like the sound of that.
It's fun. No, it's really
Sounds
awesome.
painful.
And one of the best things of this is because it really forces you to drain the most value you can of a card. You know. I think it's a really good thing to do. Like, it's a mental exercise to help you understand more of the decks, of the deck building, and of how to get value of the cards you have.
Okay, who's joining me on this one?
Tell us.
You're the big man, Tao.
DfogoX on my screen. Let's go with that. Okay,
Let's go.
Nataraja, wrecked.
Ew.
DarkCrow, wrecked. Let's get wrecked.
my god, that literally felt like an advertisement. They were both waiting for 10 mana, then they play at the 11 plus, the 10 plus. Well, we see that DarkCrow is not gonna use the ritual one with Wreck, so I wonder what he's gonna do with Wreck. We see the
Looks like-
Zealot, so it makes sense.
Pretty sure Nataraja is going to be playing Ritual.
Yep, I mean, we just saw Wolf Among Sheep,
DarkCrow.
Stixie.
Hold on, maybe he won't, because DarkCrow did ban Ritual, right? So...
No. Nataraja banned Ritual against DarkCrow.
Oh, yeah, sorry, thank you.
DarkCrow banned Morelia, Duel, and Caliph.
Thank you.
So, what's this gonna be?
Okay, then we see that weird animation bug. FDM added to the
It's
list.
not weird. It's perfect. They're just
Okay.
very
They're
excited.
trying to intimidate.
That's an awesome Dragon Ball. Wow.
Okay, great value. He's going to survive as well. Oh, he's going to go back on the bridge!
And the Zealot didn't do the last hit, so the other, like, DarkCrow's Zealot died just as well about to do the last hit, so Nataraja's Zealot lived, get the bridge, and forced
Wait, what?
DarkCrow to invest more mana. Yeah, that was something.
Oh, but did you guys also just get kicked out of the game?
No, we're here.
No.
Oh, I got that it was a victory for someone.
Oh, weird.
Everything's here, they are all playing. That
Okay, I'll
boomer is
just shut
so
up.
huge.
Boom. Massive
Wow,
value.
there goes the last stand. That was not a very strong last stand. Nataraja is trying to split units, but somehow it's not happening. Curse Barrow, there's a Scratillery. You see, I've improved on the way I pronounce Scratillery, everyone. You can stop
Yep.
making fun of that joke, it's too old now.
Good job.
That's an interesting freeze, and we're gonna see it's gonna... Yep! You see, the interaction, you see there was no shield blast from the Shield Guard of Light because he was frozen. That's so huge. It even allowed the Blood Imps to be blades there and get more veil. That's a very good use of the freeze.
Yep. The freeze is kind of like a stun.
Yeah, in that sense. I guess it's just the things that make like go back to the initial state.
Look at DarkCrow's XP though. He's got a massive lead right now.
Yeah, and I think he's just doing a really good job to countering this ritual deck. I think he was expecting it. Like look at that, like all the cards here do great against ritual. Scratillery is removing the units for good value. Zealots can deal lots of DPS. Jolo for those single hitters. Bloody
saw
for
the-
more bridge grab. The wall, like everything here feels very well.
Yeah, we saw the Boomer getting massive value.
The boomer, yeah, the boomer is insane here. Cause like think about it, DarkCrow doesn't even have many Voidborn cards that are gonna reach phase. By which I mean he has 2 Voidborn cards that can reach phase. Blood Imps and Elite Swarmer. So
Those Scrats doing
a lot of
decent
damage
face
to the
damage.
Scrats. Yep. You see like the...
Oh, it's
oh,
a
yep,
problem if they all
that's-
clump up together though, because he's got that Boomer ready to go. There
There's
it
the
goes.
Boomer.
Look how far
Yeah.
forward he's spawned that. Perfect. Boom.
Damn, wow. Nataraja is not happy about this. I think
No.
he really is getting hugely countered, but there we go. Like this is the deck building part. You gotta know and expect what your opponent's gonna do. And I find it how interesting, very interesting, how in the beginning of the tournament we're talking about the master and so on, and then of us mentioned Wrecked, and here we go, everyone's going Wrecked Ritual. There's an
Okay.
Azali. Let's see if this is some value. I bet it's gonna be frozen, you know, like just frozen for those Zealots. Yep.
Oh, okay, there's the freeze. Remember, when things are frozen, they do take 50% less damage, so they are a lot more tanky. But Tarko taking a lot of HP damage here. Needs to
the
clear this
Zealots
up.
give up this pressure. That's gonna be a perk on the Azali, I think. He's
Okay, there's the
taking a long
Boomer.
time to use-
Boom.
yeah, he's the Boomer for it. Oh, he's gonna go back. He's gonna get the Wrecked bottom and probably spell that. No, he's not. I guess he doesn't need to.
One Punch Blast.
I
Shield
get the
Guard
right back.
still tanky.
That was a bit confusing for me because he could have, you know, swapped the Wrecked and get some more pressure on the field, which would inhibit Nataraja from playing that guild as he did. The
A lot of
Scratillery
face
on the
damage.
guild is fine, but yeah, like for example, Nataraja got more than 2 crossbow dudes, than 3 crossbow dudes. So if you consider 2 crossbow dudes is 2 mana, you paid 6 mana, he paid 5, so you only used 1 mana, but you are getting more than 2 mana value. You know, these things. I don't think Scratillery on that guild is.
DarkCrow did a
Very strong.
good job holding that up there. The wall was tanking
Oh
everything.
my god! Wow! This is it. No,
That
even if he
Boomer
wants
gets
there,
shut
nothing.
down.
Yeah, and the fact that he just got the red golem out of ritual, you know? Yeah,
Yep,
DarkCrow
and
is
it's
forced to play the
activated.
Imps, but
That's
yeah,
going to be the
no, and then
fireball.
the fireball. Wow. That pressure was huge. And DarkCrow was dominating the whole time, but I think that
Yeah.
is it. As you go further in the perks, your mana generation increases, so the amount of pressure you can put on the field at the same time is bigger. Because you're just putting more mana and more mana, then Ritual gives you even further value. So all of that stacks up until the point where your pushes are just no longer something your opponent can handle. Bam, Ritual's
Boom.
value.
Yeah. We could see as the game went on, Nataraja was able to get those
Yeah.
big pushes. Whilst he didn't have the control, he was behind on XP, he did have those big pushes that were able to do damage.
And yeah, I guess Boomer was such a key value card there that we saw what happened the moment he was not able to get that value. One Boomer got shut down, full push got on face, and he needed to invest extra mana. Because it's the thing, when you don't have the impact of Boomer, just those 2 mana to shut down all that push, now you need to invest much more than 2 mana. So you have 2 mana failed, plus all the other 3-4 mana you're going to invest, you're on 6 mana. And all that mana you just further invested, you cannot use on the push your opponent's about to do again. It just stacks up, you know. I think it's a very good example of how one small mistake adds up to create very big ripples, because that's the impact, especially against
Yeah.
the ritual deck. That's
When he
that's
saw
the-
that, when he saw that red golem come out of the ritual, he probably thought, "Oh well, that's it." GG.
And it's not just that; it's also a small misplace, right? Playing a YOLO into the squadron is just a dead YOLO, you know, for free basically. Stuff like
True,
that
true.
really do add up.
Let the fight commence.
Okay, game number 2.
DarkCrow swapped to Stormbringer, but it feels like he kept... Okay, no, it's not the same deck because he has Squire Puff. He had Squire Puff before. Actually, I think he did. Okay, let's see how it goes. The same deck with Stormbringer. For some reason, it's going to be
Ritual
better
again.
against-
Here comes a troubadour.
This Troubadour is not going to get frozen. If DarkCrow wants to very... Okay, it's not the same deck, but yeah. If DarkCrow wants to do a good play, he's not going to freeze it. Oh, Stig's shooting down the Boomer is huge. And
Yep.
he's probably going to wall and Zealots for Squadron, if I had to bet.
No curse or anything like that. Oh, he goes for the
What?
Stixie. That seems strange. He's the wall at the
And
top as
wall
well.
on top.
What's he going to do
And
with
the
this?
Jolo on top. Why Jolo
Okay.
on top? He just did the same mistake that FDM just mentioned. He played Jolo against... What?
Oh, those
What?
blood imps are going to get murdered.
What? Yeah, no, this is huge. Look, and you have a dragon now. And
Is
that
this over
Boomer is not
already?
gonna kill the dragon. This is over. This is over. That was a huge misplay. Yep. See, sometimes small mistakes add up. Sometimes one big mistake does not need extra adding up. Wow. Yep.
I mean,
Although he had Ritual in his opening hand, that's also very huge, I think.
it was
but,
kind of weird though, because you said all of these things that he should do, and he kind of did the opposite. You're like, he's going to use the wall
Oh,
to
yeah?
tank
Oh,
this.
yeah?
He's
You
going to
think I'm
use the
gonna do that?
zealots,
No.
and he's like,
No, I'm not.
he played the zealots to take out the Stixie, and then he played the wall at the top, and then the blood imps just got murdered. That was
Yeah.
different
I think
ways of
the-
approaching it, but didn't work out.
The optimal, most experienced scenario is where he plays wall in a placement where afterwards he can place zealots in a way where one's gonna get taunted by the troubadour, the other is not. The other's gonna go to the Stixie, and you shut down the Stixie, getting more value out of your guild, and then you have the other one attacking the troubadour. The Stixie that went ahead is likely to lose, so you have to die. So you have a Berserker's Rage Zealot. Now, why do I mention this is the most skilled one? Because it's extremely hard to get one Zealot to go top on Troubadour, especially because it has Taunt, and the
Yeah.
other one to just completely ignore it. It's extremely hard. We are talking about a precision of a few inches, right? We all know a few inches make a huge difference, but it's super skilled there. I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
why
very
I feel
difficult.
like everyone left now. I don't
No,
know why.
we were just reacting to your a few inches make a big
Of
difference.
course, we're talking about a game where placement is very important. right?
Yes,
You need
that's
to know
exactly what we're
exactly
talking
where to
about.
That's
put it.
totally what I was reacting
Yeah.
on.
But yeah, I remember Deadshot saying one of the things, this was a long time ago, but I remember him saying one of the things he was working on was that kind of split where you have multiple units and you're using them. So, because like with the stun lancers, you don't need the stun lancers both stunning the same target. If you
Yeah.
play them It's kind of different the way that they spawn now, but you play them so one goes off and stuns the target, the other one goes off and takes the bridge or does something else, and it's just that again, these small things taking your play, taking your efficiency up to the next level. But it did seem that DarkCrow made some interesting choices of the way to deal with that push, and it definitely didn't work out.
Not to mention the fact that I think the boomer in the beginning was also very, prematurely played. He had other things he could have done, like he had the Squire Puff. Then the next card he got was the Guild, which he could have used against the Troubadour. You sacrifice the Guild for a Troubadour. That one is definitely not the best though. But it would still be better than what happened, And if you want to talk about bad scenarios, this one was bad, not the worst. No, that one, I think he was very hopeful. Maybe he forgot about the Dragon Ball or something. Maybe he was expecting to win a base rush race. I don't know.
I mean, either way, he should just have used the Zealots to kill the Troubadour and be like, okay, the Stixie will hit my Zealots, but that will be super low DPS.
He also had the Razor Squadron, at least those. I think I could understand the thing of the Zealots, because let's look at what happened. He died, but when he died, Nataraja had lost more than half his health because Nataraja fully committed on that push, and DarkCrow kind of tried to commit on half. But I still think he could have defended, took damage. Of course, you're going to take damage, but you still threaten your opponent. Although it's something that just makes very little sense, especially because he's playing Blood Imps, If you are like, okay, health is going to be a resource that I'm going to trade for bridge fight, I'm going to trade for killing specific units, and then you're just like, you know what? I'm just going to fully invest this resource and actually not use it at all. Why?
Okay, so
I don't understand it either.
We have Tjaenig against Koi. That's one game all, and the winner of that's likely to potentially maybe get into the top 8. But I can't spectate them at the moment because I don't have either of them as my main account as friends.
Koi?
Well, it almost seems like some people are better than others, and I'm already starting to spectate.
Well,
yeah, same.
But unfortunately.
The other problem is that doesn't help the stream at all.
I have them both on my second account, but not on my first account for some reason.
Well, it is R3KT versus Diona.
Yep.
So far, Koi is winning because Tjaenig is at almost half HP and just got perk 2, where Koi is halfway to perk 3 already, having a big HP and XP advantage. With having like 7 more HP.
Wrecked the defensive, direct the oppressive master against Diona, usually seen as a defensive master. And the reason why I'm saying usually is because the traps do give you a lot of flexibility. If you have confidence, you can use it offensively. You can, although there's no doubt she's.
I mean, that's my way of playing.
Yeah, I mean, the tooltip on Diona say she's a defensive master. Now I don't make the tooltips. Yeah, it does.
No, I don't make the tooltips either.
No, she definitely has a.
I got people for that.
She has a more defensive side, but as always, you have flexibility. I would say after Moralia, she's definitely the master with the most versatility in the game.
Yeah, funnily enough, when we first designed her, she was intended to be an easy master for new players. Yeah, that did not quite succeed.
Clearly very easy master to play.
The design kinda went away from that as we were designing it. So that became Florian, the easy master. Completely new design though, but yeah, we wanted to make an easy master for beginners and then we end up with Diona.
Okay,
in the
going
meantime,
back in the
both
game,
are actually pushing against the other's face. Neither really succeeding too hard.
Yep, although these wrecked with the third perk managed to deal a bit more damage due to the one punch blast. But because of that, Tjaenig is getting back on the XP.
Yeah,
that
XP
out
is
of
almost
range
equal
with the
again.
archers. That out of range with the archers is huge. This is something that I believe Crystal Elves excel at most. Is their range that just pisses off so many masters. Now Koi can go
Little
some
bit
blood imps on
surprised.
top.
Little bit surprised that R3KT did not jump bottom to one punch blast
The
Defenso.
Defenso. Or that he didn't just do blood imps on top. Now
I mean,
he needs to
he
deal with the
does need
trap.
to be a little bit careful with HP at this point. One punch blast? No? What?
Yeah.
Not a one punch blast?
No,
oh,
he
that
did,
went.
he did,
That
he
went.
did, he
Just really late.
Right, sorry you guys at home can't see this, but unfortunately I don't have either of these players as friends on my main account.
It's a very good game. You should
we
all be sad that you can't
I'm
see this.
I'm trying to see if we can figure it out, but at the moment,
If we stream
Both
on
players
Discord,
are-
can you do something?
Both players are basically at 690 HP right now, with Koi being on 172 and Tjaenig at 182 XP. So
here we go. I've got an
Tjaenig
idea.
is slightly ahead in XP. It's getting super close.
Yep.
Koi has control over the bridges right now, though. So
Ooh,
it's,
that was a great
equalizing
one
at
punch
the moment.
blast. That one punch blast just
On the
destroyed the
world, you mean?
defense. No, on the defenso.
Oh, was the defense? I didn't even see that. I was too busy looking at the XP. The XP is almost equal again.
Yeah.
I'm
Really
showing
hard
this.
to say who will
I'm
win
showing
this.
this
It's
a
almost
stream my
impossible
screen
to,
with my
to predict
webcam.
it right now. Did you point the webcam at your screen?
Yeah.
Ah, that's funny.
That's a dagger fall
I mean,
on
it
face.
is super close.
That's a huge dagger fall.
Dagger
Kill
for
the
the heal!
health.
Dagger for the heal!
No, that was too
He
late.
did a dagger for the heal! Unbelievable.
But he's they are both frenzy.
Both players are mana frenzy.
Curse Bearer top, you need some tank on a bridge. To Curse Bearer top. No,
One
he's
punch
not.
blast?
Oh,
One punch blast?
but he
Not
has
enough,
nothing.
not enough. Skeleton on
Oh,
bottom, yes.
that's cellular shield. Okay, that's something. But yeah, I think Tjaenig is gonna
I
have the
think
advantage now.
Tjaenig is gonna win because he's getting both
All the
bridges, for too long.
Yep.
And now he's just gonna get so much control. And it's
I-
so
yeah,
difficult to deal
yeah,
with
yeah.
that.
And now Joel, I said Joel on face. That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said
yeah,
Joel
yeah,
is gonna
it's
leave
fine.
alone. Oh, the one punch about getting dodged. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
That's
but
it,
also
the
that
trap.
very good use
Wow.
of the Sugarlight shields.
Yep. No, the cellular
Sugarlight
shield was
shields,
awesome.
one of those cards that I am surprised we don't see more, because it can have so much impact if played well.
Very true. I mean, I guess it was a great example of how an extra trap was so much more impactful than just a one-punch blast in this matchup, right? Because
Yes.
the biggest targets, of course, were the Defenso and the Whirl, and there were some opportunities he had that I think we both noticed how he missed, but still, like, wow, huge. The biggest part, though, I would say, is the fact that you can easily cycle a trap, while you cannot as easily cycle one-punch blast, because throwing one-punch blast at Void feels waste, but putting a crossbow trap on face, it's good, especially on this matchup, and yeah. It was a
Okay.
matchup where lots of things were happening at the same time, and I think this
Oh,
really appeals to the field of vision of each player. It feels something that's really BS, but if you think about it, when you are literally fighting top, bottom, all bridges, both master towers at the same time, and you need to be aware, I'm winning top, I'm losing bottom, I have something on my face, I need to dagger fall that on their face, all of that, 4 places, it's a lot.
I mean, the fun thing is that having both Rekt and Diona, two of the masters that give the most on-field impact,
Be right back.
by having cross-map plays.
True.
Those are really fun to see playing against each other, because both players can make a lot of micro actions.
True. Those micro actions are so impactful. To be fair, like, these are the 2 masters with most actions, because they are all around. Like, each one use of a shadow clone is gonna give you a Rekt and a shadow clone. So, like, that's already 2 parts. A crossbow trap,
yeah.
you wanted to kill this, wanted to kill that. It's like, you have an area the crossbow trap is kind of gonna block, and the same with the taunt. And then you need to play around the ruffles. Like, that heal was huge. Like, that heal very easily made it so that Koi could no longer go for the kill at those last moments. Huge. I don't know. Like, I find it interesting how the match where 2 of us get the most heated on is the match.
It was a really good match to watch, honestly.
Yeah, no, it really was. It really was a very good match.
This is how you know that we are professional streamers that do this all the time, because we tell the viewers what they've missed.
Clearly. No, if you go to Fish's stream now, you can actually see how he ported the webcam. That's so funny.
The only problem is you can't see anything really well. It's
I
kinda...
get an overall feeling, but we fill up those gaps, right?
Yeah,
very
Memfisto
good.
says, yes, I think there are minions on the field. Oh, that's so good. Did Fishy leave us, or what
yeah,
happened?
he said BRB.
Ah, yeah, I never listened to him. So...
Right. In back.
Ah, damn it, he's back already.
Ah.
I was about to do promotion. Damn it.
Okay,
Hi,
sorry
Fish,
that the
welcome back.
Thank you,
he's
thank you, thank you.
cleaning the camera. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, sorry that the spectator of their last game was a little bit scuffed. Definitely didn't have that set up ready to go. But we made something happen. Hopefully you could make out something on the camera. So, we are going to have a look at our top 8 in a second. So let's have a look. That's the end of the Swiss format. Okay, so top 8. We've got Nataraja going through unbeaten, didn't drop a single game. And then we've got DarkCrow, Nerzl and Memfisto winning 4 games and losing 1. Then we've got YkZen, Tjaenig making it through, and Miguel into the top 8 with a 3-2 record. Now those guys, Tjaenig, Zen, Miguel and Set squeaking through based on their performances. Not only the matches that they won, but the number of games they won in those matches and the performances of their opponents. So very close, those guys, between getting through and not getting through, but through they are. So that means we can have a look at the brackets for the top 8. So top 8 means that now we're going to be best of 5 and conquest rules. So that means that if you win with a master, you can no longer play the master. So we've seen a number of games where the players will stick with a deck master combo. They can no longer do that. So
Yeah, you need to diversify.
indeed. So we've got Nataraja against Miguel. We've got Memfisto Set, DarkCrow Tjaenig, and Nerzl against YkZen. Looks like we're going to do Set against Memfisto to start with. Remember, Memfisto, reigning champion. Set, previous champion. So
Also, other interesting thing is that Memfisto and DarkCrow are on opposite sides of the bracket, meaning
Yep.
that if we get the same final, that is a possibility.
yep, for sure. And we did see DarkCrow beating Memfisto earlier as well. So that could be interesting as we go deeper in here.
Where's the bracket? What did I miss?
You need to change the pool.
Yep. So you come...
Oh, where's that?
On
Ah, the
website.
pool. Ah.
Can we get some assistance for DfogoX, please?
Mean. How
Someone send him a link
mean.
or something. This guy, he has no idea. Send him a screenshot, it's
Meanie
easier.
fish, meanie. Where we? I wanted to check.
Have you
something.
managed it yet, or?
No. I've managed. I'm just curious
Okay.
about something else now. You know, I'm
Okay.
a curious person.
No, he's been distracted by something
Tell us
shiny.
about it. What are you curious about?
So, as you were saying, Memfisto and DarkCrow are on the opposite side of the ladder, but they are number 2 and number 4th. So I was wondering if the number 2 and number
Number 1 and
wait,
number 2.
What was I wondering?
We
I
was wondering
have
some-
no idea.
No, so yeah, so Nataraja and Nerzl should also be on opposite sides, and they are. Yeah, no, makes sense.
Okay.
But that means DarkCrow and Nerzl should be on the same side. No, DarkCrow. Wait, what? How did? Yes, DarkCrow and
Okay,
Nerzl are on the same
number
side.
1
Makes
till
sense.
number 4
Everything
are
makes sense.
all in a different.
Yeah, all the match,
group.
all the math, and all the math adds up.
Okay,
Perfect.
thanks for checking and making that so painless.
I was curious, you know. A guy can be curious. It
Well, I
happens.
hear.
Not with fishy around, because
What?
if people get too curious, then you just have a kettle of fishes.
What? This is bullying. Right.
No,
Set.
bullying would be if I took a shotgun and shot fish in a barrel.
Oh my god. Is this like use any kind of fish related comment?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Set against Memfisto.
Except that Memfisto is still not online.
Correct. Okay, once we have the bands, we can go in there. So normally what we do, and I can't promise we'll do this, but normally what we do is once we get to the semi-finals, we'll see both of those and the final, time permitting. So we'll try and do that for you. But before we get to that stage, semi-final time, best of 5, so first to 3. And as we mentioned, conquest rules. So if you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. So as the game progresses, not only have they got the master that's been banned by their opponent, any master that they've won with is also removed from their available pool. So they do have to dig deeper.
I think a very cool aspect of that, considering the state of the game right now, is that while before you had some combos that were so strong where it didn't matter which master you used, like we saw how you could do Ascension with like 3 different masters, and I'm being generous. Right now, most of these combos are kind of tied up with a master. You can play them with other, but you're not gonna get the same value. Like Ritual with Direct, it's much stronger than Ritual with all other options we've seen so far. A VO with APEP is gonna give you much more value. You know, we've not seen so many Miloins as they are banned, but again, like that means we are not gonna see D-Nest with something else as well. So it's very curious what they're gonna do once they win one. What's gonna happen next?
Yeah, because I think we saw previously Memfisto played that Reconator Scrat deck. I think he played it with multiple masters. So we'll see if that happens. Okay, so
we have the bans.
Set is banning Grenadier, APEP, interesting, and Sapphire Pebbles. So Set obviously still respecting the power of APEP. And Memfisto banning King Puff, Pebbles again, and Avea.
People have a lot of hatred for the Pebbles.
Seems
what
like
did they ever do to you outside of destroying your entire army?
Yeah, that was enough. Okay, so Pebbles banned by both players. Fairly, we could expect that.
Makes sense.
Grenadier, fairly expected. Avea again, probably fairly expected.
Yeah, I don't think there are too much surprise there. King Puff's also just pretty good at perk 3.
Not to mention, we've seen Set play Avea, we've seen Set play King Puff, and we've not seen anything else out of Set. So, what's it gonna be?
How do we feel about that APEP ban? We were talking earlier about APEP and the change to the totem and being weaker. Are you surprised that people are using their ban powers to ban APEP specifically?
Yeah, not more than banning King Puff specifically, I think.
I mean, it's the thing. King Puff here feels like a very targeted ban, while I don't think APEP is as much of a targeted ban. We've seen Memfisto destroy people with Wrecked Ritual, and none of these bans targets that. So from the 2-1, Set missed it, or Set has something specific to counter it.
Okay, so this is going to be the first quarterfinal. We're ready to go when they are. I think FDM is going to be with me on this one. Let's make sure we've got that ready. Lovely. Okay, so
me and Saga on the cat tree.
Nice.
Most important thing.
We've given the players the go ahead, so as soon as they're ready, we'll jump in. So we've got 4
FDM
matches.
Goes on this one.
Yep. We've got 4 matches going on at the moment. We've got Nataraja Miguel, Memfisto Set here. We've got DarkCrow against Tjaenig and Nerzl against Zen. This is where it starts to get serious. Best of 5 conquest rules. If you just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 15. It's GGtoor, it's Team Mana Frenzy, it's Betadwarf presenting. I'm here with FDM, one of the developers working on Minion Masters from Betadwarf, and DfogoX himself. Thanks for joining us. So just a little bit of downtime whilst we're waiting for the players to be ready.
Yeah, Memfisto probably really wanted to play King Puff, huh? I mean APEP.
Clearly. I mean, what have we seen of Memfisto so far aside from the Wrecked? We've seen lots of other things. As FDM was saying, we've seen Memfisto a lot here. I cannot remember many of the other ones. We saw Diona, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember anything, to be honest.
My notes are not complete, apparently, for the early matches. Right. Well, we're not sure what they played previously, but we're going to find out exactly what they're going to play right now. We're loading into game number 1. It's the Snow Arena again.
Diona versus Setsu.
Not sure why
Set
Sets.
really took his name serious, being Setsu.
Yeah, not sure why he's going for the Snow Arena, but apparently that's
And
something that
apparently
he
a lot of
enjoys.
strats on both sides. Memfisto seems to be going for that deck that he was playing.
Yeah, we did speak about it a number of times with the Reconator and all the Scrat stuff. Let's see what value he can get out of that. Jolo pushing through, not really going to get much done. Right, Reconator
Oh wait,
on
is this
both
a mirror
sides.
matchup deck?
It could be. They've got very similar decks, very similar strats. There we see the Zeppelin. Zeppelins are activated by Set, getting the extra one. Going to go to work on the taunted Reconator. Oh, Setsu's going to get popped by its own Reconator. That's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, so far, I mean the Grenadier of course was banned, so they don't have exact mirror match decks. And we see Marines also both, that's also kind of surprising.
Nice trap there, keeping the Marines able to win the trade. So as we saw earlier, we know
Gat says
Setsu's...
no to YOLO.
We know Setsu's going to be wanting to be aggro at perk 3, wanting to do some damage in the early stages so that Memfisto is within destructive range from Setsu.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that we see basically a mirror matchup with some slight differences.
Yeah.
How is Memfisto gonna deal with the Reconator?
We're going to find out. Now, of course,
Is it gonna
Memfisto's
be
going to have the
Zeppelins? That's the goal?
going to have the traps from Diona to hopefully help win
And the
some of these
Zeppelins.
trades.
There we have the Zeppelins.
The Zeppelins,
Not
of course.
the best placement of the Zeppelins there, because he needed a taunt like Zed had to
Yeah.
deal with it, and then the Artillery missed. Oh whoa, Setsu jumping away here. That's
Oh, no,
okay,
Setsu jumping
home
defensively.
defense.
Okay. Both players doing a lot of damage. Is that going to be a
that thing
pop?
is
It
gonna
is, yep.
explode. Hard to say who's really winning at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, so it is very close. We know that perk 3 Setsu is going to be able to put on a lot of pressure onto face.
Oh,
Still
yeah.
going to be doing some face damage here as well.
Kind of surprised he didn't just wordy that, like earlier. That Memfisto took
Okay,
that face
Ruffles
damage
going for some XP. Mana being burnt from Set.
down. Oh,
Really kind of wanted to wait for as long as possible
And
so he
these
could
are
get
better
Master
Zeppelins.
support.
because now if he can get that taunt,
Oh,
yeah,
wow!
that's the
That
right,
Reconator
that's-
did nothing.
That's well played. That's well played. And this is so much face damage he's gonna get here.
Yeah,
Setsu
Setsu's going to come
jumping,
in,
but
but it's not...
Setsu might just die before landing.
Wow! Okay,
Well
well,
played from Memfisto, getting that
That
taunt
was
up, making sure that the Zeppelins kill the Reconator.
Yep. I think Set there at the end should have used Scratch-literally defensive, not the Setsu, as he didn't have enough time for,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Setsu to get value. That was like a
100%.
greedy play. And we noticed, like, I think he really underestimated the fact that some stuff there was hasted, some stuff there was dealing a lot of damage,
Oh yeah,
some
yeah.
stuff there
So
was
much
alive.
frenzy.
The whirly there alive was huge, and started tanking even. So at the end,
and
there
the
you just need to
Zeppelins
kill
as
it.
well.
Mhm.
Like the Zeppelins and the Whirly, you can't use Scratch to defend against that.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
your Reconator is already gone.
He was investing in bridges. We saw how he was doing bridge buddies and so on. And like,
Yeah.
no, defend. You're ahead on bridges. You need to not die. Right now you have one goal. Don't die. That
we
happened
spoke about that Memfisto deck and he brought it out. And it's
Yeah, and
still
we've
very
seen this in
difficult
the
to deal
previous
with.
tournament as well, where he also had a match where it was a mirror matchup basically, and there too
Yes,
he
that's
managed
right,
to
someone
win.
stole
he,
his
he
deck, didn't he?
clearly placed the deck just better than other people apparently.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And in that particular matchup, Setsu, of course, in the late game was going to be strong, but before that happened, Diona is going to have the benefit of the traps to help win the trade. So although it's a mirror
even
matchup,
there
the
at
benefit
end,
of those
like,
traps can
when
help.
When Setsu jumps, having a taunt trap to divert Setsu or having the crossbow traps to just hit face can really do a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, for
True.
sure.
I mean, especially because that was not a Setsu deck that relied on getting lots of reloads. So basically, Memfisto
Not
had
a
the
lot of
second.
spells.
Memfisto had the second perk, which was giving him more XP, more mana, more health, and Seth didn't really have a second perk. He had a first perk that wasn't even that impactful.
Yeah.
I mean, he did have
So-
bridge buddies, but
Yeah, but Bridge Buddies and Scratillery, right? Those were his two spells.
yeah.
It's a different kind
What I
of.
mean is,
sets your deck.
Scratillery is a little bit more situational, but bridge buddies you can almost always use
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah,
just
yeah,
get that
exactly.
swap off.
But that's it, you know, like one spell. I think it's lethal if you really want to get most value, right? But like we were saying, he wasn't even getting value off the
Okay.
jump. So
But now we get the same deck again, but then with the R3KT.
Okay. I forgot who
Memphis
was
is playing the
commentating
same
with me.
deck.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
we
Memfisto
spoke
just
about-
playing the same deck again.
Yeah, we spoke about him using the same deck with different masters. Plan B. It looks like Set's doing the same thing as well.
Have you ever thought about making a tournament where you can only use every card once?
I
in
mean,
a
that
match?
could be a different rule, but this is a huge amount of face damage coming out early on.
Oh yeah, more than
Memfisto.
1,000 damage and an XP advantage at the start. Memfisto definitely needs to find a good way to. That's a weird split.
Oh,
in it.
the Scrittery wanted to pop that. It didn't. Setsu's going to come in and start the self-destruct, I
That's a
should
weird-
think. Well, not quite yet, though. Okay, there it goes.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not enough.
Gets to
just
face
isn't.
as well. Wow. Next
And
push coming
this
in
can
is...
deal a lot of face damage. Yeah, that was a big mistake from Zed, I think,
Yeah.
using that Scratillery the way he did.
Just
'Cause they
waiting and...
more damage than Memfisto got. Like, that's pretty insane.
Yeah. Basketball at the moment. One team going down one end, doing a lot of damage, coming back. Doing a lot of return damage.
Ah, I'd never heard of that one before.
So it should be Set's chance to push in, but we saw earlier the Reckonator, when it gets shut down on his side, then things just kind of just
and
kind of
look
fall
at
apart,
how
and here it
gets
is.
slaughtered. The Zeppelin's so good against it.
Yeah,
He's already
Reckonator.
almost dead.
Reckonator doing nothing. Next,
Oh,
this
and
push
then
is still
Setsu
going.
jumps.
Jumps defensively, but very low
I'm actually
HP.
surprised Memfisto didn't cycle to quickly get another.
Artillery on
Reckout a
face,
little
nothing's
bit higher.
there. Marines, 75
I
HP,
mean-
65 HP, 55, 45.
Yeah, he can't even let Memfisto cycle. There is no way Set's gonna kill Memfisto in time.
No, Memfisto fully in charge of this game and this best of 5, looking to take the 2-0 lead. There's nothing Set can do really here. Memfisto knows once he gets through to his next Zeppelins or his next Scritillery, he's going to be able
And
to
that
close this
Whirly
out.
actually did a lot of work.
Still alive as well. Scratch shutting down the Jolo.
And is he letting? Ooh, for a
Ooh,
second I thought he was
Marines
gonna let the
nearly.
Marines send it. Yeah, just Scratillery phase, honestly.
We got all these beautiful new arenas. Set deciding to
Yeah.
use the one that everyone hates.
Yeah, Set deserves to lose for the arena choice.
Okay,
I mean, it's best of 5, right? So he's not out yet.
not yet.
Yeah, he's gonna
Well,
come
I
back.
mean, to me, he has already lost the third time just because of the arena.
Fortunately for all of us at home, that's not in the rules.
But
Okay,
he's still
so,
gonna lose the third game as well when they play the same decks again.
so what do we reckon? Memfisto, same deck. What master is he going to use?
Yeah, I think I really hope that Set is gonna change because he's not gonna beat Memfisto with this. I think.
No.
No.
The question is, what master is Memfisto gonna pick now? Is it gonna be Redbow?
Milo.
It's gonna
I bet he's gonna play Milo and a different
be-
deck.
No, Memfisto's gonna play the same deck again.
I don't think so.
We'll
Why
see.
would he show off more of his decks already?
That's one thing that players don't
That's a
want
fair
to do.
point, but
Show any decks. So he may just switch to something like Ratbow. I mean, it feels like you can play it with anything.
Like right now, he's not showing anything because this is a deck he has played before. If he swaps deck right now, he starts showing off decks.
that's true. That's true.
I don't see the reason. Not as long as Set is showing that he can't beat it.
Yeah, and I feel like it's
And
a very
Set
strong.
really has to change.
Yeah, it's a very strong deck to play against, but I don't think Set played against it quite correctly. There were definitely some things that didn't go well.
I'm
Like
also
that-
not sure if Setsu is the right pick for it.
No.
Let's
Like we
see
saw
what
that-
we do
Might be-
now.
Perhaps Memfisto picks Setsu right now and shows even with Setsu you can beat it. Oh jeez, he actually did that.
I must do my best.
Okay.
Ah, he is so mean. And
Right.
Zed getting Milloween.
So one thing
Oh,
I
yeah,
noticed,
because,
we're always seeing the snow
Memfisto
arena.
banned
Is
King Fa.
Set just getting lucky that his arena's being chosen?
It might be because it's a custom game and not a game from ranked.
B.
And then it's probably the host of the lobby that gets it. I'm not sure about this, but that's quite possible.
Okay, hopefully we get to see some of the new arenas more in some of the other matches.
Yeah,
but,
when Zed has lost this game and is out of the tournament
Yikes. Disqualified.
I believe in you,
for
Seth.
arena choice. What?
Okay,
No, you
so as said, Memfisto is playing the same
Ooh.
deck with Setsu. Set has
And that was
switched to
not the best
Milloween.
move that he did there because he moved it into an arcane ring. The tunnels.
Okay, probably jumping at the top to secure that bridge. Oh, he didn't jump. Okay, yeah, sorry. Thinking of the wrong color. Ignore me. Right, Setsu going to get shut down, but here comes the buffed Zeppelin to get the extra one from the Scrat Swarm.
With some scratch to tank as well.
Gonna do some good
That's
face
a
damage.
lot of face damage.
Kernaf getting the clear.
Yeah.
Both players again doing a lot of face damage. He takes fairly aggro. Memfisto nearly down to half HP.
Yeah, the question is who gets more out of perk 2? I think
we'll
Zed is
see.
just gonna use the arcane missile straight on the Zeppelins each time, right?
It's going to give him
if he
some
can.
extra tools to shut that down for sure, because those really have been giving him a lot of trouble.
Perk 2.
Right, arcane missiles available.
The Zealots are gonna be pretty rough to deal with, I think.
He decides to use them on the whirly, softens it up, Smite comes in. Okay,
Oh,
that's a good
Smite.
clear. Zealots here as well. Reconator not tanking, that's kind of what he needs, but he needs to not take too much face damage. The Scrats are doing a good job tanking
Yeah,
the
yeah, I mean-
Berserker Rage at the top.
The Berserker Rage doesn't do a lot against Scrats.
Okay, I think Memfisto did a good job there minimizing the amount of damage that he took to tower as well as
Oh,
his
yeah,
units.
definitely.
Like that Reconator, he could have tanked with the Reconator, but it would have been
Sadly
dead.
for him, he's not really triggering the Scrat Horde at the moment. Scrat Swarm, that's the name. Ooh, the Reconator just turning around to kill those is big though.
Oh, okay,
And that is that gonna explode?
looks like it. Okay, it does. Set taking more face damage. Ahead on XP,
But still, Memfisto is really far behind in HP.
yeah, Memfisto needs to be real careful. Another big push, and it's going to be over here. Remember, two
Yeah,
games to
this
nil
might-
to
this
Memfisto
might
at the
be
moment.
First loss. At the other hand, we've seen it in previous games that Memfisto can turn it around real fast with those Zeppelins.
Yeah, this deck can put out a lot of damage very fast, especially with the Setsu support as
And
well.
then we have the trigger, and then behind
we
the
go.
Reconator with the Scratillery ready.
The Reconator is going to go into self-destruct. It's going to taunt
Oh,
everything. It's
and
going to
Setsu
keep
also
everything
jumping.
alive. Setsu here. This is going to be so much face damage.
Yeah, we
Can
see
Set
it,
do
that
anything?
Insane amount of damage that combination can do.
No.
It's insane.
It's huge.
I-
Like-
it's really that Reconator with the Zeppelins behind is so tough.
You
You
either
need the
have a
fireball or
removal,
something.
yeah, a removal.
But why didn't he have
uh,
a fireball?
a
He knows
herald.
that Memfisto plays this. That's actually kind of weird, right? Why would you not just put a fireball in just to shut the Zeppelins down?
Even
I
blast.
know
You don't
it's
need to
2
go
mana
as
more,
far as
but it just
fireball.
does-
Go
What?
go blast crystal. It's just 1.5
Really?
mana more. You still have a larger
Yeah.
radio for all the other units, and it's great against blast. Also, single-handedly shuts down the Scrap Tunnel,
Definitely.
which
Definitely works as
which
Yeah, which
Daggerfall doesn't.
activates it. Like,
yeah,
either block the activation or block the Zeppelins, but Smite doesn't really do it.
I know
No.
that
don't
it was
think-
activated, but I think it's a bait we sometimes see because of these faction things. People are like, "Oh, I can do this, and this, and have the and have that thing activated. That's nice, but
Yeah,
what you need is not activated. You need something else."
yeah, he needed something against the Zeppelins. The Zeppelins were the big threat there.
Okay, so we can switch. We can see what's going on and potentially switch to another game here. We got Nataraja 2-1 up against Miguel. Memfisto against Set, as we saw, not yet reported at all. Slap
I
on the
don't
wrist,
think we've
but
seen
3-0.
Miguel yet, so perhaps
No.
we should watch there.
DarkCrow 1 game up against Tjaenig. Nerzl 2-0 up against Zen. So let's see if we can jump in to see Nataraja against Miguel. One thing I've noticed is that my friends list shows everyone in menu, even when they're in game.
I blame the other programmer.
Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna assume that that has something to do with the change of how we load into games now. Slightly annoying, but hey.
Okay, so let's have a look here. Nataraja Stormbringer, Miguel playing King Puff. Pressure on Miguel at the moment. Nataraja getting an XP lead. Hill Puff doing some work.
Out of almost nowhere. Like that was just half of the face of Miguel just in one push. And Nataraja just overhealing there with the Hill Puff on the bridge while this is happening. And a call to arms.
So Call to Arms only works on one building now. Gives you some units. Wait, where's the warrior from the cool? Oh, it's at the top there. Sorry.
Yeah, he got Brit swapped. But this is once again a push that's dangerous to deal with, and the worthy at the bottom bridge still allows so much face damage. I don't think I like that.
Yeah, and this is another situation with the spawners and not being able to put any pressure on it. This is going to be a game to Nataraja. We'll find out exactly what the score is. Okay, so that Nataraja's taken that by three games to 1. Yeah. Okay.
So Nataraja at least finally lost the game.
Yes, Miguel, the first person to take a game off of him.
Anymore.
Right.
So that means that in the semifinals we're gonna see Nataraja versus Memfisto, and the other one is right now looking like it will be DarkCrow versus Nerzl.
Yeah, it looks like DarkCrow against Tjaenig.
Both of those are 2-0.
It's 2-0. Yeah, Nerzl 3-0. So Nerzl's confirmed through, according to my site. DarkCrow against Tjaenig. Let's jump in, see what's going on there, see if that's happening. Then we'll show you it if it looks interesting.
I mean, I'm assuming you're gonna show it either way if it's not already open.
Okay, yeah, this is only just kind of started, so let's jump in on this.
Oh.
Okay, so DarkCrow KP, Tjaenig Stormbringer. I know we're jumping between matches at the moment, trying to keep you up to date with as much content as possible. This is quarterfinal. Looks like DarkCrow's 2 games to 0 up, according to the website, as long as it's fully up to date. So looking to close this out, but Tjaenig getting a lot of value.
Double spawners, and DarkCrow does not have a good answer for it at all, so I think that this might be a match that DarkCrow loses. Because slowing the zealots. Oh, and what's it called? The cannon roller is so good against mid-tier units like zealots.
Okay, looks like
DarkCrow already almost dead.
Yeah, looks like Tjaenig's in control here.
Ooh, shock rock there. Did you see that?
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
That's just over. So it's 2-1 now there.
Okay, 2 games to 1. Now, it looks like we're going to switch to a semi-final here.
What? Is that one already starting?
We know the first semi-final is going to be Nataraja against Memfisto, and I think because we watch both semi-finals, one of them has to get delayed. So if we jump into that now, then we can start things ticking over. So the other 2 players don't have to wait as long. Okay, so we've got Nataraja against Memfisto in one grand final, semi-final. And then we've got Nerzl against the winner of DarkCrow against Tjaenig, which is 2 games to 1 to DarkCrow. So the first semi-final that we're going to see is Nataraja against Memfisto. Now,
Who are you going to be
Nataraja,
spectating on the main screen?
Nataraja. So I
I'll go to
assume,
Memfisto.
well, I assume that Nataraja is going to be aware of Memfisto and his Grat business.
Honestly,
so-
I would ban Zeppelin over Reckinator. Just because if you screw up with your placement of the Reckinator, you just misused 7 mana. If you misplaced your Zeppelin, you just used 3 mana. And I think as the more you improve as a player, the less likely you are to make mistakes. But the more you improve as a player, the more likely you are to be able to induce your opponents towards making mistakes. So it's like there's also that thing going on the sidelines. And Reckinator is really easy to misplace and also to counter. Like Seth was mentioning with him a bit ago. Like there are some counters you can do towards that. You can Black Hole Reckinators, you can blast Zeppelins, blast Scrat tunnels, as we were saying before. There are lots of tools you can use. So, you know, it's a very strong deck, but it's not a deck that has no counters. As we before had some decks, like it was really hard to counter Ascension, it was really hard to counter that Pebbles Mountain Shaper thing. There are some decks at points that where like, how do you counter these? Memfisto managed to play one deck with 3 Masters, which we were saying it was really hard right now. He managed to do that, and I would say hats off to him. But I would also say it does not mean it's just the most strongest deck. You can beat hits, just play around it.
Yep.
Yeah,
But then
I think that deck is very susceptible for some good spells.
And even Defensive Chopper, bam, Reckinator is dead.
Yeah.
You Reckinator them to the side, Zeppelins go to your face, your Master Tower kills the Zeppelin, and then you deal with a Reckinator that's about to explode. And there's no brew. So you know, you kill it. There's not that thing of, oh, I need to kill it very fast, or almost that, bam, Glenn's brew. Oh, damn, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
It's another one of those
Yeah,
decks where it's kind of more than the sum of its parts. So if you remove the Zeppelins or you remove the Reckinator, if you're able to deal with one of those, then the overall effectiveness of the deck drops hugely. The power
Very
of it
true.
is everything together. So we'll see. Of course, you know, he's got to be careful, Nataraja. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get totally in the mindset of Memfisto's going to play this and I'm going to build a deck to counter it, and then Memfisto pulls out something completely different. So he's got to keep that in mind as well. So it's difficult to decide what to play. But he needs to be careful because we know how strong that Memfisto deck is. And as we saw it, 3 different Masters, same outcome. So that's interesting to see. Of course, with the Conquest rules, as we said, once you've won with a Master, you can't play that Master again, but that doesn't extend to the deck. So you can play whatever you want in the deck, as long as the Master's different. And we saw him able to utilize that as much as possible. Okay, so the first thing we need is the ban information from these guys. Once we've got that, then we will be able to decide, get an idea of what's going to happen.
I guess in hindsight we could have continued watching the other game until...
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
The other game being the Nerzl, DarkCrow versus...
The DarkCrow versus Tjaenig, yeah.
Yep. Okay, has anyone got that
I
up?
think
I don't...
I think they finished just now. At least they are not in game.
Okay, ban information in for the first semi-final. Nataraja banning Wrecked, Grenadier, and guess what? Reckinator. That seems targeted. And Memfisto banning Milloween, Avea, and Ritual. And
Also
we
targeted.
also targeted, yes, because we saw Nataraja playing Ritual earlier as well, Avea as well.
I'm so curious about this right now, because Memfisto bans for me look like the most standard brutal bans you can have. You're banning Avea, that deck's out. You're banning Ritual, that deck's out. You're banning Milloween, lots of all those decks are out. So now Nataraja is like kind of put in place with you're gonna play control and you're gonna play Diona. Like, of course, I'm saying in the general sense of what we've seen so far. So Nataraja might very likely just bring us something we're not expecting, which is what we all hope that happens because it's way more exciting. But yeah, if that does not happen, like Memfisto would have a very good idea of what's gonna happen right now, and that is gonna put him in an advantage. While Nataraja did very good bans, the Rect is out, so hopefully the Ritual's also out. The Rekinator is out, so technically that combo is also out. But that's it. While we know what in what box Nataraja is now in, we don't know in what box Memfisto is now in, because we just cut off a bit of the corners.
Yeah, the question is he gonna replace the Rekinator with a different unit, or is he just gonna go for different decks? Because he's definitely good enough for different decks, so...
What would you replace it with?
I mean, that's a tough one, right? Because, I mean, if you wanna keep it on Scrats, then the only two options are like Whirly and Scrat Tank, right? And neither of them do the job quite the way you want it. Or Defenso.
Defenso, yeah, I was thinking, well, Defenso is gonna get all the AoE value as you get to the Rekinator, but you don't get the explosion at the end, and that explosion is really something. If he was gonna go out of Scrats, he could just go Rammer. I think that would be really troll. But it would still do a lot of damage.
I think there are better options than that. Like, something that actually kills
Brother of the Burning
stuff.
Fist.
That's definitely a possibility, yeah. Even an Incubus
Fenrir.
has its ways. Fenrir is tough because then you can't really spend your mana as well. You could go for a Ruby, funnily enough. A Shield Guard of Light can be quite nasty.
I don't think you can go for a Ruby. No, you can. Yeah,
Why
I guess
not?
yeah, you have. No, I was thinking like then you would lose a bit of the air part, but then again, it's not like Rekinator has the air part, so yeah, you could go for a Ruby.
Those are the most logical replacements. I mean, you could also go for a Last Stand
Mardred.
and just do that as a push from there.
True.
You could also troll with the Troubadour. Troubadour with Zeppelins behind it seems pretty nasty.
True.
Similarly, you can do it with Kaleth, but then you won't get a taunt, of course.
I think it's interesting when you ban something like the Rekinator because it's quite specific. There's nothing that does what it does in the same way. Whereas sometimes we see things banned that really can just be replaced. Right, here we go. Right, DfogoX with me on this one, I believe. And
Yep, we have Memfisto on Diona and Nataraja on Diona as expected. Now everyone is just seeing Nataraja's deck and it's like a hand and it's like, the hell's going on? Because yep, that is an impatient statue. Alright, the card I believe no one was expecting to see. Here we go. And this is very interesting because Nataraja played it in a way where Memfisto is gonna think it's a statue and not an impatient one. So this is an interesting mind game.
okay, so double Diona.
What else?
I think we saw Nataraja play this deck earlier. Got a lot of value out of that Rabid Prowler.
Was he playing the deck with the impatient statue?
I think so.
I don't remember seeing.
It was definitely a Slither deck.
Yeah. There was a Slither deck, but I don't remember seeing the statue there. Okay, now Musketeer there. No, just take it on. Oh,
Nice.
so Memfisto is on the same deck, but kind of differently, I guess.
It's the same but different, correct.
Come on. Like same concepts. He probably changed the other card.
Yeah, he took
let's see where he-
Defenso instead of Rekinator.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
A lot of face
So
damage
we
coming
are-
out here.
With all the options, you got one right. as
He's
expected.
waiting for the impatient spawn, is he? No.
No. I guess he doesn't want to because he's playing more defensive and doesn't
Yeah,
want
so
the
he
haste or
specifically
something.
spawned that to not get it impatiently, so it doesn't have the haste. So I guess he wants it slower to build up more of a push. Interesting choice.
I
Okay,
guess
nice
basically
trap.
what the impatient statue is doing is you are paying one extra mana for the power to choose if you want haste or not
Yeah.
on a statue.
Okay, statue doesn't get to face. Of course, the Prowler's not going to do good against the Scrats, but has the support. But again, the Zeppelin getting so much value. XP in Memfisto's favor, though.
by a good amount. And Nataraja, to try to keep up on XP, is being forced to play these Blood Imps that, although they're just facing scraps for scraps of damage, it's still a good amount of damage. And right now, yeah, there we go. Nataraja needed to shut down that Ruffles. Let's see, are we gonna see the statue go out of patience? I don't think we are, by the way.
Oops. Okay, no, again, decides not to. Interesting. So he wants it slow. Keep the pressure on. Keep the time to build up this support.
Okay, he could be very scary right now with a Brawler on top.
Trap doing a good job. Can it get these scrats? Yes, it can. No, it can't because Jolo is tanking it.
Oh, he can no longer get the Berserker's Rage. No, that's sad.
No
That's very
Slither
sad.
bound to sacrifice. Kind of annoying.
They died just a little bit.
Betcha again, not getting to face. Memphisto's healed back up to full HP from Ruffles. Ruffle also getting some XP.
Oh wow,
some mana
huge.
for
And
him.
look at that, like, now he needs to do something. That's not gonna be enough, because the Zeppelin is there.
Oof. Okay, Scrittillery. There's
get
so
on
many
the height,
scrats.
He needs
Okay.
to taunt that, yeah. That was sad, especially because the Grenadier was bottom and all the horror was coming from top. I think Memphis is gonna win this one.
He's in a very strong position. Perk 3, full HP. Nataraja kind of just trying to hold on. The statue not really getting much value done.
I'm curious about something, but I'll have to check it out after the match, because that defense could have some weaknesses. But right now it's gonna be game, I bet, because he has no tools to handle that. That's a good. The lash is good for the Zeppelins.
Good lash, but
There's
there's
more
just
than the
more stuff. Scrittillery comes in, and we
That
see
was a
it
lot of things.
again. Memfisto with the scrats had to adjust the deck based around the bans, but was still able to get huge value out of it. Of course, not having the Reconator kind of changes the dynamic of the deck a little bit, but was still able to be super offensive, get a huge amount of damage done. Whereas Nataraja's, that statue just really wasn't getting any value at all, really.
It
Didn't
also
get-
felt like because his deck was slightly cheaper, he actually could spend a bit more time on the Brit grabbing.
Yeah, interesting
So-
to see how he purposely didn't get the impatient on the statue every time. Definitely wanted that slow statue.
I got the math now. I was finishing some math. So, Rabbit Brawler deals 85 damage, which means with Berserker's Rage he's going to deal 190. Double that because of the gem, that's 360.
Wait.
Plus-
Wait.
I don't think the math that was right.
Wait. 85. That's 170.
Times 2 is
70.
not
Did I say
190.
90? That's
Yeah.
90. I meant 70.
Okay.
Fine. But then, so you double that and you get 340.
Mm-hmm.
Why did we
Right.
double that?
Wait.
Because he jumps.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
340. So, with an extra 170, you are at 400 and, well, you're 410. Well, the point is you are above 450. So, if Rabbit Brawler jumps on the Fenso and then does one hit after the stun, the Fenso is out. You're paying one extra mana, but you handle the Fenso, and your Rabbit Brawler is still going to be quite healthy because it is 350 health. Now, you're going to say, but the Defenso is accompanied by other stuff. Right, but that means you also have extra mana you can play for that other stuff, for example, Grenadier. So, I think you could have played a bit more around that thing, trying to, like, get that jump for the huge burst damage, and then even with the Grenadier and the Vulture Prime supporting the Rabbit Brawler, that would be threatening enough. So I think he was trying to play a bit more around the statue, and he was forced to, because the statue was impatient, while he could have tried to play a bit more around the Rabbit Brawler. We saw 0 Berserker and Rage Rabbit Brawler, and that could have made a big difference.
I mean, it's also that if you play an impatient statue and it's always played patiently, then it's not really worth it. Then you might as well have a normal statue.
Yeah. That was kind of strange, but I'm sure he had his reasons for it. He wanted the statue to be slowed. He didn't want it just pushing it too far ahead and not being able to be supported. But it
True.
consequently it never got to face. Just got melted by the scrats. Just that deck just wasn't up to dealing with what Memfisto had. And of course, the Rabbit Prowler can be insane, but it's not going to be insane against a bunch of scrats. And that's what it kind of found itself up against time and time again. Okay, so let's see
Let's
if
go to the
Memfisto
next
sticks to the same deck with a different
It's
master.
Minion Master time. Duel.
So this is the Jade Spark Jungle Arena, I believe. We've
Yep.
got King Puff. Okay, so it's
He's
King
not
Puff.
playing a green King Puff. No vanity checking. He's gonna lose now against Milowin, which we're finally seeing, right? It's cool not having Milowin banned.
Yeah, someone was telling me the other day that if you play duos with someone, you make sure that your skins match and all that.
Yes, it's called vanity checking. And we just saw something very interesting. So, Berserker's Rage is enough to activate the Propeller Horde.
Okay.
You know, before there was some confusion between what you can do with Rage and Berserker's
Yep.
Rage and how they don't trigger the same. No, right now Berserker's Rage just triggered, like you know, the Propeller Horde. So those
Confirmed.
effects are in place.
Okay,
Oh no!
Defenso
that's
says no.
To everything.
Yeah, there's situations where the Defenso will just kill your entire deck, and there was just so much there that's so annoying to deal with.
Let's see how that push goes now. That's a
Bridge switch.
Oh,
I feel like he didn't want to switch
yeah.
to Defenso there.
Oh!
He's got another one.
Unless he was expecting that. In that case, this was not a bad play. It was an extremely smart one.
Yeah. But the interesting thing with the new King Puff compared to the old King Puff, which is kind of the new's kind of old already, but the older King Puff is that you can get almost back-to-back bridge switches. If you switch and then the birthday, you get another one, whereas before you could. Some good damage coming out from the Berserker Rage. Blood Imp's pushing as well. We don't seem to be seeing that many long matches today. A lot of them are just finishing before Mana Frenzy. Lots of aggro.
Oh, that's not gonna focus. So the propellers are slightly annoying for King Puff, not just because annoying in general, but because they are gonna stop the King Puff from focusing the defensive chopper.
Yep. King Puff hits hard, but it's kind of a waste against those little scrats. And here comes the airbound support.
Propeller Horde, there we go. Now, has Memfisto cycled towards defense again? I guess it doesn't need to. Scratularly handles all that. Blood Imp stop for the bridge.
Yeah, that's nice for
Or not.
Memfisto shutting that down on that side of the field. Gives him some presence. Can do a bit of face damage here. Keep the pressure on.
Nataraja is probably gonna swap very quick. Or no, he's gonna just exactly split that. He had Blast Masters, I think, so I don't know why he played the Plasmas before. Maybe for some, you know, split pressure. That, yeah, I was gonna say Whirly is not on the bridge, so that's sadly gonna give Whirly an advantage. Oh, he missed the,
missiles
that's
as
huge.
well. Okay, misplays from
That's
both
huge.
players there.
Yup.
We
But
know
I
that
think
King Puff.
Nataraja's ones are gonna hurt more.
If King Puff can get to perk 3, we know that's going to be very strong. But that
Yep.
big golem is going to be strong from Milo, even though Milo did get nerfed a little bit.
I do think at third perk the King Puff's gonna have an advantage. Because for two different reasons. One, as you were saying, all the Night Puffs, and if the Night Puffs are on a bridge with a golem, the Night Puffs are gonna destroy them. But also the fact that at third perk you are likely to get your birthday a bit
Here we go.
sooner than 30 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's faster than the missiles. Swap now.
Yep.
Look
Let me
at the
see.
Whirly, look at the Whirly, watch
Night
Whirly,
Puffs.
bam! Out. Next, look at the Golem. Oh my god, dude. Like, the slight
Oh.
difference of getting the third perk first right now
Yep.
was so huge, just gave him the whole fight bottom. That's, wow.
I don't know if you noticed, one of the things they changed for whatever reason is if you have the Night Puffs, when they die, they drop a Wizard Puff hat. Not really sure why or what that
yeah.
happens, but it's kind of cool.
An Easter egg. I mean, I guess as everyone was saying, they should be the Wizard Puffs because they are the ones with the wand and all that. They're like, oh, you want them to be Wizard Puffs? Fine, we'll give them the hats. Only when they die, though.
Yeah, okay, again, powerful bridge
Not
switch.
Sure you wanted to do that on top, though, because those Night Puffs are gonna be scary, and Milowin doesn't get rid of them so fast. Look at all the damage.
Yep.
Fortunately,
look
the
all those
World
hats.
is a good answer for that. Now,
Okay, so-
Nataraja is just 10 seconds away from the... Oh, our Blast Master. That Blast Master is going to give huge value. We can see how the difference, how the lead on XP went from around 10 to 20 right now.
Yep.
So, and that's going to be a swap here. Yep. Nightbats are gonna secure all of top. Like,
This is
Memphis
King
has
Puff
nothing to
101.
handle them.
The
Yup.
power of King Puff.
This is
Perk
gonna
3
be
just taking over.
defense doesn't stop this because the Nightbats are on face and the attack's slow. So that's gonna be a lot of damage, and that's
Yeah.
gonna give Nataraja all
And
the
even if he
way.
shuts it down, he's so far behind on XP Memfisto now.
Yep.
Nataraja just waiting for his
Nataraja
Mana
will just go
Frenzy.
full in on bot, but what's the fun on trying to kill your opponent, right? You might as well just crush his hopes and despair. Although this is not over yet, right?
Not over yet, but those Night Puffs.
Uh,
One attack,
those
two
Nightbats
attack,
those
Golem
Nightbats
melts.
just finished it. Yep. Now I would say.
Oh, that's a lot of face damage from
That-
those Blood
that
Imps,
was
though.
scary. That was the last moment scary. Nightbot's gonna kill that. Zeppelin's gonna. Oh, nice Zeppelin.
Nice
Gonna give
Zeppelin,
him
but
some
47
hope.
HP,
So
nothing
bad.
to show.
Iron grenade goes. Bam. Woof.
Wow.
They were playing with it. Nataraja was really playing with us at the end. Like, you think I got this? I'm gonna delay it a bit more. You think I really got this? I'm gonna play Blood Imps. You think I really got this? Wow, like bam, bam, bam. And now, you think I don't got this? Bam, iron grenade on face.
I was actually kind of surprised there at the end that Memfisto chose to use Wordy at top and Zeppelins at bottom and not the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. It would. I guess it's because no, they would all take damage. And I guess Whirly is faster, right? Because Whirly needs to deal with the sickness, but Zeppelin needs to deal with the sickness, and then Zeppelin doesn't drop one right after. If I'm not mistaken, Zeppelin still gets all the cooldown after his sickness. I'm searching for him to confirm this.
It was
But yeah.
it was close at the end there, though, from the HP point of view.
Mm.
Nataraja dropping right down with those Blood Imps at the end. But health is a resource, as always.
How interesting. Oh, look, I just realized in the Zeppelin card, the attack speed is not on the card stats, it's on the card description.
Mm.
I was like looking, okay, yeah, 1.4 seconds, so he still needs to wait. Whirly definitely sound like the better option there.
Okay, so Nataraja brings us back to 1 game all in this semi-final. Let's bring ourselves up to date with what's going on elsewhere. So DarkCrow did close out against Tjaenig to force a semi-final against Nerzl, who beat Zen in the quarterfinals. So we've got Nataraja against Memfisto here. 1 game all. DarkCrow against Nerzl is up afterwards, and then we'll have the grand final, and we'll see who's in that. So thanks for everyone joining us today. Still got a lot of games to go. This one is
A lot of games where Memfisto just plays the same deck over and over.
the thing. Is he going to just keep playing it over and over until it fails? If it fails?
I mean, it feels like he has to change now, right?
You would think so.
Because
I mean,
he
he's
cannot play King Puff again.
he's losing Masters. He's already had the Reconator removed, so he's had to adjust it. So it's definitely not as strong as it is organically, but still,
At the other
let's
hand,
see.
King Puff might be the only master that has an endgame like that can just destroy it.
Yep. He could go Morale and Ascension.
Well,
Against Strats.
Have fun commentating.
Okay, so we were wondering if we were going to see APEP or not. Here we have a Memfisto APEP against
The first Valorian
Nataraja's
you are seeing,
Valorian.
right?
Your what?
It's the first Valorian we are seeing today.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it?
Not much
Let's see
APEP
how it
either.
goes.
We have seen some APEP bans, though. Zealots, of course.
Razor behind. Yep, there we go. That's the push. And now he cannot focus fully on bot because he still has a Zealot on top. That went face.
It was a weird...
Oh, and one of the Razor is on the Jolo. That's gonna be huge.
I think he may have put the Jolo at the top so it didn't get too much aggro from the Razors, but it was kind of misplayed so that it didn't
Yeah.
tank
It didn't tank.
what it needed.
and
It didn't
got
tank anything.
aggroed.
It didn't tank anything.
Grenadier bot pocket. Or that's gonna take longer. I guess it's much more effective if you play the throwers
Right.
afterwards. Propeller stop.
And
Oh,
Pisto
last
gets a
stand.
Screaming Scrap from his perk 1. That's a
That
card
would be
we'd
very
like to
strong.
see.
I mean, and he's very good at controlling the Zealots.
Okay, Battle
Oh,
Monkey.
that Battle Monkey with the Hard on top.
Battle Monkey's gonna
destroying the Hard.
Start shredding everything.
I don't have waited. Nah, you don't need to wait. That's true. Grenadier. Does he have a brew? Does Memphis have brew?
Not that I'm seeing. Battle Monkey
And
with
that
Brew is
Battle Monkey.
terrifying, but no.
Good split on the Zealots, and now Razor's in the middle again. Or I guess he's gonna wait for them to play the race on that lane. Right? No, he don't.
Okay, oh, well, that's
Ooh, Brother
raged
of the Void.
assassin monster.
Yeah. I mean, but Nataraja still has this huge push. Oh, you see that screaming scrat? The value on that screaming scrat, that was huge.
Yep.
Wow. Like, he was about to take a huge amount of damage, and then the screaming is like, I'll save you. Boom.
Screaming Scrat, again, another one of those high skill cards. You know, you can use it effectively, but you can take your use to the next level when you're tanking things, you're killing stuff, you're grabbing bridges as well with it. There's so much you can do, and he's got that as a perk 1 0 cost card, so that's a nice pull for him.
Last stand, there we go. And now Heart, is he gonna play the Heart? Because like, oh, I see he needs to wait for the Arcanist to die, but he could just play the Heart top now.
Okay, big smite. There we see the Brothers of the Void again. This time it's the Flame Imp, gonna melt everything. Shield goes down, protecting. You can see the shield melting pretty quickly though.
Still taking very little damage.
Yeah, but a good XP lead for Nataraja at the moment.
Which we usually don't expect to happen when you are facing an ape.
No.
But those are other times. Razor Squadron Pocket. He's gonna take the Fire Imp on face and then put the Zealots on him. Oh,
Massive
what a
beam. Okay, that beam takes a lot of the pressure out of that defense.
Yep.
Be interesting to see. It's going to be important to see what Memfisto gets from his perk 3. That could really affect
Change
what
the
we're going to
game.
see here. Yeah.
Screaming Scrat on top. You see, this is a perfect example of, look at that totem. Leave what, 1.5 seconds?
So
For a
in-
second per, that feels so underwhelming.
before the nerf, he probably would have taken no damage then.
That's a smite bottom. And split tantrum throwers. No, he's gonna last stand. He wants the pressure. Yeah. I'm getting to learn this.
Yep. Perk 3. Memfisto needs to hold on. That Battle
What a
Monkey's going to...
defense.
That
That's
Battle
very
Monkey's going to be
solid defense.
great.
And now the Arcanist with Mana Surge is gonna handle bot.
There's
Oh, you
the
see, now
wall.
the totem is gonna be very strong because with the extra health. You see?
Yep. Arcanist is going to be
Ooh, Arcanist
incredible
man.
there.
Wow.
Wow.
Can he
Okay.
tank for her? Oh, wow, this Searing Light was huge.
Right,
And
Memfisto-
That's a hasted heart.
Memfisto holding on for his
Which-
perk 3, but he could be too far behind.
This is
Getting
for
some-
experience right now. But that was a lot of damage because of the hasted heart. Yep.
Yep. That horde came out of the simulacrum, so basically taking it from his opponent. But that beam on face and the zealots.
I'm 100% certain he forgot that. There's no
Okay.
way he would play that if he was aware of the beam.
He's
And
got
he
the
was, so he
assassin.
definitely forgot it.
His perk 3 is an assassin. Smite on the monkey,
Don't
but
think I like it.
that's the monkey still gets huge value.
Yeah.
Totem available.
And so he's not gonna take any damage. There's an Enraged Assassin bottom that he needs to handle. That was
Yeah,
a very
hits
good way
the-
of handling it.
It's the shield.
Searing Light top. Yep. And those guys don't die, so he needs to...
It's just the XP lead here that Nataraja's really struggling with. Okay, Razor Squadron
That's
from the
scary.
simulacrum. It is hasted.
That's scary. Yep.
Doesn't have any tech to keep it alive now, but he's going to get some face damage out here. We've seen a couple of beams
And
put the pressure on as
Blastmancer
well.
saves the day. Ooh, can he... Oh wow, if that assassin remained unseen, that would be very scary for
Yeah,
Nataraja. This is a very good split. I mean, I think he really just needed one bottom. And that's a smite he's gonna do again for reasons
Battle
He got
Monkey
an
though.
assassin third perk! He got an assassin third
Yeah,
perk!
I know, I told
That's-
you that.
But I'm like... I don't know what happened, how that pissed me.
Mana
I think 'cause I
Frenzy.
saw it.
Mana Frenzy
God.
almost here for Nataraja. Dropping low on, fairly low on HP, but
This Jolo can turn it all around. If he leaves, he died. Never mind.
no. Right, here we
Another
go.
hard, but it's not hasted.
Memfisto's catching up, but is it too little too
Exactly,
late?
If Memfisto was slightly ahead on XP, he could have done it. It's a shame. Like, he will just need a little bit more. Searing Light bottom. This is what I think he should have been doing more all along. Like, the Searing Light just fully focus on that, and you don't rely that much on the hard, which is found by the Arcanist. He's gonna smite top? No. He's gonna wait
Okay.
to stack up and then smite top, I guess.
Totem's been used.
Now he's gonna smite. Or not.
Memfisto still has okay HP for a moment, so that's keeping him in it at the moment. He's close to Mana Frenzy. Oh, he got a Blast Monster from the Simulacrum. That's massive. Still alive as well. Okay, that could keep him in this.
Come back? Is he actually gonna come back? No way.
He needs some pops from that. Oh, the Blast Monster clearing everything. Oh my god, it's still going. Okay, can he keep it alive? No, it's going to die.
No,
oh,
no,
he needed another pop.
This is it.
Okay.
This is it now, but wow.
That Simulacrum Blast Monster looked like it was going to keep him alive.
The Raiders corner on Z. This is it. Oh my god. And he got another Blast Monster though.
Wow. That nearly saved him. If he could have just kept that alive, that could have cleared everything.
So good. How? Wow, no, that was incredible. That was really something. I think it's how you can see the balances between the skill and the luck, and when the two combine, how it flips the whole tempo of the match, and you're like, okay, this is gonna be now. Oh, yeah, you know, like all those things that like stack up one after another, and they're like, wow, god damn, like this heats up a lot, and then it's with all the temperature. Wow.
It looked like it wasn't going to be close at all, and then suddenly it was very close.
Yes. Like 20 more seconds, and I'm confident Memfisto could have turned it around.
If he could have just kept that Blast Monster alive. Yep.
Yeah, and he got another Blast Monster Simulacrum. Wow. Ooh,
Never give up.
Never. No, you definitely never give up. That was so good. That was
okay.
so good.
So, Nataraja takes a 2-game-to-1 lead.
Right, it's not over yet. We're gonna see this again. Yeah, nice.
Did we mention, by the way, that DarkCrow won the other quarterfinal and is in the semifinals as well?
Yeah, I think so. It's DarkCrow against Nerzl in the second semi-final that hopefully are waiting for us to finish here. Yep, DarkCrow beat Tjaenig by 3-1. Nerzl beating YkZen by 3-0.
Yeah. Would you consider DarkCrow is gonna have a very good advantage right now because he's getting to see a whole lot of decks from Nataraja and Memfisto?
Yeah, now he knows that if Memfisto wins, he just needs to ban Reckinator and needs to, you know, play Milloween again, King Puff against him, and then Memfisto will stop playing his deck, and then he can win.
Yeah, that's a solid plan, right?
Right, okay, so that was closer than we expected. What are we going to see in the next one? So, Valorian is no longer available for Nataraja. KP is no longer available. Diona is still available, and of course we've got the banned one as well. But here we go, game number 4.
Let's go! Best master in the game. FDM's like, someone's actually playing Morelia in 1v1?
Yeah, Morelia, very noob-friendly master. DfogoX favourite.
Well, congratulations, Memfisto, on winning this game.
How is it noob-friendly? What?
Just get the
It's
spell
like on the
book.
top,
Do whatever you want with it.
It's on the top 3 most skilled masters.
Give me some skeletons, give me some healing, give me some spirit, give me cheap spells. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, you can, but you can do all that. But you can also do all that with Diona. It's the thing. You need to know when to get which.
Hashtag triggered.
Against the Stormbringer, which we've also not seen that many Stormbringers, right? So there's lots of things that can happen right now.
Okay, we see a Glen's Brew awaiting in Nataraja's hand. What is he going to try and use it on?
On the Jolo. Right here. You're going to see it on the Jolo.
I mean, sometimes you see it on strange things just to win trades, but in this situation decides against it.
We just see his next card is Reckinator. So
I mean, that's okay with the Glen's Brew.
Here. That's just okay, really? Skeletons to kill the Arcanist? Or not? Oh, I see. What?
Okay, Reckinator. He's probably going to go for the Spirit on the Reckinator. Here we go.
Yep.
See?
Age is after.
Noob-friendly Spirit.
How is it noob? What? He knew exactly what he needed, and he got it. And
right.
Yeah.
That's a
this Spirit is huge.
That Reckinator's so tanky with that Spirit. Support coming as well.
Still not exploding. Still not exploding. And is he gonna even need the glance? Yeah, I don't think he needs the glance because the Pebble was about to die.
Did he use a corpse explosion in there?
Yeah, that was a corpse explosion from Memfisto's side. We've seen him play this deck before. It's the one with the crystals, archers and arcanists. The one where we commented how it's nice to have crystals on other decks than just not fully crystal. And we're gonna see how that's a scratchery. There are 0 worlds where he doesn't scratch with that. Go scratch, very nice.
Again, new
The
friendly
firing
spirit.
was huge though.
Here we go. Gets the heal as
That was
well.
very nice.
Yeah.
Go.
Keeps the push
And
going.
that's gonna live. Second perk. So I think this is more of a boost for Morelia than Stormbringer, especially on this matchup. Although the Rage is gonna be something annoying that Nataraja is gonna have to deal with. He can't do it with his third perk. I can see, like, even if Nataraja is behind the whole time, on third perk with that Dragon push on one side, Regulator on the other, that can be critical. He has another spirit. Play Jolo. There we go. Yep.
Extra spirit.
See,
Spirit, of course, gives
Jolo
you
is very
50%
annoying.
HP up to 400. Minimum of 50, so it's you want it on the big units like the
Squadron
Rekinator.
bottom. Ooh, I think this is a mistake. I think you wanted the Squadron bottom for DPS because Jolo against Morelia barely does anything, so you could really just ignore top. That's gonna
Assassin,
have
though, is gonna murder that.
Brew. He
Okay.
chose that over Brew. I guess Assassin just deals too much damage. This artillery is quite nice. Lots of things leave that he didn't want to leave though, like Assassin barely leaving, Steam barely leaving. He needs to go for Skeleton's bottom here. I don't like that at all. What? No. Okay, that was luck. The fact he managed to get the assassin to somehow go to the little swarmer that shouldn't even be alive that time, that was huge.
Look at all
And
those
that's-
pebbles. Okay,
Dude.
he's got all
yeah.
3 of them ready to go. Absolutely murdering there. Okay, so that's good.
Yeah,
Memfisto
Blastmas
ahead on
was
XP
fine,
as
but-
well.
Those pebbles, even if Blastmas did a great job there, those pebbles just shut it down too much right now. He's gonna go Razor Squadron. I would go. No, he needs to go the Regulator first, because if the Squadron is played first, techs consume, they die.
Wants to make
And
sure
now
he
he's
gets the
gonna
spirit
win the
as
trade on
well.
No. Do those pebbles, look at those pebbles, just destroying everything. And he has no other
Okay.
tank that he
That
can play.
Reginator's going to die fast though to that flame him. Fire
Yeah.
him.
He doesn't need Brew though, because he's gonna go out of the range, so yeah. Third
Okay.
perk. Okay, let's see what he does with this dragon.
Yep.
I just like that he's doing so much spirits and not reductions. Like, he has some opportunities where the spirits are not going to be impactful, and he could instead have done reductions, like he did just now. He has 2 spells to reduce. He
Yep.
could have reduced other spells.
Got
Jolo
options
bottom.
there. Got his new friendly dragon to come.
I like how you're saying everything in Morel is no friendly.
Just to trigger you.
Ah, of course. Thank you very much.
Got you.
You always got me. You already got my heart. What else do you
Oh, wow. Okay, so Reginator, is he going to push with the dragon on the same lane? Is he going to push at the bottom? Is he not going to use his
Bottom.
dragon yet? Let's find out.
This is a dragon bottom.
Okay, dragon is the bottom.
Yep.
Okay, he's probably going to cleanse brew the Reginator. Oh, he did, I
He did
think.
it at the
He
end.
did.
Yeah,
I'm not
he
sure if
did,
he
he
needed
did,
it or
he did.
not. It was so super close. You see the Reginator
think
dropping, dropping the strat as well there.
Maybe he was trying to bait. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
One pebble is not enough in this situation.
Nope. Squadron bottom. Just ignore the Jolo now. He needs to put pressure. I think Nataraja should be putting more pressure than he's
How
actually
does
putting
Memfisto
right now.
defend this? This is the win condition.
Memfisto-
Dragon push, win condition.
Ooh, those corpse explosions were huge. Scratillery top pocket, bot pocket. Scratillery bot pocket. He needs to save mana for that Scratillery right now. That is in condition. Yep. Because
He
now he's
just
gonna hit those
can't
scrats.
melt that dragon
Just-
quickly enough.
No, and he has Glance Brew for the dragon. This is it. Nataraja's gonna win. Bam, dragon power. Noob friendly dragon for the win.
Quote him. He
Yep.
said it.
Clearly.
Play the dragon, easy win. GG. Okay, Nataraja is
Everything about that twin was easy.
Nataraja is our first grand finalist. Memfisto has been eliminated at the semi-final stage, and we saw, his deck just had one plan really with those spirits. Get the spirits on those tanky units, and then once you get to perk 3, that dragon, it's very difficult to deal with. If you haven't got a curse or anything like that, it's difficult to get the DPS through that dragon quickly enough before it does terminal damage or just holds that bridge for too long. And yeah, he played it perfectly. The spirits on the Reginator, the spirits on the dragon, the spirits on the shield guard were just so powerful. And we saw the dragon and the shield guard pushing the bottom bridge, and then we just had that sad one lone pebble trying desperately to get some value, but that's not the
think
DPS
it's a
that you
little
need
bit
in that
mean
situation.
To say that the Pebble was sad. The Pebble was very happy about being able to do his best.
He did his best, but his best was definitely not good enough. Okay, so
No,
that
his
is
best was good enough. It was the rest that was letting people down.
right. The Pebble was the MVP. Okay, so that's Yep, go.
This was a good match. This was a good match. Like, Memphis was ahead and he had a bigger advantage. But it's the thing, he didn't really have many tools to play against the dragon. And also, let's note one thing, which I think is the most critical one. The placement of the pebbles at the end. He played the pebbles on the pocket. He played one pebble. Then he played the other one. And then he played something else, I think the plasmas or something to more DPS. Now, let's just change a bit of this setting. He plays something else first to get the two pebbles at the same time. Plays pebbles on not a pocket, but on more center place of the field, because there was nothing pushing on the other lane. You played less mana, you have more solid DPS going at the same time, harder to remove because cratering there is not going to be as effective. So, you know, like, there were some options. Also the fact that the assassin, the Brother of the Void, I don't think got as good value on the dragon as it could have. So there are those two elements. He had some tools, definitely not the best tools, and he did play them very well, but I think he could have done other things.
Okay, so that's semi-final 1 down. Semi-final 2 is Nerzl against DarkCrow. And we have some ban information regarding these. We've got Nerzl banning Wrecked, Razor Squadron, and Propeller Horde. And we have DarkCrow banning King Puff, Zealots, and Ritual.
I
So-
mean, understandable bans overall. I think all 6 things are strong.
Yep. Definitely makes sense. Zealots, we've seen a lot today.
The most
Ritual, we've seen a lot.
surprising one is the Propeller Horde, I guess.
Yep, we've seen a lot of Propeller Horde.
Mm-hmm.
Does need some
Which is interesting,
specific
right?
ways of dealing with it, so maybe instead of having those ways, he's just removing it. Okay, so DarkCrow, Nerzl.
Fair.
Semi-final number 2. We're ready. FDM, Cat Cam's going to join me
yeah,
for
I'm
this
ready.
one.
Cat cam, because device way too sweet. I mean, Saga is also right next to me because these cats can't leave me alone. Especially not after 8 PM because at 9 PM they get wet food. Yeah, Saga?
They know.
Sweet babies.
Okay. We're just waiting on the players to load into their game. This is going to be semi-final number 2. GGtoor's Night's Duel number 15. $500 prize pool on the line. Here we do. Here we go. Let's load in.
So, are we expecting anything special from them or like any unique decks or... I mean, that's pretty unique. That's a Dragon Nest.
Dragon's Nest we haven't seen yet today.
A Dragon
Strong on
Nest
the
with
ladder.
Ritual.
So Ritual
Because
was...
Nerzl indeed did not ban Ritual.
DarkCrow banned
So
Ritual.
DarkCrow is playing Ritual. But not a 6 mana plus Ritual, a fast Ritual.
Yep, okay. So, bats. So the Dragon's Nest with all of these swarmer buildings, you want to put pressure on, and that's a great way to shut it down.
Yeah.
Jumping
Just
through.
doing exactly what you want. DarkCrow even giving a thumbs up for that.
Okay, so take a moment, breathe. Yeah.
So, not too much happening right now, of course. Everything is pretty equal. Just swapping who owns the bridges. Ooh, not quite the card you want.
No, that's if you play Ritual, you're going to have to take RNG into your hands a little bit. It's going to get
but
completely
also
destroyed.
that's surprising to me.
Yep, this is.
There is a call to arms for with the Dragonet, so that will probably be
is, yeah.
played soon, yeah. I always wonder if that is slightly too early. Because was that the full value of the heal or was it less?
Not sure.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I said wondering.
I'm just confirming that I am also unsure.
I didn't mean it like that. But
What do you want me to say?
Just
If I said nothing, you'd ask if I was here. I said something, you complain about what I say.
I didn't complain. I should made a dry comment.
Okay, a lot of
But here
lot
we
of
see
damage
the
here.
cheaper, what's it called? Ritual, 5 mana.
Yeah.
Because of the book.
Ritual still, Rex still not Rex.
All call to arms
Something
for
happening.
4 mana.
Next push coming out. Cheap cycle. More and more of these whelps coming out. Pressure on both lanes.
Yeah, and we'll probably also see what's it called? Ritual soon.
Yeah, Ritual is ready to go. Ritual has been reduced as well.
Oh, Bara! That is such a good pickup there. That makes it so difficult to deal with all of these Dragon Whelps.
How does Nerzl stay in this game? 300 HP.
I mean,
Bara's
he
going to be on
doesn't-
his face in a minute. Boomer,
that's-
100 HP. Boomer doesn't finish
And
it.
there
but-
we go. Yeah. I mean, getting a Bara there is so deadly, and having that Snap Priest to make that Golem so much less impactful is so useful.
This was so nice. Morelius. And someone was saying Morelia cannot be 1v1. Morelius, beautiful.
Yeah, I think
Plus,
Dfogo
let's...
mentioned earlier
What?
about the spell reduction ritual, and there it
Yeah.
was.
With
I mean, to be fair,
DNS,
this
that
was
really
against
good.
the Morelia, so this didn't really say much about how strong Morelia is, because Morelia got completely destroyed in that match.
Fair, fine, I'll give you that. But Morelia also completely destroyed, you know. So
Yeah,
I
but
would
she
say,
destroyed a master that that has a low win rate.
I
so
think
I
the
mean,
thing,
Based on that last match, Morelia has a 50% win rate.
I mean, hey, that's more than currently in the ladder, right? FDM saying it's
Yeah,
around
that's-
40 something. That's more. You see,
That's what it is.
very quickly, Morelia win rate is increasing. BOR for more. But the biggest point there, attention, is I would say that Azog on the first play was huge. However, Nerzl's deck was much more expensive than the
so he couldn't keep
spells.
countering it with Azog.
Exactly, and also
Because
the
that was
fact
such
that
a good counter.
that was a good counter. But I think the most crucial fact is what the hell was Nerzl playing? What was that deck?
I don't know, I didn't actually pay attention. I was too busy with paying
So you-
attention to the Dragon's deck.
harmful souls and then restless death. Nice, you have two
Yeah,
spells to reduce.
I mean,
but what's
it
the
was
rest of
also-
the deck?
It was
There's no
also super weird
extension.
to harmful
What?
souls the Adera, I think.
The Ardera.
Oh,
Right.
this is Milloween with a rock rifles.
It's a very classic Milo deck. So we've got Nerzl playing Diona, DarkCrow, as FDM said, playing Milloween, Zealots, banned
It's always
by
interesting to see
DarkCrow.
how different the meta in tournaments is than you see on the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably see the boomer being used there, perhaps even the snap freeze. Yeah, snap freeze, there we see it.
Snap Freeze is good because it, as well as the freeze, it slows it as well, removing that haste.
Oh yeah. That monkey is really messing up the golem though. The arcane golem.
That was interesting because it was just outside of taunt range, so it was able to deal with it.
Oh yeah. And didn't that come out of a walking blind date? That was quite lucky for Nerzl. And out of that comes this quite strong push, dealing a lot of damage, really punishing DarkCrow for that use of rock rifles.
Yeah. As you would expect, finding yourself in a bit of a sticky situation after Rock Rivals, but of course once it's done the first cycle, you're going to get the benefit going forward.
I think the important part there is not necessarily that it's a case of being in a sticky situation, but having getting punished for the luck of the opponent, because that Windwalksy who was just luck.
Yeah.
Like you can't plan for that.
Yeah, it's nice when it happens to you. It's frustrating when it happens against you.
Oh yeah.
We see the snap freeze again. We've got 2 golems up.
I am not sure how
they're
much
gonna
I
go
like
down.
that second golem.
Yeah,
there.
that's overcommitting for sure.
It's
And it looks like that monkey's going to survive as well. Tranquil She-House going to
and then
heal.
heals up.
That's basically a free 4-mana unit. That was pretty much dead. Now it's going to be full HP.
DarkCrow gives a thumbs up to the trap, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see for me right now how DarkCrow is going to turn this around. Because Nerzl is just in a safe spot right now. Like, he can deal with the golems, he's dealing with the salads on the opponent's
beautiful.
face. He has control of
Nerzl-
the bridges, has a quarter extra XP,
Yeah.
has a lot more HP. He's just dominating for now.
Dealing with those zealots before they even got to the bridge was so nice for Nerzl.
Like the XP difference is just growing and growing, and if this push doesn't get DarkCrow a lot, then the game might just basically already be over.
Yep. Okay, raged. Trap's really going to explode. Takes out the boomer though. Could be important, but
Yeah.
still a healthy
He's
push
not
at the
quite
bottom.
blocking this push well yet, so that, as you said, that might make a big difference.
Considering he doesn't take out the vulture, I'm not sure about that.
He really wants to keep control over the bridges.
That's going to do huge damage though, that golem at the bottom, because...
Oh, that Chisma actually getting his shot off, killing the Vulture Prime.
Yeah,
Also
because
big.
the Marks buff plus the Rage
Now
golem...
the 2 golems might actually matter, because there are a lot of spells on DarkCrow's side. But perhaps he should have just waited so that he could play the golem again.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of
golem.
times where he seems to have just played it a little early. Now he's got the Rock Rival at the bottom, but no real support for it. No range support.
But also perhaps he doesn't necessarily need range support, but he's clearly keeping his spells a little bit too long. He should have done that snap freeze earlier, I think, because that golem is almost useless now. He doesn't have any form of healing. Oh, that thumb trap is not really what you want.
Okay,
And also messing
DarkCrow...
up there a little bit as well.
He
DarkCrow
needs to
getting
put the
some
pressure on
control
here.
back, and he's getting close to Perk 3, and Perk 3 is big. Like there we see it. Now all the Arcane Golems are gonna be so much stronger.
Okay,
Oh, and the Skeleton Horde is nice there.
20 XP
Because DarkCrow
behind.
does not have the best anti-crowd cards.
Yeah, and the problem here is DarkCrow's going to
AoE,
clear this
that's
up, but he's being held back away from the bridges, so Nerzl's XP lead is going to just be
And
increasing this
Nerzl
whole
is
time.
getting close to Mana Frenzy, being
Nerzl
already at
barn-
170 almost.
Nerzl was burning a little bit of mana there. Didn't need to do anything. Okay, there's the snap freeze. Big golem at the top,
Yeah, but
unsupported
Jesus.
though.
Yeah, and the bottom, the push at bottom was also cleared like it was nothing.
Well, Chisma, boom, Chisma goes down. Nerzl's
YOLO,
looking to bring this game back to one game more when he hits Mana
yeah.
Frenzy.
Yeah, and I don't quite see how DarkCrow is gonna get enough control in time to block that. Because once again, that's a basically unsupported Arcane Golem that would just die before anything important happens.
Yeah. Swarm Trap doing a great job. Vulture still survives. Now the marked buff in the recent patch, 35% extra damage, basically a straight
really
buff
does
to
a lot.
Vulture.
In these situations, 100%. And I mean, Nerzl is about to get Mana Frenzy in the next tick. Yeah, there we go, Mana Frenzy. And he has control of bottom bridge. We'll probably just put something behind the... Yeah, there
Nice
we see
bridge
it.
grab.
He grabs top it. That is one of the bridge grabs I want to remove from the game if I have my way.
What, the collision?
Yeah, not collision, but I want it so that you can't place units in a way that they can get pushed on the bridge. But yeah, this
Is that not collision?
Yeah, but I want to make sure that you can't place them that close to the bridge.
Oh, I see.
Whether or not I get my way is something we'll see in the future.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I mean, well played by Nerzl, honestly, just dealing with those pushes and DarkCrow not being consistent enough at combining the Blue Golem and Arcane Golem, I think.
Yeah, we definitely saw him use the Arcane Golem a few times, seemed to waste it.
That was a very well played match, and I think we saw the match started a very interesting interaction, which is marked versus taunt. Because Vulture Prime Jolo marked it, got taunted behind, and he's like, "Don't care about the taunt. I got a mark," and
Nope.
just kept attacking Jolo. And DarkCrow didn't want that to happen, but he still won the trade. So that was very interesting matchup. But definitely, Freeze was doing a lot. Although, as FDM said, some of the spell usages I think should have been faster.
Masters.
And we see another Morelia, go!
You
Duel.
served me in the
Right.
end.
So this match that DarkCrow will win. Ooh.
You can do it, Nerzl. Go!
That is honestly a dangerous opening to play.
We've got Morelia against Diona. We've got Rock Rivals on both sides.
And there we see the slow. Is that an impatience? No, wait. I'm an idiot.
No comment. Right. Slow statue and a slow golem.
Please keep it without the comment. Whoa!
Okay. Both of them.
I did not see that coming.
He's going to try and stun this here with the Jing.
Are they
There it
playing the
is.
same decks? What's happening?
They're very similar decks. Okay, so Nerzl comes out with an XP lead,
Yeah,
but
Yodo
we still
winning
have that.
bottom bridge.
We've got that statue that needs dealing with at the top. Needs to get rid of the
Being
golem
slowed by the
first.
blue golem. And a
The
good
taunt trap.
Oh, and then
Okay,
now
Grenadier's
use
gonna
the
help.
shock rocks. Yeah.
Nope.
Then we see the
Oh,
shock
Grenadier's
rocks,
still
so
alive.
Nice. Play
Okay,
the
this-
snap freeze. Play the snap freeze. No, not the snap freeze. No,
Okay,
we're not
it's-
gonna help the statue. What?
Okay,
That is beyond me. That did not get a snap freeze.
decides against it. You would think you'd
Like,
be able
it's
to put on a
slow
lot of pressure.
and
Blood
the-
Imps
Oh,
gets the heal, but it
Yeah,
doesn't counteract the huge rocky punches. Needs to deal with this
No, but
monkey.
I guess that the snap freeze here is also nice, but I still think that doing it on the face that would have been way more worth it.
Yeah, that statue would have got 1 or 2 more hits.
Those blood imps, oh, I mean, I'm not sure if playing the Grenadier that was the right choice. I would have tried to pull them up to the blue golem and see if I could get the hit in that way.
Okay, perk 2 now. Morelia gets the empowered spellbook.
Yeah, but I mean, there are two pebbles in hand. There was, ooh, misplayed.
Bottom pebble not
That is misplaced.
engaged, but the bear trap
Not
making
that
up
it
for
really
it.
matters, but it's still a mistake. And I will not stand for that.
Okay. This is pretty close. Nerzl has taken a lot of face damage though, and he's going to really run out of the opportunity to use the Blood Imp soon. Can heal, of course.
But both sides can defend.
Goes for the
relatively
Spirit
easily.
instead. Okay. The Spirit on the Golem's going to be nice, but that
Good
Battle Monkey's
shot
going to do a
rock, but-
great job against it.
Both sides having great use of shock rocks slash Shandstorm thingy.
Shock Rock stroke 18 Shock Rocks.
But DarkCrow has a good XP advantage and has a little bit more freedom with the blood imps. But Nerzl can heal.
Nice heal on the Blood Imps. Everything blue
Of
at the
course,
bottom's going to
both
melt.
masters have heal. It's just that Nerzl's is slightly more consistent.
Yeah.
Ooh, why not let that walk into the trap? I guess he wanted to grab the bridge, but then once again he failed at it, so... Yeah, that's painful. That's painful.
There we saw the taunt of the Golem and the taunt trap. The Golem was closer, so it was getting taunted to the other Golem, not the trap. Okay. It's very close. Perk 3 for DarkCrow here. DarkCrow burning a few manas. Precious mana right there. But don't worry, Nerzl
Yeah,
seems to be doing the same.
Boy,
And he does have Jing Long to deal with the bot lane. And he does have spells.
Okay, there's the Frost
there was
Phase.
Snap Freeze.
Jing comes back. Then it's going to kill it though.
Yeah, but I mean the monkey is basically killed, you know? And if he can kill that, yeah, the stint as well, then now put some monkeys behind. Oh, there's the dragon. Then
Angelizer
now
in the
use
chat
shock
says
rocks.
it's
Yeah.
impossible to lose now with Jinlong, but both of the players have Jinlong, so I'm not sure how that tracks.
Yeah, also that was 3 minutes ago.
That is indeed correct. Right, Battle Monkey. He would like this Tranquil Monkey to survive. And survive it does! Okay, that's a small victory. Nerzl needs a few more of those to start get back into this. Dragon getting locked down.
Yeah.
DPS as well. Okay, it's getting kind of murdered there. Blood Imp's good DPS. We got the Pebbles. All sorts of...
Right now, I have no idea what this
Additionals.
game is going through, honestly. Like, we see a lot of pressure coming from Nerzl, but DarkCrow had some control. He is losing a lot of that control at the moment with that Nerzl coming back with the XP lead.
That Stint doing a great job
Blue
closing
Golem
those
getting
Jings out
some
though.
face. Oh, this might just be the end.
Oh, Blue Golem on face. DarkCrow
Yeah.
can't hold that.
Yeah? Okay. Not how I expected this to end, but sure.
I wonder I didn't expect it. Clearly not, because the Morale is the one that won. Although, if I must say, I think Nerzl had a small misplay at the end because he played a dragon to support a golem that was kind of dead, but DarkCrow still feel like he overinvested on that one, and it left him with a little bit too little tools to handle top. Although somehow the rock rifles didn't target the other rock rifles, although it felt like it was kind of in range, so like just a little tiny bit on
Also,
edge there. But yeah.
I just saw that Nerzl had a flyby. Was flyby not used in the entire game?
Nope, not even once.
With Xinglong.
I think the flyby was used at the start, to be honest. I think it was used on the Blue Golem to slow it. But maybe
You're
only
correct,
once.
yes. No, yeah, that was the only time.
I missed that play, and I just looked at the stream and saw the flyby in hand, and I'm just like, wait, what?
It's gonna stay there. If you keep watching that, if you keep looking at the stream, it's gonna stay there.
That's insanity to me.
So was that a case of he dealt with the dragon okay, but it was just the next push after the dragon that he just didn't have the tools to deal with?
I guess it's something we
I'm not
usually call
entirely
it.
sure. Because
Like-
it felt like he should have defended more to the middle.
Yeah.
Right? Pull
Yes.
everything together and defend there, rather than defend where they are at that moment.
And I'm curious to see how much mana he had when he played that Jinglong. Wait, actually I was seeing, and I think he was full mana. But that's the thing. He wanted to get the value out of the dynamic entry or the shocking entry,
Mhm.
but at the same time, because of that, and he needed to keep the Zenshi flow, he could not afford to wait longer. So, yeah, I would say it was something along those lines. It's one of the aspects
Also-
about controlling the flow.
There was also a moment at that just happened on stream where DarkCrow got a monkey at face and played one of the traps next to it, and that just got instantly destroyed by the Xinglong. So that means that he basically threw a trap away, which really could have helped against that Blue Golem and Dragon.
Yeah, every trap's hugely important. You don't want to waste any of those. Okay, so 2-1 that Nerzl is leading.
DarkCrow was not full man when he played that Jing, so he could have waited longer. I guess that's probably the biggest mistake of what we were pointing out.
Let's duel.
Okay. Crash site.
Oh, that's an Avea. Was that allowed?
There has
Yeah.
been...
Because it was R3KT, Racer Squadron, and Propeller Horde that Nerzl banned. So
Okay.
people keep telling to me that Avea is completely broken and overpowered. So this should be an easy win for DarkCrow, right?
It should be.
Right?
And Avea Diona is supposedly the,
Or did
the
Nerzl have
strongest.
counters ready?
Now the Defenso's great because it's going to shut down those activations. Boomer, of course, but there we see the piloted coming out of...
I mean, it
The
didn't
scrap.
really matter because of the disruptor buff, but I do like your enthusiasm.
Just
on
wanted to
that.
get excited about it.
You are allowed to be excited. I would just make fun of you while you do it.
Okay. Seems like a fair thing. Okay, nice jump.
Good
Clears
bridge gap.
everything. Gets the bridge. Power of wrecked.
Well, not really. I mean, yeah, sure, it defends, you know, but it also doesn't really give you much.
That stops the
advantage
activation there as well because it clears everything and then the shield pop. So this is Nerzl doing his absolute best to slow down the activation of Avea. He knows that power spike's going to be really important. And so we've seen the Defenso with the stun, shutting it down. We've also seen there with the clear, with the spell, with the resonating blast crystal.
Yeah, and I mean, so far Nerzl is just grabbing the bridges, trying to stay equal or ahead in XP while having some control. I don't know if it's enough, because he hasn't really done face damage and hasn't gotten really ahead.
Okay, he's gonna get... Okay, that's his first
Okay, yeah.
activation. We're nearly 2 minutes in. That's his first activation. It's gonna melt. He needs to get 4 to get it activated. 3 more to go. This is gonna be a slow Avaya.
Yeah, at the other hand, there is also the argument to be made that Nerzl hasn't really gotten much in return. Like,
Yep.
it's not that DarkCrow is behind despite playing Avaya.
Go get it, boy.
That's right. The power spike's on the way.
Ooh, that I don't understand that decoy trap must have been a reaction before he knows that there was a defenso.
Yeah. Again! No activation on the Avaya.
What's the notification? I
Don't
didn't know
think
what
so.
the order that was.
I think the resonating blast crystal popped, cleared everything, and then the shield went off. Same as what happened on the bridge at the top earlier.
That
Okay.
is painful.
I don't even know if that
And
happened.
again,
Maybe, maybe not. We can't tell how many charges, how many quests it has completed until we see it in his hand again. But it's definitely not going to be many. You know, you're aiming to activate that 2 times.
2.
Okay, he's got 2 activations on it. So he's halfway there. I feel like he missed it then as well. That was too far away. I don't think there was anything that got shielded that time.
I think you're right. That is painful. I mean, if you're gonna misplay it like that, you're not gonna win. I say, while he's ahead in XP and HP. That's the insane thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, despite playing Avaya, he's not losing.
The idea with these cards is that, in principle, they should be weak until they're strong, but he's not struggling even while it's still weak. Taking a bit of face damage here, though. Needs to be careful. There's the Avaya. Right.
Oh,
okay.
there he got the trigger. Curse is always kind
Perk
of in the
3
name
though.
of Avaya.
That's
If
the sound
you
of
can
perk
get
3.
there. Yeah, for both masters. Another trigger there.
Okay, this is about to get serious.
So he's on 4 triggers now.
So it should be an Avaya activation. Is that going to change it? We would expect it to.
I mean, it almost has to, right? Like, the rest of the game has been equal, so you would expect that this becomes just domination.
Yeah.
That counted it quite well, though.
Okay, gets it shut down, but with the cycle, he'll be getting back to it fairly quickly.
Not sure if I understand those blood imps. I mean, I guess it's just to cycle. Because it really doesn't do anything outside of that. There we see her come again, and boop,
Yeah.
shields up.
Okay, using the... He's keeping everything away from the bridge. Wants to get that XP.
DarkCrow's getting quite low in HP though. He needs to be careful with the blood imps now.
Yeah, but you end up getting in a situation here where you're dealing with the Avaya and then the next one's on its way. Not quite happening yet, but it's going to be soon. And that's when you just can't touch a
I
bridge
mean,
for a
is
while.
it though? Because these blood imps become riskier and riskier.
DarkCrow's low, but he's got a good XP lead now. Needs to probably stop playing the blood imps now.
XP. Yeah,
There's a
but
heal
the-
on the bridge at the top. Ruffle's going for the heal. That's exactly
Well,
what
that
you
is
want.
massive for DarkCrow getting that one. And the Zealot's not quite dealing with the entire Avaya horde is also big. Yeah, I mean, he got a heal, so playing the blood imps is understandable, but that was a one-punch blast into a blood
This
imp.
could be over here. Can DarkCrow... Okay, no. I thought he was going to take enough
Ooh, but
damage
you
there.
s- I mean, you do see that DarkCrow got real scared there, playing the decoy trap, but he can't play the blood imps.
No, but he's at Mana Frenzy. That was Nerzl's chance. And it's come and gone.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a real chance.
Okay, DarkCrow's going to close this out. He's going to bring this series back to 2 games all.
Yeah.
Out of
I feel
Avaya.
like
Indeed,
I feel
power
like
of Avaya.
it's just sort of weird to me that Nerzl didn't manage to get ahead despite Avaya not triggering.
I mean,
I think,
what
yeah.
Like
did
not ahead at all.
what did Nerzl had in his deck that could actually be threatening? I feel like he had lots of counters for Avea.
Yeah,
those
he
were the
basically had
counters,
salads,
so-
but the salads got countered.
Yeah.
He didn't have a win condition, basically.
At second perk, I felt like the extra Shadow Dance was giving him more tools than the Ruffles, as per se, which makes sense, right? That Ruffles is just gonna give a passive advantage, while the Shadow Dance is an active thing you can do. But starting third perk, we had previously seen how even when Rekt was ahead, Diona getting an extra trap versus Rekt getting one punch blast. One punch blast was just not enough to handle that, especially with the taunt. And in this case, I feel like Nerzl played really well to shut down Avea as much as he could, one or another small misplay on his part, but then again, DarkCrow also did one misplay where he lost a very given active free activation. And he still had that thing. So I would say this is a very good example of how powerful Avea is, and how at least her quests, like, I would at least increase her quest one more.
Yeah, I think it's.
I mean, personally, I
Minimum.
want to do something else to her. Like, I think that the gap from not activated to activated is too big of a
big.
jump, and
That's-
there is
that's
no
a fair-
real nice balance there, because it becomes too much of a, if you trigger it, it becomes all powerful, and if you can't trigger it, it's useless type scenario.
still
I
your
think right
si-
now with the 500 health, I would not call her useless when she's not activated.
No. That I know. It's
I saw your suggestion about
speed.
2 Legionnaires, 2 crossbow dudes.
mm-hmm.
Instead
Example,
of
I
the
was
4
thinking that as
Legionnaires.
well. Yeah.
You thought of that as well.
The reason why I like that for myself is because it does it basically connects it with Ardent Ages.
Yeah, I was thinking. I know. For me, the part about her is how her quest is something similar to Demon Warrior. Which, by the way, I think we could just give her quest as well, so that you can like have the mechanics stand out. But the difference is that you get a V much more often and faster, and you can contribute to getting more activations. While Demon Warrior, you actually need to play her, and she's much weaker. So the two cards that have a similar dynamic of having quests, but one is just overwhelming stronger than the other. And right now we
there's
don't see
also the
Demon
big
Warriors doing
difference
anything.
that Demon Warrior has a clear counter as a unit, which is Swarm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, distract her and then DPS her down, right?
You can counter the DPS though, right? That counter is a counter to everything.
Yeah. But the thing is that Avea has it's way harder because she can deal with swarms. She has shield, so it is also difficult to just blast it all away.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a harder card to counter, I think.
that's true.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
sure,
it's
a
easier to
Blood Imp,
activate it.
a fire imp will still completely destroy it.
Yeah, Fire Imp
but
destroy
there are
her, ATG
less
destroy
things.
her, a good Kyber Tosser destroy her, Akinlep it's awesome against her, Bar does very well, and we're not talking about spells, because spells can also be used on Demon Warrior. Fergus is very good against her, even activated, although you are pretty much trading your Fergus. I think she still has some counters. It's just that
Oh, she definitely does. I just think that her counters are a little bit more specialized.
that's fair. Although I would say that the worst part is that, honestly, unless you have someone running a cycle with a very similar mana average, but instead of having Avea has the counter, they're not going to beat you, because if they are running the counter, but they have other things, and you're running a fast cycle Avea, that odds are you're going to have much more Aveas than they are going to have counters. What does that mean? They need to have more counters, but their counters are more expensive. So you see, we would be on this vicious cycle. I think that's the biggest threat
That's
of
kind of
Avea.
why a card that is good in cycle needs to be relatively universally counterable.
Which Avea is
If that
not.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Demon Warrior sort of is.
That's fair. Although I would still say Demon Warrior, even being generally countered, it's too weak, right? Because you don't get the value of the 6 activation.
It takes so long to get Demon Warrior out.
Oh
Yeah.
That's the
I
thing.
would
Whereas,
put Demon
whereas
Warrior on
Avea can
5.
come out so fast.
Yep. You can
I mean,
get
Demon
Avea
Warrior
in the
is kind of
first-
bad at the moment. It's that simple. But like, we've seen her strong in the past, right?
We've seen her very strong. Like when there was no Avea and it was about fast cycle Demon Warrior with vocal spam, that was absolutely disgusting and it was huge. And you need to keep the bridge because otherwise you get spammed to death. But you need to care about
I
the Demon
still
Warrior because
hate that
otherwise you get
vocal.
nailed to death. So Yeah,
That
those
Volko
times
design was just oh
was so good and so bad.
so bad. Please never again.
I mean, it's
Okay.
extremely unique.
Yeah.
Why
I
don't you create a
don't care
card that's
about you.
called Volko Shrine, and it works the same way as Bridge Shrine. And if you have, when you have the bridge, if you play a card, 60 damage face.
Well, I'll tell you why we don't create that. I don't want to become depressed.
Some interesting changes. Although, even before, you mentioned the thing of backcapping, you know, I call it backcapping, Fish was saying the collision. The thing where you place a unit in a way where it grabs the bridge, or at least contests the bridge, and removing it. Although I think right now, that is going to make the game lean much more towards the aggro part. So here's the thing, from my perspective, we had a lot of time where the game was control focus. But when I say control focus, I mean like 90% control. And even if you try to go aggro, the counters for aggro were generically good control tools, which makes no sense, right? Like you cannot have everything in the...
Definitely.
Yeah, and so it makes sense to change that. That's fair. But right now, I think the tilt towards the aggro part was so strong, you know? It makes me, if I had to make a very super non-related awful analogy, it's like how when you have a kid that's being bullied, and then the teacher realizes he's being bullied, and he tells the rest of the class, why are you bullying him? Don't bully him. What's the result?
I mean,
Everyone's
the
gonna bully
fun
him
thing
more.
is that you say that, but that's only true in 1v1. In 2v2, it's still all about control. Like,
Okay.
sure, you
disagree.
have the rammer decks, but they
Gameplay!
actually get destroyed by control decks.
Gameplay going on.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
are
this is
back.
DarkCrow just
Yes!
he's just destroying Nerzl with the Brothers of Light at the moment, so it's not
Okay,
that
so it's
intense.
Nerzl playing Apep, DarkCrow playing Milloween. This is two games
mean,
all. Best
I'm
of
actually a
5.
little bit confused about what's happening here because DarkCrow is just brothering Nerzl to oblivion.
Okay. Those brothers doing a lot of work. Nerzl dropping huge
Yeah, and-
HP to start with and behind on
It's
XP.
insanity. Starting with only having 1000 HP is not a good start. And other brilliant comments from FDMFDM.
Losing health is bad. Losing all your health is very bad. Winning is good.
So you're not a fan of participation trophies?
I mean, they're always nice to receive.
I've got a cat that wants to participate.
But here we see the spirits again. Okay,
Oh,
both-
that explosion though, just killing the defenso.
How does he stop these brothers killing him?
He doesn't.
Jolo's gonna help.
I mean, yeah, tanking 2 hits is quite nice, but the daggerfall here. Yeah, we see the
Painful
daggerfall.
clears almost anything. Shield is available, but we know that shield's not gonna last too long. Again,
I mean,
another
that warrior is also basically dead.
another situation where that shield would have
Yeah.
lasted so long before, but
Arcane
Nerzl's dead
missed
here.
Just to face this. Yeah, this is just bots. Okay.
Goodness
No,
me.
I don't know why I was not spectating it. Did one of them restart or something?
I don't think so.
I don't
Weird.
think so either. I don't know.
So yeah, although I will say, I think this match right now was a perfect example of how the aggro's got too strong. And you were mentioning the 2v2 part, but I still think even in 2v2, aggro is very, very strong.
The thing is that this did not really feel like aggro to me. This like when I think about aggro, I think about the big death ball pushes that kill you in 1 or 2 pushes, and this was not a deck that normally does that.
This deck just did that. Brother Spirits,
Yeah,
Milloween.
I mean, it was absolutely insane that first push got that much damage. I feel like
In
normally it
fact,
doesn't.
In fact, this is a throwback to have of a combo which dominated the 2v2 tournaments for a good while, which was Milloween Ravager, Brothers of Flight, Ravager Brutus Push. Netherside. This is a half of that
Yeah,
part,
like
so
it-
strong.
yeah. If you have it with Ravager in there, where you get the Brutus push, it becomes way more aggro. But for the most part, this doesn't really feel like aggro to me. This feels like just building normal pushes and send them forward and defend them while the opponent does the opposite back. Sure,
Okay.
it was really strong, but like I would not put this necessarily on the aggro.
Now we know our grand finalists. It's going to be Nataraja against DarkCrow. Now I know it's going to be very late in the day for DarkCrow, so that's one thing to take into account. We did see a couple of mistakes with him playing his Avea. Nataraja ready to go as well. So this is going to be grand final. Nataraja against DarkCrow. Best of 5 conquest rules, of course. We shall get the ban information in. Now, let's just talk about that last game. APEP got absolutely destroyed. Is that? Do you think that's like the totem was almost irrelevant in that situation?
I mean, it blocks 400 damage, which is not nothing, you know.
No, but compared to how much it could have blocked pre-nerf.
Oh, definitely.
That's one of those situations
it's definitely
where it's
massively nerfed, but that's sort of the goal of the nerf, that you don't have that insane blocking value, because it was just insane.
What about spirits?
But we went from insane to so little.
How do you feel about
disagree
spirits?
that it's so little. Like it is like, what is it? 1/7 of your HP?
What do you mean? The
Well,
400?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And blocking 1/7 or 1/8 of your health is quite a lot in my opinion. Like, if it was a heal, you know, that healed that much, you would think it's absolutely insane.
Do you think people are kind of stuck in the mindset where they're too reliant upon the totem, and then suddenly
That's true. That's true.
You
It
just
should not be
can't
super
anymore.
reliable.
But again,
Here's the thing, against these type of pushes, APEP just becomes so fragile. But
Yeah.
APEP becomes like kind of a glass cannon, where
Well, yeah, but
before he
I
would have a
think he
tool.
should be. Like, the reason why he should be is because I don't think he's necessarily a glass cannon, but if you're gonna play a deck that is gonna get all the value, right? Then you should have some weakness. And if your weakness, if you can defend against big pushes and small pushes, what's left? APEP didn't have any weakness. He just had all the value.
That's true. Yeah, I mean,
what about spirits?
that's very fair.
Are spirits too strong? Like in that situation, you got 400 XP. Sorry, 400 HP on each of those brothers extra.
That is definitely a possibility, that spirits, because that's what I've mostly seen with Morelias here, and that might be why Morelia here is doing so much better than on the ladder, is the good usage of the spirits.
I'll put it like this: does spirit extra health count towards curse percentage max health damage?
What? Say that again?
Does the spirit extra health
Yeah.
count towards the towards the curse damage on max health? Curse deals 3% of your max damage.
Yeah.
So does that max health damage is updated if you get spirit?
Yes.
So that means curse is still a good counter towards spirit.
Yes.
Because that was something that I never really managed to figure out, and it's kind of hard. Like, you would basically need to hug a unit and then to hug the same unit's curse and see the difference sometimes if it leaves on. So it's something very hard to test out. But that still means there are some good ways of countering it. I would not say spirits are too strong though, especially because there's that drawback of you don't know which unit it goes.
I don't think spirits in general are too strong, but perhaps spirits on Morelia are too strong.
I mean, we've seen spirits used quite a few times today, and we've seen them be used in a situation where you're guaranteeing their target, because you know you only have those units out. So you know.
But what's the alternative? You make spirits on Morelia 1 mana, so every Morelia perk is 1 mana.
Are they 0 mana at the moment?
Spirits are 0 mana on Morelia.
Oh yeah,
Only
yeah.
one.
Then it's very likely that we'll move it to 1 mana, or make the book 1 mana and make all of them 3 again.
I was gonna say that. In that case, yeah, because I think that one makes if we are moving all of them towards 1 mana, yeah, making the book 1 mana would probably be easier. Because it sometimes happens, like when you want to play something and you open the book and then you're like, I don't have mana.
Yeah, and it's relevant
So-
because for the people that are watching that don't know this, for the love of God, if you open the book, use it fast if something is at your face, because Morelia does stop attacking while the book is open.
Yeah.
That is,
One
that is-
question
raged
though.
at a lot
that is
of
not
teammates.
noob friendly.
I mean,
Nope.
I've done a very interesting strategy with Red Golem, where you actually do that. You know, you are Setsu Morelia, Setsu jumps away, Morelia opens the book, and you take damage, like all control damage. But one thing though, so the book is on a timer. The timer only counts when you play the page, not when you open the book, which is a very big difference, because between opening the book and playing a page, there still goes some seconds, right? So that's also something to keep in mind, which does make me put up a question that I never got a possibility to put like this. So FDM, why are some timer perks with countdown and others don't have countdown? I think it's a question that lots
You
of
mean
people
why
ask.
some on Psycho and some on Countdown?
No.
like,
So, for example,
can
King
see it.
Puff perk, we can see the timer, but Morelia and Millowin perks, we cannot see the timer. So
I've said this
it's
for
a
ages.
huge quality of life
That
improvement.
is called laziness and other stuff that are more important.
Okay, but that does mean it is in the plan. So to confirm that it does mean that's a plan, just not a priority plan, right?
I don't think it's necessarily in the plans right now.
But if you've already
Okay.
got if you've already got it set up so that some of the stuff has counters within the perk circle, it seems like the framework's there, and in principle it would be pretty easy to.
Yeah,
hack
except
that.
that I think that they don't really work in 2v2, so they kind of need a change anyways.
Yeah,
Isn't there something weird in 2v2 where you
Well,
can't really see it?
you can't see it probably because you get half of the circle.
Although, to be fair, that's something that could be changed because you have the interface from Adventure, which has the two perks displayed differently.
What?
So in
but-
Adventure, the two masters perk is not half and half. You have a circle for one and a circle for another. So you could still take that interface and instead of merging, having one another.
Oh, what?
Right. Okay, we've got a grand
then
final,
either-
gentlemen.
Funny that we have that separate then. Cat. This cat here wants her wet food, and she's not getting it yet.
A wet
Okay.
She has
food?
to wait. Yeah, that's like fish and jelly and stuff like that.
So the grand final is going to be Nataraja against DarkCrow. We've got Nataraja banning Milloween, Ritual, and Grenadier. We've got DarkCrow banning Morelia, Ritual of Servitude, and Jolo.
If Nataraja didn't ban Ritual, I would be very surprised because that would be leaving the Morelia Ritual that we just saw open. And that one, honestly, I think it's very, very
Wait,
scary.
was that a-
snowballs?
Was that a ritual deck?
Yes, the D-Nest was Ritual on Morelia.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. I find it interesting the ban on Jolo, but we've seen Jolo be a lot, like, bring up a lot of
Jolo
problems.
is honestly one of the best cards in the game right now according to win rate.
Yeah.
And I've played it quite a bit myself as well, and I just think it's like you don't need the frenzy activation for it to be an insanely
Oh,
good card.
At all. In 2v2, I see lots of people just play Jolo as a simple tank, and you don't even have the activation. Jolo is really, really
Yeah.
strong for sure.
But also in 1v1, it's just in general just a really strong card at the moment.
I think it would make sense to like increase the dodge chance that you lose after each hit instead of being 10 to be like 15.
Either
Something
that
like
or
that.
reduce its DPS a bit.
Or that's fair, yeah. He does have a very big DPS. If he's working so much as a tank, he shouldn't have that much DPS ability.
Mhm.
Let's see how Nataraja plays now that he doesn't have access to this Jolo.
Right. What are we going to do? One game each and keep swapping between? That's fine. Yeah, great idea.
That's
Let's
the
go.
standard, right?
Yeah.
I like how it's the one that troubles you the most, but now you just know it's gonna happen. You've confirmed with the events that's about to take turn.
Right, so grand final time. It's Nataraja against DarkCrow. It's going to be best of 5. DarkCrow runner-up in the previous tournament. He's got to 2 grand finals in a row. Nataraja, previous winner. He won number 8. That's some time ago. Can Nataraja get his second victory, or can DarkCrow get his first? We're going to find out shortly.
Let's get into it, as we say, while the players are not even... Oh, they are
See it
starting!
next week in Dragon Ball Z.
Who's the first one?
You're going to be the first one,
You are,
DfogoX,
Sinobii.
since you're ready on my
Let's
screen.
go. We don't know who's right on your screen. We
Okay.
do know that DarkCrow is on King Puff and Nataraja is on Millowin. Alright. We've seen lots of King Puff, we've seen a good amount of Millowins, although more on the later half of the tournament, because they were strictly banned on, almost always banned on the first part. Let's see how these go. DarkCrow still playing the Deep Freeze, so he really likes this spell, which makes it a very strong spell, as we were discussing before. Dragon Nest coming up on Nataraja's side of the field, getting instantaneously scratched. This is awesome. You see, this is a huge value of Call to Arm right now, because it looks little, but it's gonna give so much. And consider this, it's a 6-mana building, he played a 5-mana spell. This one extra mana Nataraja just played, got him all those scrats and all that thing.
Cool
of
Plants
course,
really does seem like a lot of value for 4 mana, right?
so,
Even just
I
the
mean,
warrior and the
there's
crossbow
the
dudes.
risk. There is the risk of not getting. Well, okay, fine. Let's not put the risk because we assume people are good players and don't mess up the timing. But still, ooh, this Pebble's not killing the golem on top. This is so unfortunate. The Corsair is still gonna win. I guess he has the bridge. At the end, it doesn't really matter. He secured the bot more. The top more, I mean. No, the bot, yeah, the bot. Oof.
You okay there?
Excitement.
Is your screen upside down or something?
No, all is good. All is good.
Right. He might be
The
holding his
excitement is too
Scrittillery.
big.
Yeah. Is he going to hold his Scrittillery and then try to take it
Yep.
out now?
Exactly.
Okay.
Now this was a beautiful Scrittillery. We also see the deep freeze that's gonna. Oh wait, this was Netrez deep freeze, and now DarkCrow deep freeze. Okay, I like Netrez deep freeze more. I
Double
think it's gonna be more-
freeze.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We just saw some. Oh, okay, nice. So. No. The interaction with deep freeze was very clear right now. I'll explain the moment I have a window. This is gonna be the defensive shower from
So look-
DarkCrow's part to block.
Look how
all
much
of
value
this.
he gets out of the Dragon's Nest, even when it gets Scrittilleried.
Like DarkCrow is not that much behind on XP and a bit behind on health though, but still. If we consider that King Puff is gonna escalate more. But that's the thing, I would not do this. You know this is what will happen. I would at least try to wait.
Yeah.
Unless he's doing, no, yeah, he's not, doesn't matter if you take the damage.
Doesn't
either
get
way, so
the
you're not gonna try
last
to force
cycle
it.
out. So that was a little
Deep freeze.
bonus, but the
another
freeze.
deep freeze.
Oh, okay. Trying to keep
Dude,
them alive.
Oh my god.
Ice everywhere. DarkCrow
Everyone's
taking a lot of
too
face
hot
damage
and
as well.
cold.
Blood Imps and
Those
that golem at the
pebbles.
top.
Those pebbles though are very good clear on the golem. DarkCrow should not be able to play many more Blood Imps right now. And this is interesting, we can see how Netaraj's cycle is faster because
Yep.
the DarkCrow
Scrittillery's-
only has Scrittillery available right now.
Mm, it
Oh,
wasn't-
that was not good, only to rocket see the Scrittillery.
Yeah.
Sorry, the D-Nest.
Wasn't
Wow,
great.
That's gonna be huge.
And this
He-
it's still
what
going to
he
be
can
pumping out.
do-
We've got 6 whelps. Are we going to get 8
Missile
whelps?
chopper, then
7
swap the
whelps.
bridge.
7
You swap the bridge
whelps.
now, and you sell its death. How is he gonna handle top? That's not a very good piece, I think. He
He's
played
in-
the Blood Imps, why? Okay, he needed to defend so there. He's gonna take it on face.
Oh,
That's
the
not really what
freeze is
he wants.
annoying. Okay.
He
This
has
is
a
looking good for
defensive one in
Nataraja.
hand. He's looking amazingly good for Nataraja.
404 DarkCrow's HP.
And it's interesting how we are seeing Nataraja winning with the strategy that DarkCrow dominated in one of the previous
Yeah.
matches.
No Scrittillery available. He's going to get loads of them. Okay, he goes
But
for the
he cannot do
Scrittillery.
it on...
Doesn't
yeah,
really-
he cannot do it on the D-Nest.
Doesn't really get much. Kills a
And
couple
the
of
golem
things.
on top, he played the Blood Imps. He's dead. He's dead. He played those Blood Imps. Whatever those Blood Imps face right now, even with the reduction from the Blood Pact, it's still gonna be too much. 1, 2, yeah.
Oh,
There
okay.
we go. It was too much. It was just too much. But yeah,
Yeah.
that interaction with Deep Freeze was very interesting. Basically, what's happening right now is that we have the visual keeps. The visual of the Deep Freeze is keeping, but then the units are not slowed. They are, however, still frozen. So the first 2 Dragon Realms that spawned were slowed, then frozen. Then the second 2 that spawned were not slowed, but then also became frozen. And then a Deep Freeze disappeared. So definitely something's going on there. But let's see how players are going to keep handling that. Now they are both playing Deep Freeze, so none of them can complain though.
Okay, Nataraja taking that first game. And we just saw
Flawlessly.
it just kept getting so much value. Even with the Scrittillery, it just gets so
Yeah,
much
but
value.
To me, the big thing about that that match was just the Scrittilleries not being on point.
Yeah. And
For
even
sure.
when they were on point, the hill with the call to arms, and it just kept
Yeah, I
pumping
don't
out
think
whelps after
Scrittillery
whelps.
is a strong enough answer, to be honest.
It doesn't kill enough.
Mhm.
Okay, that was a lot of pressure from the Dragon's Nest.
Oh, yeah.
Artillery deals 40 damage each rocket, so it's a total of 200 health. Now, here's the thing. The whole time, DarkCrow had Defensive Chopper. It's a very good answer to
The dragon.
to the dragons. Now you say, well, he called 2 arms and gets a warrior and 2 crossbows, and that really damages defensive chopper a lot. That's
Yeah,
true.
but you can
That's very true.
artillery that.
Exactly. And then you say, but he's supporting it with a golem. You can pincer the golem, you can artillery starting the golem. You can do your own pushes, you know, you don't have to just focus on that. So, and you have zealots as well. All those parts, I think he will try to get rid of the nest too much. And I think sometimes these cards are just baits. They are baiting you towards taking immediate action when you don't need to take immediate action. You can literally wait.
Yeah, that's it. You're right. You either try to kill it at source or you handle the stuff that comes out. And as you say with the Defenso Chopper, he had tools to potentially handle the stuff that came out more efficiently than the Scritillery that really didn't do anything.
Ooh,
Okay.
a Ravager though.
That's
We
Ravager
haven't
we've seen
one
today.
of those today yet, right?
No, this is a very strong deck from Nataraja. This Zenchi Ravager going to have some big pushes guaranteed with that. Right.
DarkCrow really loving the snap piece. It is an Avea deck. I guess Avea was not banned. Nope, it was Ritual and Grenadier.
Hey, let's see.
Stun, of course, always a good way to counter
Yep.
activations.
Going to slow that down. So we know that Brutus and Terra Brutus got changed. More HP, but no self-heal. Let's see how that
But
affects this
DarkCrow does
situation.
not have Curse, so it doesn't get the nerf of Curse dealing more DPS now.
No. Okay. Wants to build up a push here. Broom Puff. Wants to get a buffed Shen. Boom. Gets it. Nice.
Got it. Oh, and then that. Oh, that's nasty.
Okay. Oh, that beam though. Okay,
good
this is
beam,
the
good beam.
situation where, like, a beam there is the difference between almost winning and losing in that situation. You would have taken so much damage from that push. Beam
Oh,
shuts it
definitely.
down
I mean, he's still
immediately.
behind, but he's catching up on XP right now. So that gets turned around quite easily.
And we
again.
spoke earlier about these.
Avea has gotten 1 trigger so far.
Yeah, we spoke about these cheap decks, but then they have the Beam of Doom to deal with that big stuff that they have no other way of really dealing with. Okay, so
There we
Avea,
get
2
one
activations.
Avea trigger. Yeah.
Goodness,
Like
so
one
many
extra.
shock rocks. Avea's still alive, but Shield's going to be on
Yeah, but how
cooldown.
long?
Bats are going to be annoying, but they're also going to make that
That's gonna be a trap.
monkey attack more quickly if it gets in range of anything. Shock rock kills the
Which it
boom.
will.
Okay,
That was a good amount of damage for Nataraja on DarkCrow.
yeah.
And Nataraja is slightly ahead in XP, but not really.
It'd be interesting to see how Nataraja adjusts his perk 3 push now he knows that there's a beam.
Probably see an Avea play soon again. Yeah, we see it. That's trigger 3.
So, DarkCrow should have Avea active for Nataraja's
Soon.
perk 3 push.
Oh, trap again.
Just gets
But
his
YOLO-
left toe in that trap. This is some
Little
good
bit
face
strange
damage
to
though.
play the bats there.
Yeah, the bats, of course, making that Battle Monkey attack faster. Ravager, of course, with those short arms, can't deal with any range.
Monkeys with their far throwing of green shit. Can.
Rock kills the Boomer. Here comes the freeze. We're going to have Avea soon.
Yeah.
Needs to get Avea activated, so
Yeah,
it's going to...
there,
Okay,
wherever.
there we go.
That is
Avea's...
the 4th trigger, so next time she'll be activated. Right?
Indeed. And he's going to need that because Nataraja's going to have his perk 3 soon and first. Okay, Beam. Beam takes the pressure out of that. He's going to be able to catch up on XP for a little bit here. Doesn't need to worry about supporting the Avea because he's already got the
But there
activations
is
he
the perk
needs.
3. There we see Terra Brutus in like 1 second. There.
Right, Terra Brutus. Has something like
Does
2500
Nataraja have the
HP
things
now.
to support it?
And remember, he used the beam just now, so he's not going to have the beam available
Yeah.
for a little bit. And he would love
I'm
it
actually
right
surprised
now.
he didn't play the watches on one side, but I guess the snap freeze is kind of painful to deal with. That Terra Brutus is kind of getting massacred.
Yep. Once he's through that Terra Brutus, but there's the heal, keeping it alive. There's not
A
a
little
huge DPS, there's no Battle Monkey supporting it, but of course XP lead is increasing at this moment from Nataraja.
That's also an interesting thing there with the heal, is that healing on Brutus used to be extra efficient because he would heal more from the extra attacks he gets. That of course is no longer the case. That Vulture has been doing a lot though.
Yep. See, DarkCrow's going to be happy that he dealt with that perk 3 push pretty well, but Nataraja's going to be happy that he's got a decent HP lead. This is going to be, can DarkCrow catch up in time?
I'm actually surprised DarkCrow didn't just save up for being to deal with that Sage Park Watchers.
Here we see the activated Avea really changing things, but nice use of the Jing. So Nataraja on the back foot a little bit here. Can he get some Mana Frenzy?
Ooh, but that Vulture Prime.
Yeah, that Vulture Prime needs dealing with.
Any anti-air in his hand.
Got some J-Spark, J-Flingers.
Because they were really necessary. Because Nataraja has lost a lot of HP on that weakness of not being able to deal with ranged units.
Yep. And we can see how this Avea activation has changed the entirety of this match. Nataraja hanging on, trying to defend deep.
Good combination, Xinglong and what's his name?
Shen, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Tranquil Monkey healing at the bottom, that's
again,
really important.
Vulture Prime on phase, needing to play the Jade Spark Watchers to be able to deal with it. Kinda surprised he didn't use the taunt there.
We look at the XP, Nataraja is hanging on.
Yeah, and is almost Mana Frenzy, like, next game.
Yeah,
and
Mana
Frenzy
Frenzy.
while having both... Okay, now one of the bridges.
But he's got a decent
But he
position.
can probably grab top bridge relatively easily.
Yep. Stuns really shutting everything down there. Goes for the bridge, but he's got nothing to defend his face, does DarkCrow. This is...
Yeah, I think DarkCrow is lost because of Mana Frenzy.
Heal comes in, that's going to be the end there.
Like, he got Mana Frenzy just as he died.
That slight XP he managed to get, like, just gave him the game, because you'd expect, okay, third perk's over, DarkCrow has a fear, Nataraja's not going to be able to give up on the experience. He did. He managed to keep up on experience. He traded a lot of health for that, but we've talked about how much that's a resource. So it's really, really interesting. Like, I would have, at that point, I was like, okay, Nataraja's going to be a bit behind now. Nope. He started not having, like, the gap started to get shorter and shorter, but it was still enough to give him those extra seconds on Frenzy, more cards to play. There it goes. Even with the freeze against the Shen, we saw how the Shen was so much rendered useless by the freeze, because if Shen is slow, he just doesn't attack. He stuns.
Yeah, except that Nataraja had some extra sources of stun. That really did help.
True.
I think DarkCrow did a great job neutralizing those big pushes. The perk 1 got shut down by a beam. The perk 3 he dealt with great, but the problem, of course, is that he's just hemorrhaging XP at that point while he's having to deal with that big push. And whilst he didn't really take any face damage from that perk 3 push, he did lose enough XP to ultimately not be in a position. And although he was coming back, he didn't quite come back quickly enough.
Yeah, and he didn't quite have enough counters against big minions, making it difficult to deal with the monkeys.
Yeah. With the growth burst shrooms, that extra tankiness, just trying to burn through that.
They definitely become quite nasty to deal with.
So, I think DarkCrow did a great job against the deck, but just not enough.
I mean, it was a really close game.
Yeah.
It was.
Nataraja was definitely hanging on. He knew that Mana Frenzy was his saving grace, and he was able to get there. Okay, so Nataraja is 2-0 up. DarkCrow needs to fight back if he can. But of course, now Nataraja's been winning.
Prediction or something if he's going to win?
I think there's been a prediction in the chat. I think one of the mods may have started it. Okay.
Yeah, we have that.
Here we go. Game number 3 could be the final game of today. Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed, because apparently the odds are towards DarkCrow that right now he's losing, and now Nataraja is the one with the veil. Let's see how that goes.
Okay, so
we see that
Avea,
DarkCrow has
Apep Avea,
rivals,
and Diona Rock Rivals.
Very we go. That's gonna be a Jing on the Vulture and the... Oh wait, why not wait for the heal buff? What? Okay, that Jing was super early. DarkCrow had zero need to play that one right there. Like, he could have waited and got so much more value. Still a very good usage of the snap freeze. I'm sorry. I'll try to fix it, show me. Yes, the snap freeze.
I feel like a growth burst shroom planted underneath the golem and it got the buff.
Was it? I thought he played it on top of.
He might have played on it. I'm not sure, but let's see. Nataraja is going to try and get his Avaya activated. Of course, that golem, it's going to be uncontested against the statue going forward.
That's an interesting Tranquil. Like, it feels like it's super ahead. Also, I want to appreciate how Nataraja put in Scratch Swarm. Not the pack, he put in the whole swarm. So I think he was kind of considering expecting DarkCrow to play something big that would require extra units to tank. And he also considered that Totem is not God's given gift that I can just use to block everything. I will need some better tools to defend. So I will put in, I'll put in a Scratch Swarm. It's gonna help me more.
Okay, so Avaya's got 2 activations, halfway there. As we saw from the previous game, that power spike is huge. DarkCrow managed to get that Avaya power spike a little bit earlier. It could have changed things, but let's see. That's number 3 at the top.
Right now. 2 minutes, 3 activations. This is looking very good for Nataraja.
It's good. He needs to support it though.
He's gonna get the 3rd one. No, he didn't get the 3rd one. So DarkCrow just sacrificed those blood imps to literally stall the units that were about to get shielded by Avaya.
Yeah, I think that's probably worth it because we know how big of a power spike that is. There's going to be a whole nother cycle that DarkCrow needs to go through.
That's true. However, look this right now. Like, Nataraja has a very good over 10 experience lead. Oh, I hate when this happens. So his first perk was Simulacron. That's pretty much what this tells us. So that's fine. He just played a 4-man Rock Rivals. However, that's a good freeze. It's going to stop the VA activation. Although there's really not anything that was going to trigger a VA. So whatever. But yes, so the thing here is with Simulacron, if you get Rock Rivals, you'd expect. I just played Rock Rivals. Now,
oh, it just got the activation as it died.
Rivals. Oh, it did get the activation?
I think so, yeah.
But yeah, if Nataraja's Simulacron gets Rock Rivals, it's gonna summon another statue. Why?
Yeah, that's annoying as hell.
Because it's a new card. You know,
the simulacrum things.
Changed or not, but yeah, just simulacrum things do
okay.
Very, very well.
Nataraja perk 3 is about to pop. Avaya's activated. He's got a Whirly Scrat as a free card.
Rock Rival on the... Oh, next got the shield, but yeah.
Nataraja's
everything bottom.
Nataraja's in a very strong position here though, XP wise.
Oh no, the stints on the Jing. That's very bad for DarkCrow.
Golem's going to pretty much die before it even gets anywhere near the bridge. Okay, it's just alive, but almost dead. And there again,
the next phase here again.
That's the thing. Again. It comes around so quickly. Bats take out the Golem. Nataraja, of course, if he wins this, he takes the event. Be a 2-time champion. DarkCrow fighting for his life, but there's a lot of stuff on face.
That's a lot. Can he even freeze? Yeah, he needs to Jing it, exactly. It's like freeze there wouldn't really do much, because like you said before, they still take 50% less damage.
Yep, still needs to be dealt with. Right,
yeah,
XP.
He has those splits right now. Honestly, these Shen Shock stick, it's fine to have it, but I really think it's... Does he have a regular shock? I don't think he has a regular shock. And I think what he needed was a regular shock, not just a Shen Shock stick.
Battle Monkey doing what it can, but it's not enough.
Not enough at all. And the Golem is hitting the imps, but Nataraja literally doesn't care. He'll buff top that forced DarkCrow to play Duel only for it. He just forced DarkCrow to invest 3 mana on a single heal buff, and Nataraja is like, thank you very much. I'll use that tempo of the mana you just wasted on that. Yep. Look at that. DarkCrow is full mana when he played his Tranquil just now, but he still does not have enough mana to handle everything that's being played right now. He needs to play Rock Rivals and not the Jing. Yeah, that's a mistake. He needs to have the Rock Rivals first on top or something to delay, and then Jing bottom.
Look at that Golem just melting at the bottom there.
Exactly.
Nataraja is striding towards this.
the thing with the flow. If you need to keep the flow, but if you go against the flow, or if you don't get the flow on the right order, you're just gonna get punished.
Yeah, he
That's
got the
by trying to keep
the rock
flow,
rivals
that's
again
shit,
from the
bro.
simulacrum.
Oh really? Let's see if DarkCrow can punish that.
Don't think he's gonna use it, though.
Mana Frenzy.
Mana Frenzy for Nataraja, 2-0 up, best
He's
of
gonna
5.
use it. He's gonna use it for the Panther for sure. He's gotta do it for the Panther. Come on, Nataraja. Come on for the Panther.
This is serious stuff. This is not banter time.
Clearly
Okay,
not, right?
Game,
3,
set.
2, 1. Game over.
And match.
GG, very well played.
Nataraja using the power of Apex, using the power of Aveo. He is our champion. Wow.
Very, very nice.
There we have it. Nataraja is our grand champion. 2 times winner now. And doing a great job in the final there. The power of Avea. Again, that was another situation where we see the deck, the Avea, the unactivated Avea deck holding its own and then being able to just close out with the activation. As we spoke about
I was
before.
actually considering whether or not a SNG deck would not just work out better if you just throw a red column in there, just to have that comeback potential.
Oh, you mean the red? Oh yeah, that's a fair point. But I think he was like most of the time he was high on health. Only at the end he started getting low health. No.
I mean, I think that. I mean,
It's-
you are right. It was already perk 3 by the time he got low enough, I think.
But it is true. Like if you have a red golem, you will probably try to play more around that. So he could have done it. He had blood dips, right? So that's true. That would give him
Did he
a
have
very
blood
good.
imps?
Yes, he had
Was
blood
that not?
imps.
Was that not Nataraja? Did they both have blood imps?
Both
Okay.
imps, yeah. So that is true. If you are playing blood imps, you are Diana with heal potential. Maybe that that red golem would be worth more than trying to get advantage of the red golem of the rock rivals. Then again, I still think having Shen Shock Stick instead of Shock Rock was a very huge drawback especially in this scenario, because you need the utility of that instant stun. You were not in a situation where you needed the removal of all the shocks. So that
Yeah, I
type
can
of
definitely
thing.
see that be a thing.
He has units that hit so hard. He's Diana with the traps. Why you need a very expensive one? Like, yes, you are charging it a lot, but what for?
Again, we saw the situation with Avea. They did their best to delay the Avea. It wasn't a fast Avea, but even with the Avea being delayed, still able to get huge value out of it.
For sure. I
Also,
mean,
the
right
question
now,
is, was there really an advantage before the Avea triggered?
yeah, Nataraja was ahead before a V trigger. It makes sense, right? Because one played Rock Rivals, the other played a V. Although at around second perk, Nataraja was on 80 something XP, and DarkCrow was just getting to 70. At that point, I would say the drawback of playing Rock Rivals should have been compensated, and you should still be feeling some drawback from a V, but that was not the case. Then again, Nataraja was playing a deck that in general was good against DarkCrow, so we also need to consider all the other factors, not just a V against Rock Rivals, right?
Yeah.
Those cards are not separated from the rest of the deck. Yeah. Plus, I guess the best way to putting it is that Avea was the core of Nataraja's deck, and he was playing around it very well, even with the DarkCrow trying to shut it down, while the Rock Rivals not the core of DarkCrow's deck. Rock Rivals was a tool in the offense that was DarkCrow core, the core of
Yeah,
that deck.
I
It's
don't
putting
know.
up the
I don't
pressure.
know how much I like the idea of having a deck with rock rifles that doesn't actually use rock rifles fast.
With that in mind, as you said before, Red Golem just seemed much more on point. You manage all of those. I'm going to be putting up some pressure to make up for that and not get behind. I'll lose some health. Now that I've lost some health, I'll put more pressure. Take that, Red Golem in your face.
Yeah.
Or not, because I don't have another step, but still. Those types
Because
of
what
things.
happens here is he plays rock rifles, and in theory, from playing the rock rifles, Nataraja gets an advantage, which makes up for any disadvantage Avea would have early. Of course, then there is the thing with the perk 1 being Simulacrum that became rock rifles.
That was funny. But at that
Right.
time, Avea was activated, so like almost no drawback. In fact, that's just that's the interesting thing, because basically with that statue, everything came together to kill it. So in a way, you kind of created a very huge push that you don't have Shen, you have You have Tranquil, you have Rock Rival, you have Battle Shihu, and you have the Snap Freeze, but it's over investing and your units are still gonna take damage and might even die. So you do all of that and you don't even get the bridge.
Okay. We are going to be joined by Nataraja himself. Let's drag him in here. Unmute him. And okay, Nataraja, congratulations. I think this is the second time you've won this event.
Congratulations. I think this is the second time you've won.
I can hear myself in your mic. I don't know if you have speakers on or something.
It's good.
No problem. Congratulations. How are you doing? How did the event go for you?
Yeah, I'm very, very happy to win again.
Yep. It seemed fairly straightforward in the grand final there, taking it 3-0 against DarkCrow. Did it feel fairly easy for you, or do you think DarkCrow did a great job fighting against you?
Yeah, it seemed easy, but it wasn't as much as it seems, because there is 2 games that goes in Mana Frenzy, and the second one with Avea, it was really, really hard to defend until Mana Frenzy, and I was not sure to succeed.
Yeah, we saw in that second game, as you mentioned there, you were ahead, but he was coming back really fast. After he shut down your perk 3 and his Avea was activated, were you worried that he was going to be able to get back and get on terms with XP before you got to Mana Frenzy?
Definitely worry. This is a deck usually I won with the perk 1. So it's already hard to keep up until perk 3 and try to close the game at that moment. But to go on Mana Frenzy, it's very rare.
Yeah, I think he had the beam for the perk 1, and then for the perk 3, his Avea was activated, so he was able to deal with it, but I think he took just a little bit too long dealing with your perk 3 push, and that just gave you enough of a buffer to just to hang on in the end there and get to Mana Frenzy. So that was a really good game to see. Who do you think your hardest opponent, your toughest match was today?
Today it was Memfisto, because his quad deck is really a pain, and I changed all my deck to put Blastmancer in it to win the first match against the squad deck, and to have a good defense if he choose to play it again.
Yeah, we saw him play that deck over and over again with different masters and just had huge success, and we've seen him play that again in the tournaments before. It's when you come up against...
I lost against him with that deck in the tournament before, and I was very worried to face it again.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it in your mind every time you play him that he may be playing that? And obviously you've got to be aware and maybe play stuff that can deal with it, because we saw so many people unable to deal with that in the previous event and today as well.
Yeah, I was quite prepared with the Blastmancer this time.
Yeah, that's very good. Okay, so Dfogo and FDM, have you got any questions or anything you would like to say to Nataraja?
I mean, obviously, congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay, I have questions. Again, congratulations. So, one question that was very interesting. Some of decks felt more leaning towards the meta. Other decks, they felt like they were very ingeniously crafted. So, what was the deck you enjoyed playing the most? And what was the deck you enjoyed crafting the most? And I do realize they might be, related, because sometimes we enjoy playing decks we crafted ourselves. But yes, how's your perspective on those? The one you enjoy playing, and the one you enjoyed crafting the most?
I think I enjoy playing the most with Dragon Nest. I just love to play Millowin, and it's hard to play because the master is often banned, and when she's not banned, it's Dragon Nest. So I had some fun with it, and the most fun deck I have, I think, it's Setsu one with Kalef. The first, I saw someone playing Setsu with Kalef on the ladder, and I think it was interesting, and I crafted this deck. And I don't know how it works, but it worked well. So each time I play it, it's like Yeah, I don't know why it worked, but it's fun, so I'm happy with it.
That is like very something we all sometimes can relate. Don't know how it's working. All right, well, thank you very much for the answers.
So one thing I'd like to ask you, Nataraja, is we had a lot of discussion today about the change to APEP and APEP's shield totem. And we saw some games where APEP got completely destroyed. And then again here in the final, we saw you winning the final game with APEP. How do you feel? What do you feel about the change to the totem? And how do you feel where APEP is currently strength-wise?
I think it's a really good change. The shield was too powerful in certain situations, so it's a really good change. APEP, the master, I didn't like him at all at the beginning, and still now I'm not sure I really like it, because I hate random card, and so I hate APEP obviously. But yeah, I think he is still fine, not too powerful. Nor he is very powerful when you get to perk 3, but now with the change with the shield, is a bit less powerful before, and I think he is in a good place.
I think one of the problems could be is that people are used to be able to play these cheap cycle decks and rely on the totem in the early stages to keep them alive, whereas they're not really able to do that anymore. So it might be a case that people need to adjust to the kind of decks that APEP can play, because we definitely saw some heavy rush decks that really crushed APEP early on when they had no tools to deal with it. But in that final game of the final, it didn't. APEP, the nerf didn't give you any problems at all, did it?
No, not at all. I never really count on the shield in the first place, so it's not a problem for me.
Okay, well, thanks for coming on, and of course, huge congratulations. You are GGtoor's Knights Duel number 15 Grand Champion, and as we said before, I think that's your second victory. You won number 8, which was quite some time ago, so you are now a 2 times champion, so very, very good. Congratulations to that.
Yeah.
And
I had a great advantage today, because my Switch children are not here, so I wasn't disturbed like usual in my games, and it was really more easy on my mind.
okay,
All right.
great. Okay, well, once again, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you, of course, again in the ladder and on the next event here with GGtoor and the Fish Tank. Well done, Nataraja.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, and have a good evening.
You too. Take care, my friend. Okay. And there, that was great to hear from our champion, Nataraja. Had a very strong day today. Fairly straightforward-ish in the grand final. That last game was fairly straightforward. As he did say, he did have some Mana Frenzy games going towards that, which were very, very close, but ultimately strong enough. And as he said there regarding his Ravager deck that we saw get right to the wire, winning in Mana Frenzy, he's used to using that deck and winning at perk 1. So that just goes to show what a good job DarkCrow did at defending against those heavy pushes. So once Ravager's perk 3 has come and gone, if you haven't won at that point, you're kind of hanging on, and that's exactly what he had to do, hang on. And fortunately, he had that XP lead, and that's what those pushes do. Those perk 1, perk 3 pushes, they either do a lot of face damage, or they get you a good amount of XP, or both, or sometimes neither. Matrin says in the chat, how come Avea and Dragon's Nest don't get banned for tourney play? Well, I mean, I think his question is...
do that themselves?
Yeah, I think his question is, why do we not ban them? You know, I don't think there's a reason to ban cards unless, you know, there's something wrong with them. The players, of course, have their bans available.
I think there's a reason to do it if you see that multiple tournaments in a row they are dominating, and we as Betadwarf haven't done anything about it.
Yeah,
I
if
don't
there's a
think
card
that's the case right now.
If there's a card that everyone's playing in every deck and it's winning time and time again, then, you know, just for the health of the event, we can do that. But Dragon's Nest, we barely saw today.
Yeah, I think we saw 2 of them.
A combination of bans and people deciding not to play them. And Avea...
Avea, also not that many, actually. I mean,
No.
it was banned quite a bit, but there were also a lot of games where it was open and wasn't played.
Yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, that's why we have
Didn't
these
it-
ban powers for the players, so they can ban things that they think are particularly strong or particularly strong against them. And it's, you know, it's up to the players to ban them. And the Dragon's Nest is an interesting one because the players can either ban that at source by banning the card, or they ban Milloween, which kind of removes that strat entirely. So that's just part and parcel of the tournaments where people have these ban powers, and it's up to them to get the experience, the feeling for what is best for them to ban. And that's, you know, that's part of the match. The match starts with the bans.
I think there are another very interesting aspect about this part of the cards to ban is that we are focusing on the core strategies, right? The cards that are usually your win condition, but those cards are like all those cards, all those different win conditions are sometimes supported by the same cards. So by instead maybe, you know,
Bad
banning
like
those
Blood
cards
Imps or something.
Exactly, like for example, Blood Imps, maybe Crossbows, Vulture Prime. Of course, maybe we don't have that. We don't have those cards as clear because they are the supports, but they are still important. And for example, FDM could confirm us that Avea or DNF are probably not the cards with the highest play rate, even on 1v1.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, I don't even have to check to say that that is probably like Wordy Scrat or Defenso or Grenadier. Probably Grenadier. Let's check, okay?
Exactly, and which we also saw some people ban. So I think it goes to
Are we
reason.
talking about 1v1 specific or in
1v1,
general?
yeah.
Okay, let's see. In 1v1, it's Grenadier.
Yeah,
But this is what I mean with YOLO being the second most played card in high ranks 1v1.
Wow, I was not aware of that.
Oh, I was. That's.
No, I was aware he was very played, you know, as we're talking about, but like the second highest, you know, exactly.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
But I mean, some others might surprise you as well. Netherbats is the third most. Rampage is the fifth most.
What? Those are surprising me a lot indeed. So, but yeah, and it goes to, and right now we saw some Netherbats and some Rampage, but not as much as we saw other cards in the tournament. So it goes to show you cannot make the parallelism between ladder and the tournament, and at the same time, your wins condition are not the cards that are always played the most. So even if you say people are abusing them, the cards need to be looked at, and players can choose. Players are given the choice of, do I want to target the win condition? Do I want to target the core? Because it's the thing, if you target a core card, a core support card, you are going to affect more decks. If you target a win condition, you are probably affecting one deck. So it's that part.
Yeah, as we say, ban powers are very important, and it's interesting to see. It's always interesting to hear about the stats of card play rates, but of course you've got play rate and you've got win rate, and you've got a combination of them together as to how strong a card really is. And then not only have you got play rate and win rate, you've got play rate and win rate per rank. So, you know, some cards, as we've discussed, per master, as we discussed, things like Blood Imps are kind of terrible at lower ranks but incredible at higher ranks. Similar sort of thing. I think we had a discussion before where Avea is not so good at the lower ranks, and some of the cards really just scale well with player skill, and of course then that makes it difficult to balance things. You know, if something's too strong at the high end but too weak at the low end, whichever way you balance it, someone's going to have their nose put out of joint a little bit. It's going to be too weak somewhere, too strong somewhere else. So it's very difficult for you guys to get the balance like that. Okay, so I think that may be everything that we need to cover. Thank you for joining us today.
Is it waving time?
Almost waving time, yeah. Thanks for everyone that joined us today. Thanks, of course, to the sponsors, GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, putting on this event here with myself in the fish tank, FDM, one of the developers, and DfogoX joining us. Of course, Sinobii behind the scenes, keeping everything running. Everything was fairly smooth today. I know we had a couple of delays for various reasons, but appreciate you guys sticking through. And of course, appreciate you guys hanging out from home. Someone mentioned about Twitch drops. We don't have Twitch drops today because we're spectating. You don't get Twitch drops from spectating. Otherwise, people would just spectate people and leave their stream on 24/7. But don't worry, come back next week. We'll have some more action and Twitch drops for you. We're going to raid another GGtoor tournament. They are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So another card game, but a very different kind of card game. We're going to set up.
Activated my trap card.
So we're going to set up our waving. We'll get the raid stuff ready.
Cat! I need a cat! Cat, you need to be waving. All the cats ran away.
Okay, let's get our raid stuff
I'm
there.
warming up
Well,
to
the-
start the start the waving.
I'm just getting Pikachu to help.
Okay.
It's very important.
FDM is like getting help, and I'm like warming myself up for the wave because I don't want to be the first one to stop waving again.
I've already started.
Oh.
Oh, thank you very much. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Now I've got to wait for you to start waving, not just me start waving.
Well, how about you say when you
I've-
start waving?
I've
Here we
wasted
are,
my
like,
wave.
we are preparing ourselves just for the moment where we say, all right, wave time, and you are like just waving for 30 seconds. Everyone's now gonna see you wave, and we are just like, okay, say when to wave. We're just getting ourselves ready.
If you missed any of the action today, or you want to revisit it, it will be up on my YouTube. Likely to be tomorrow. So make sure you check that out if you want to. We'll put timestamps in for all the matches so you can jump through if you want to get straight to the action. Also, of course, if you watch it on YouTube, you get extra behind the scenes awkward wave that doesn't make it into the live broadcast. So that's very exciting. That's definitely a reason to hit that sub button. But yeah, thanks for joining us in the chat. Thanks for your questions. We had some interesting conversations today. Always nice to hear your input. Pikachu. That's a fat Pikachu. That looks like a cross between Pikachu and Snorlax.
It's first generation Pikachu.
Oh, wow.
It's actually a backpack.
Are you impressed that
Like-
I knew two
See?
different... Oh, it's tiny. It looked huge when it was by the cam, and then you pulled it back and it looked
Oh,
tiny.
Hey, we're gonna do that then.
Are you guys still waving?
wow.
Or am I the one that's alone?
I'm still waving.
And
I'm still
I
waving.
cannot see. I cannot see. I'll need
Don't
to.
worry.
Wow.
You'll see it soon. There we go.
You're
There's
gonna
the
have to watch the
Snorlax.
stream.
Of course, you just happen to have a Snorlax to hand.
Also, Fish, don't put yourself down. It's not that you know two Pokemons. You previously talked about Magikarp and Gyarados. So
Oh
that's
yeah,
four.
that's 4. Let's go. That's almost all of
You're
them,
such
right?
a nerd.
It's almost all of them. I play
Only
Pokemon Go.
873 to go.
Oh my.
When we have song requests on my stream, someone keeps requesting this Pokemon rap that names like
that one.
780.
Yeah,
It's like 9
Wait,
minutes
they made
long.
one for the entire thing?
Yeah, it's like 9 minutes long. All the gens.
Jesus.
Nearly 800 of them.
I only have seen the rap for like the first 1 or 2
Yeah, there's.
generations. I think only the first.
Yeah,
The
don't
one that
worry.
was actually in the show.
I'm sure we'll listen to it
I-
again soon.
Are you guys still waving?
Of course. We're
Well,
thinking
I
about
mean,
Have you
making
swapped
it.
hands? Fish,
No.
have you swapped hands?
No.
I don't think I'll believe you.
We're thinking
need to
about
check the
we're thinking
YouTube.
about doing a similar wrap for Minion Masters cards. We'll see if we manage that.
That's a lot shorter.
It's a lot shorter, yes.
We could
Okay,
also go over the mechanics.
Maybe. Okay, so DfogoX currently stretching on stream. Fat Pikachu is on the way. Okay, thanks everyone for joining us. We're going to go raid. Come join us. Come check out the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. See what those guys are up to.
Bye.
Hey, where are we? Okay, there we go.
The stop waving
Pikachu.
emote.
Oh, looks like they've got follower-only chat. That's kind of awkward, but
They're spamming the wavy emote now, yeah.
that's it. They know.
So we are now officially out of stream and YouTube, or are we still
No,
within YouTube?
we're still in both currently.
No, but I mean as right now, not
Ri-
the 3 minutes ago as.
No, we haven't stopped yet. Everything's still going to be on YouTube. Some of it might get cut off for the stream, but we haven't actually. Did I start the raid yet? Okay, the raid is almost ready to go. I'll tell you when you're able to swear.
I know, I've already stopped waving.
I think those Pokemons are mating.
Oh, I see why you hang on so longer. So I wave with like all my arm in the air, and I like wave my arm a lot, and you basically just wave with your hand. Oh, that's smart.
Because I've had a lot of practice with this. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Ah! Here we go. Raiding in 2, 1. We've gone.
There we go.
Okay, did we make it? Did we make it? There we go. We made it. Let's go.